Hello. What's up, Eddie? How you doing, man? What's up, Jackie? Cat Corner. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. What's up, Abby? How you guys doing? How are you guys doing? What's up? The cost of living is up. Yes, it is. Doing great today? Awesome. Doing good. Very cool. Very cool. Uh, it's always good to have a good day. Gotta appreciate those days when we get when we when those times come. Man, but we're just getting started, so we will start here in just a couple minutes. And we are going to be covering Zechariah chapter 10 and Zechariah chapter 11 tonight. So that is going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it. We got some fun things to talk about specifically in Zechariah chapter 11. And yeah, it's going to be thought provoking to say the least. Yay, I made it. What's up, Sheena? Hello. Glad you could make it. Oh man. Well, yeah, we're just getting started too, Sheena. So you're right on time. We've been live for about 3 minutes, and I'll probably wait a couple more minutes and then go ahead and start the recap and see what happens. But thank you for coming back. Hopefully you had a good day. Hey, sheesh. What's up, Arthur? What's up, man? How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you guys, man. It is fun. This one, this one, this tonight's study, as per usual, will go all over the place, but it was really fun and cool to put all of these pieces together. And hopefully, if you guys hang out for the entire time, hopefully you'll connect some dots as well. But man, there's so many connections. It's just unbelievable. My Bible is falling apart. And I don't want to get a new Bible, so I'm gonna put that off for another decade, and then if we're still here, and hopefully we aren't, but man, I'm definitely using this thing. Some comments in this live were filtered to protect the community's experience. Duct tape, yeah. What's up, Sandy? How you doing? Respiratory, hello. It would be awesome if he came back tonight. No kidding, Ashley. Oh my goodness. That'd be wonderful. Or the same one again? Oh, Eddie, absolutely. If I have a different Bible, I'm gonna feel like I'm underwater because I know like what side of the page things are on, and where verses are. Uh, it would just be such a shame. I just even thinking about getting a new Bible is just like not even something I want to entertain. My mom, she has had her Bible for decades, and the thing is literally in two pieces. So shout out to her because she is not getting a new Bible. She's like, I'm not doing it. She's like, this is mine. I'm holding on to it. I know where everything is. So, oh man. Hey, first time here. What's up? Focus on Faith. How are you? Welcome in. Thanks for being here. My name is Ryan. Nice to meet you. Focus on Faith and Fitness. I see. You can get them rebound. Yeah, I know. I think she tried to, and so they cut like the spine of the book, and then they take a little bit of that paper away, and they tried that one time, and then it came undone again, and so now there's like nothing left to really play with. So that's a bummer. But yeah, definitely something to keep in mind for sure. I feel like those of us in our spirit almost hear him coming. It is, it is, it is strangely, things are strangely happening right now, and it's remarkable. It really is truly remarkable. Paying attention, watching it all unfold, and just being blown away by it. I was talking to my buddy Cole last night, and I was like, man, I was like, does any of this just strike you as just unbelievable? And he's like, what? And I'm like, everything going on with Israel, because I have told him so many things before. And he's like, well, I don't really know what's going on in the Bible because I don't know it, and so therefore I can't say that it's amazing. And I was just, hey, and so anyways, it was just interesting. I was like, I want to pick your brain because I want to see how things are like from your opinion, because he's lost. He doesn't know Jesus as a savior. And he was just like, yeah, I honestly am just looking at the world and I'm just like, I see that it's about to fall apart, but he has no biblical compass, which is kind of unfortunate. But he will remember, I'm sure, all the things that we've talked about in the past. Been working on them for years. Amanda, hey, what is up? Yeller, friends, what kind of Bible do you have? Which version? I use a New King James Bible, New King James version. And I like it. I am a King James, New King James kind of guy. I like those, but it's okay if other people use other ones, I'm sure. Greetings, everyone. I hope everyone is doing well. What's up, Angela? Good to see you. Oh, wow. When did you come on? I'm late to the show. No, I just started. We've been doing this for 7 minutes, and yeah, so you are on time. Same, me too. Awesome. There's a couple people in here who have the same Bible, the exact same Bible that I use too. So there's like sometimes I'm just like, if you want to turn to page 1352, no, I don't, I don't do that. Sheesh! I'm so glad I caught you before you started. What's up, Tiffany? Yeah, we're just getting warmed up. We're not even warmed up. Actually, I'm all just ready to go. I'm drinking my Jocko. But we are about to start the recap here in like probably 2 more minutes, and then we will get this show on the road because we have so much to talk about tonight. I hope you guys are ready because this one is going to be bananas. Specifically, when we get to Zechariah chapter 11, we're going to cover Zechariah chapter 10 and chapter 11 tonight, Lord willing. And Zechariah chapter 11 is gonna be amazing. We are entering into the book that is just so exciting, and it just like starts popping off. It's just like bam, 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 and it just starts just like fireworks go all over the place. So it's exciting. I'm looking forward to it, and hopefully you guys are too. What's up, Katie? Good to see you. I've been joining a little late, kissing recaps lately. Oh, she's been kissing the recaps. That's just blocked. No, I'm totally kidding. I know what you meant. Missing the recaps. I've been doing Revelation again, and I've been remembering to put timestamps. Awesome, Lighthouse. Is that you? I know there's somebody who keeps doing that, and I keep commenting on those comments on YouTube, and so I am very appreciative of that. So thank you so much for doing that. I know you and Gunner is doing the same thing as well. What do you do? Sheesh. What's up, Enjoy? How you doing? Jesus lives. Hello. Okay. Um, Stop wasting your time guessing who is the Antichrist. It's not wasting time. I'm not guessing anything. I'm just telling you that that's what we're going to be talking about in the Bible because that's just what happens to be the chapter that we're on tonight. So, and how are you, Ryan? I never asked. I'm sorry. It's okay, Leah. I am good. Thank you for asking. Thank you for asking. Anyone else read or reading Discovering Daniel by Amir Sarfati? Yeah, so I didn't read the entire thing, but I did look at some of the cliff notes, essentially, to put it shortly. But my wife was reading it, and so she was asking me about some of the things, and she's like, "Hey, what is this talking about?" Because he said this, and I was just like, "Ah." I was like, I can see that. Like, that makes sense, I suppose. Like, you can definitely argue that point. So, anyways, all that to say is that like we're close, him and I, but we differ on some things. But the main things are definitely all there, which is good, And it's kind of fun because he's right there, boots on the ground. I think he's a great source of information for Israel, and he is in a war zone, which is wild to think about. So his perspective is unlike anybody else's that I know, just because of where he's located and his brain. He knows how to think like a Jewish person. I told you guys before, I want so badly to sit down and have like a 5 hour breakfast with a Jewish person who knows what what they're talking about. Because there's a lot of Jewish people who don't know a lot, just like how some Christians don't know what they just label themselves as a Christian and they don't know anything. So but I would love to pick a Jewish person's brain and just ask all kinds of questions. Did you agree on Revealing Revelation? I've read twice. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Revealing Revelation. I think that was his first book that he came out with, right? And then Discovering Daniel is the second one. Both are solid. I don't even want to critique it. Like, I mean, I think he did a really good job, and the things that I would say would be very minimal. And it doesn't really matter because we're talking about prophetical things. Like, these are futuristic kind of things. So I think it's just awesome that you're diving in there and trying to get it all over you. So keep doing that. That's awesome. But yes, it's me, Deborah. Lighthouse Freedom. For some reason, the entire time I thought you were a man. I don't know your profile picture. Like, there's nobody in there. I don't think it's just a black and white picture. And I was just like, oh. So now that I know that you're not a man, good to know. Nice to meet you, Deborah. And thank you for those timestamps. I do remember that on the YouTube comments, which is very cool. But I love doing two different ones at the same time to compare them. Very cool. Hi, Ryan. What is up, Monica? How are you doing? Yeah, just picking your brain. Absolutely, Ashley. I'm glad. Yeah, keep picking my brain. And if I can help in any kind of way, I would love to. Especially, yeah. And just so you guys, if you don't know, just message me directly if you guys have any questions when you're working through something. Like, if you're going through a chapter, if you're trying to get a little bit different perspective, or you're like, hey, I'm not really sure what this means, you can always reach out. I would love to talk to you. My messages are, you don't even have to follow me on here. My messages are always open for everybody. So that is there. I appreciate your view. Just please, hey, you love doing the two at the same time. It's never said that you couldn't know who the Antichrist is. Well, the man of sin is not yet revealed. We'll talk about that. I'm great. Awesome. Yo, I still haven't seen the description. Yeah, well, just hold on. We're getting started, man. You got to hang out a little bit. Okay, so we're not actually going to talk about the description of the Antichrist until we get to Zechariah chapter 11, which is going to be after chapter 10. Obviously, I honestly just put those titles in the TikTok, the things that everybody's saying, the Antichrist description. I only do that because when I upload these to YouTube, I'm like, hey, this is going to be like the title of whatever I put on the thumbnail, just so I can remember, because sometimes I forget what we talked about. And that's my way of helping myself out in a way. Ryan, what's up, Meredith? Good to see you. All right, guys, let's go ahead and do this thing. Let's do this thing. Let's go ahead and dive on in. If you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. Let's go. So my name is Ryan, and we are doing a book by book, chapter by chapter, verse by verse Bible study. And so if you are new here, thank you so much for being here. I just want you guys to know I don't know everything. We are just all students of the Bible, trying to understand and trying to unpack what things mean behind the verses and how the context, and get the background, and really try to fill in some blanks, if you will, connect the dots. And so we've been doing this for just under a year now on TikTok, and all of these studies are up on YouTube. There's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile if you wanted to go check that out. We've done Revelation, Daniel, Hebrews, James, John, Acts, all the Pauline epistles. We've done Isaiah, and now we are in Zechariah. And we only have a couple more chapters to do in Zechariah, which is kind of cool, just to see the progression. Can kind of see the light at the end of the tunnel, but it's going to be a long time because we got a lot of things to talk about here. So tonight is going to be a doozy, just like all the other ones. But yeah, the one thing I want you guys to understand is that it's okay if you disagree with me on some of these things. That's fine. If you disagree with me on some of these things, that's okay. These are secondary issues that we're talking about. The one thing that we cannot disagree on, and this is what I always try to bring everything back to, because I don't know who's coming in here and scrolling and swiping and just they're here for 5 seconds and they don't know anything. But I want you to understand where I try to bring everything back to. And that is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. There's only one way, and that is by believing that Jesus is God's son, that he led a sinless life, and that he died on the cross. The reason that why he died on the cross was because you and I are sinners. He died on the cross for our sin. He was buried, and then he rose again on the third day. And the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. John 3:16, one of the most famous verse in the Bible. Many people have heard it. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. And so That is what it is. It is by putting your faith in what Christ did on the cross for you and for me. Faith and faith alone. It is Jesus plus nothing. And so that's important to understand. And then after you put your faith in him and him alone, then all the other things happen by a natural byproduct. Then you go get baptized. Then you do those good things, not for your glory, but for his glory. And then you share the gospel with every living creature. And that's what we're supposed to be doing. So hopefully hopefully you guys see that same thing as for me. What's up, Dina? Good to see you. Hello, Ryan from stormy St. Louis, Missouri. Leo is saying that it was raining there too, or she said it's muddy. So I didn't respond. Anyways, in Zechariah, we are going through the book of Zechariah, and I always do these recaps. And so if you guys are new here, just so you understand, we are going to be covering Zechariah chapter 10 and 11 tonight. But just in case you're new, I always do these recaps at the beginning of each live, just so people who weren't here can kind of catch up on some of the things, and the people who were here can just hear it again. Because sometimes when you hear it again, it makes things sink in, and they just linger in your mind a little bit longer than what they normally would. So in Zechariah, the thing that is good to remember in Zechariah is that the Jewish people were in a Babylonian captivity. This is the background. The reason why backgrounds are important is because you need to know where they've came from so that you can know what they're going through when you're actually reading about them in the book. Hey, thank you, JTG. So in Zechariah, the people were in Babylonian captivity, and they were in a captivity for 70 years under Nebuchadnezzar and Belshazzar and whatnot. But they're in Babylonian captivity, and they were in there because they didn't listen to God. God told them what to do. God told them, and he's like, hey, every 7 years, or every 6 years, you're allowed to work the land. But then at the 7th year, you are supposed to let the land rest. Sabbatical land, giving the land time to recuperate. And that is very interesting because the Jewish people did not listen. And this is in 2 Chronicles chapter 36 if you want to go look that up. But we've already done that, so I'm just flying by right now. But they don't listen to God, and so because they didn't listen for 490 years, they disobeyed God for 490 years, God shows up and he's like, you know what? Because you didn't listen to me for 490 years, you owe me 70 years. And so that is why they went into the Babylonian captivity. And so King Nebuchadnezzar came, he destroyed the entire Jerusalem, he destroyed the temple, he took all the Jewish people and he brought them back to Babylon, all the way to the east of Jerusalem. And there they were in captivity for 70 years. Babylon is modern day Iraq, if you're trying to visualize that in your mind. If you would like to do that, that's just so you understand. But they go all the way over to Babylon, and they're in captivity for 70 years. And so anyways, you have this awesome passage in Isaiah 45 where Isaiah writes down a prophecy for a man who wasn't even born yet. The guy that was going to be born was a guy named Cyrus. And so he wrote down Isaiah chapter 45 specifically for a human being that would be born 200 or 150 years to 200 years into the future. And that is what Isaiah 45 is all about. So anyways, if you read Daniel chapter 5, Belshazzar, the king of Babylon, is having a party. He gets wasted. He starts dancing on the tables. He's like, oh yeah, look at me. And then anyways, he goes and tells his servants to go across the street and to bring in all of these vessels that were taken when Jerusalem and the temple was destroyed, like all the cups and the bowls that were used within the temple. Well, Nebuchadnezzar, he's like, bring all those things back to Babylon with us. So Nebuchadnezzar dies, and then Belshazzar is the reigning king, and he's in charge of Babylon. And so he's getting weird. He's impressing all of his friends. There's like 1,000 people there, and he tells his servants to go over there and to get the cups and the bowls so that they can drink out of them. And so they do, and then they start drinking out of them. And right when they do, a hand starts writing on the wall. And that's where this hand, that's why this is where the whole saying even comes from. The writing is on the wall. That is where that saying comes from. It's because of the writing was literally on the wall by the hand of God. And basically what that was, to make a long story short, that writing was basically telling the king of Babylon that his time is up. And so that night, after Daniel told the king of Babylon that his time was up, that very night, King Darius the Mede was the one who unalived the king of Babylon, which was Belshazzar. And so after Darius unalives the Babylonian king, then the Medo-Persian Empire comes to power. And so that is where Cyrus takes the throne. So it's good to remember Daniel chapter 2 and all of these, because in Daniel chapter 2, you have the forecast from God's point of view. Like, you shouldn't care about my point of view. You shouldn't care about your point of view. It's not about your point of view. It's about God's point of view. And from God's point of view, he sees a forecast of these empires, the world empires. He sees Babylon. Then after Babylon falls, he sees the Medo-Persian Empire. And then when they fall to the Greek Empire. And then when they fall to the Roman Empire. That is how God sees it. So Babylonian Empire just fell to the Medo-Persian Empire, and Cyrus was the king who actually took over Babylon. And so anyways, after he took over Babylon, Cyrus the king goes through the walls, and he's like, I'm king, I'm the captain now, right? And then Daniel goes up to him and he hands him a scroll, and he hands him this ancient scroll, which is like 150 to 200 years old. And after he handed it to him, he reads it. So Cyrus, get the picture. Cyrus is the king of the world, essentially. He just defeated the biggest superpower ever, Babylon. And now he's inside Babylon. And Daniel, this captive, who Cyrus has no idea who this guy is, walks up to him and he hands him this scroll, and he's like, hey, this is for you. So Cyrus, the king of the world, essentially opens it up, and it is all about what Cyrus was going to need to do, but it was a letter addressed to Cyrus from God. So 200 years ago, Isaiah wrote it down because God told Isaiah to write it down. And then 200 years into the future, after that happened, Cyrus is actually reading it. And it's all about Cyrus. It's like, he even called him by name. He's like, Cyrus, the one I've been holding your hand throughout all these things, these battles, the one who loosed the armor of kings and all of these things. And so basically you get this whole idea where Cyrus is just blown away at what is actually occurring there. And he's like, oh my goodness, this is actually addressed to me. Like, this is not made up. This is an ancient scroll, and this is amazing. And so anyways, Cyrus keeps on reading, and this is all in Isaiah 45. Cyrus keeps on reading, and God basically told Cyrus to free the Jewish people that were inside Babylon. And so what he ended up doing was freeing the Jewish people, and so the Jewish people go back to Jerusalem to rebuild the temple. So the first temple was destroyed, and that was destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar. And then they go into Babylonian captivity. And then Cyrus becomes king, and he sends the Jewish people back. And so the Jewish people go back, like 50,000 of them, and they start rebuilding this second temple. And so that's what's so interesting about our world today, is because they want another temple. It's fascinating seeing the time that we're alive right now is just unbelievable. But anyways, they go back to Jerusalem, and they start building this second temple under a guy named Zerubbabel. And there's a guy named Zerubbabel. He was basically the governor, if you will. And then he was overseeing the temple construction and whatnot. You can look at him as the foreman of sorts. And so then after that, they start building the temple, and so things are going good, and they even complete the foundation for the temple. So after they complete the foundation for the temple, there's some Samaritans start popping up, and they start being adversaries to the Jewish people who are trying to build this temple. And so they cause all kinds of ruckus, and then basically stop the Jewish people from building the second temple. And that is where Zechariah kind of comes in. So that's the background. And so anyway, Zechariah is basically here. His mission, in a sense, was to encourage the Jews to continue the rebuilding of the second temple. Now, the Jewish people, they were all happy to build the temple. They got so excited, they had wind in their sails, if you will, and they were all excited and motivated, and then they got stopped, and then they got deflated, and they didn't really know what to do. And so then their heads were getting hung low, and they're like, oh man. And so they felt abandoned, they felt forgotten by God. And this is very easy to relate to, because how many people like us can feel or have felt abandoned by God? Well, this is, the anointed one, Wayne, absolutely. And so it's really interesting thinking about being abandoned or feeling like God has forgotten, because this is what makes the book of Zechariah so neat. Because Zechariah's name means Yahweh remembers. It means the Lord remembers. And so imagine being a Jew during this time, and then Zechariah, the prophet, who is a prophet and a priest, he shows up. And the next thing you know, you're looking at this guy, and you're like, man, without him even saying anything, he's actually telling me, just by me knowing his name, he's telling me that Yahweh remembers, that the Lord remembers. And so this was a huge encouragement to the people, and it was a huge testimony to the people. And this is just one of the small ways that God works. And he's got the details are what makes everything so magical, if you will. Not using that irreverently, but his name means the Lord remembers. And so anyways, in Zechariah chapter 1, verse 1, you have the genealogy of Zechariah, his dad, and then his grandfather. So you have Zechariah, Berechiah, and then you have a guy, his grandfather named Edo. Now, if you translate what all three of those names mean, it means the Lord remembers and blesses at the appointed time. The Lord remembers and blesses at the appointed time. That is a huge message to them, and that's applicable to you and I as well. Like, everybody's like, I want to be blessed and blessed. And it's just like, man, like, it's not about us. We need to focus on who it's for, because our blessings, the majority of them, are yet future. This is not our home. And so, I'm looking forward to heaven, because we're just pilgrims down here passing through. Our citizenship is in heaven if you are born again, which I hope you are. If you have any questions about your salvation, feel free to message me here on TikTok. I would love to talk to you. And just make sure that you know how to know for sure you can get to heaven, because that's the most important thing. Anyways, in Zechariah chapter 1 through 6, you have these 8 to 10 visions that are documented. And it's really remarkable, because these were all concurrent visions. They were bam, 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 bam. And so Zechariah is there, and he sees the first vision in Zechariah chapter 1, verse 7 is where that first vision begins. And he sees a red horse rider, and then he sees 3 other horses, another red horse, a speckled horse, and a white horse behind the red horse rider. We learn that the red horse rider is none other than Jesus himself, because it's described to him as the angel of the Lord, which is remarkable. So there Zechariah is having this vision, and he sees Jesus on the red horse. Unbelievable. That should blow your mind, because that is crazy. Anyways, he's among these myrtle trees, and it's really cool to see, because the myrtle trees are a representation of Israel, because those myrtle trees are indigenous to Israel. And so it's very clear to see Jesus is telling Zechariah that he's among the myrtle trees. You need to remember, as we're going through this book, and the whole Bible for that fact, is that every single word is there on purpose. And when you understand that, then you start to be like, oh, this is here for a reason. And when you were like, hey, this is here for a reason, like, we need to understand that. What's up, Savannah? Good to see you. So you have Jesus in the middle of the myrtle trees, or the middle of Israel. And so what that is basically saying is that God's not going anywhere. But he's talking to a people who have felt abandoned. They felt forgotten. And then Zechariah, who was a prophet to the Jewish people, has these visions. And the first one is him saying, I haven't gone anywhere. You're at the bottom of the barrel? Guess what? I'm right down there with you. And so that is what is Zechariah the first vision in Zechariah chapter 1 in a nutshell. The next vision in Zechariah chapter 1 verse 18 is about these 4 horns. These 4 horns are so awesome when you start diving into them, because these 4 horns force you to go read Daniel chapter 2 and Daniel chapter 7. In Daniel chapter 2, you have the 4 empires, which are Babylon, Medo-Persian Empire, the Greek Empire, and then the Roman Empire. And then when you read in Daniel chapter 7, you see that those 4 empires are brought back up in Daniel chapter 7, 5 chapters later. Hey, thank you, Darlene. So they're brought back 5 chapters later, and then it's used with the connection of these 10 horns. These 10 horns that pop up, and the study of the 10 horns is very important, but they're representative of kingdoms, these other nations that will rise up. But then after the 10 horns, there's a little horn that rises up in the middle of them, and that's the Antichrist. If you've done that study, you understand that that's representation of the Antichrist. Anyways, that's what those 4 horns in Zechariah chapter 1 verse 18 are talking about. And then you go to Zechariah chapter 1 verse 20, And after the four horns, you have the four craftsmen. And then when you learn about the four craftsmen, you see that those four craftsmen their whole job is to take care of the four horns. You're like, man, I got four horns over here, and I got these four craftsmen, and these four craftsmen are going to be the instrument that God uses to take down those four horns. And so for everything that there is a problem for us, God has an answer to somewhere out in the distant future, whether it's distant future or close future, it doesn't matter. All of these things are reminding us that God is in control at all times. What's up, Eli? Good to see you, man. Respiratory, hello. And so then you get the Zechariah chapter 2, and in Zechariah chapter 2, you have this guy, and he's measuring something. And so it's really fun to dive into measuring, because then when you start studying measuring, you look up all over the place, and the things that are measured time and time again, many times have to do with the tabernacle or the temple. The tabernacle or the temple. And so when you think about the tabernacle or the temple, that is what is going on here in Zechariah 2. He's measuring something for the millennial kingdom. And then when you go to Revelation chapter 11, the two witnesses were standing in front of a temple that was measured. And then in Ezekiel chapter 40 through 48, you have Ezekiel talks about the measurements of the millennial temple that is going to be built. So you have the first temple that's built that's destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar. The second temple that was destroyed by the Romans. The third temple is yet future, which everybody's looking forward to that, because that's what the Jewish people are wanting to build so badly right now. But that's not the temple we're looking forward to. We're looking forward to that millennial temple, because we want to go home. The millennial kingdom, that's where we reign with him, and we're going to reign over the people who are on the earth at that time, which is really cool. There's a difference between you and I, if you're born again, and the people who are actually human beings on the earth during the millennial kingdom. Really important concept to understand, but it's fun. We talk about it all the time. We'll probably do it again here. But in Zechariah chapter 2, verse 8, you get a little understanding, even if you don't know anything about the Bible, you get a little understanding about how God views Israel. He views Israel as the apple of his eye. That is how he describes Israel. I mean, it is so vital to understand the danger of the world that we are living in, because so many Christians don't know their Bible, and that's fine. Like, I mean, it's not fine. I wish it was different. I think our world would be completely different if we actually were very serious students of the Bible. And when I say all of us, not saying you guys, I'm saying everybody in the world combined. The world would be so much better. But the Bible has taken a back burner, or is in the back seat on the back burner. And so since we don't know the truth, then we don't have a lamp unto our feet. And so then we're just walking into every wall that there is. Anyways, in Zechariah chapter 2, verse 8, we see how God views Israel, and he describes them as the apple of his eye. My point here is to get you to understand Israel's not going anywhere. This whole situation over in the Middle East, how it's a whole tinderbox right now, it's like everybody, there's people who are making videos saying that Israel's going to be wiped off the face of the planet. And I'm like, what are you talking about, my good sir? But it's not, they're not going away. Now, I also need you to understand that we are to pray for the peace of Jerusalem. And I say this time and time again, but that doesn't mean, just because we're praying for the peace of Jerusalem, doesn't mean that we support their political beliefs. It doesn't mean that we support all of their military decisions like to do whatever they're doing over there right now. That's not what it means. We are praying for lost people when we're praying for Israel, because the majority of Israel is lost. They do not know Jesus as their personal savior. The majority of Jews are still waiting for this Messiah to show up. And that is what the tribulation is all about, the time of Jacob's trouble. Jacob is Israel. Jacob's name was Jacob until God changed it to Israel. And so the time of Israel's trouble. So they are literally going to have to go through the 7-year tribulation. They're going to have to go through the gauntlet just to get them to the breaking point, to where they run to Jordan. And that's when Isaiah 63 comes into play, because then Jesus shows up. He's covered in blood. And he's like, who is this who just came from Edom? And then Jesus is like, it's I who speak in righteousness. And he's like, I just got done wiping out all my enemies. And then you understand why they ran to Jordan, because that's talked about in Daniel 11:41, because they went to Jordan because of Matthew 24. Jesus says, when you see the abomination of desolation standing in the holy place, let him who reads understand. Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. The mountains that they're going to flee to are in Jordan. It's remarkable to see all this kind of stuff come together. Anyways, the Israel's not done. That's a very short way of explaining that God's not done with Israel, and he actually describes him as the apple of his eye. Anyways, going to Zechariah chapter 3. In Zechariah chapter 3, you have this the next vision. Remember, each one of these things are visions that Zechariah is actually seeing. Like it's a they're in concurrent they're in a very concurrent order. And so Zechariah, the next vision that he has in Zechariah chapter 3 is Zechariah sees Joshua, the high priest. He sees Satan, and then he sees the angel of the Lord. He's like, bam, bam, bam. He's like, there's three people in front of me: the high priest, Satan, and Jesus. And that's crazy. Like, can you imagine? Like, just think about that for a second. Like, you are just there, and you're like, oh my goodness, that's Satan. He's beautiful, because when you understand what Satan looks like, the reason why he fell was because of how beautiful he was. And you can read about that in Isaiah 14 and Ezekiel 28 if you want to. You can learn all about Satan. And so it's really interesting to just imagine this scene and to be Zechariah, just like standing there, like looking around, and then you see Jesus, and you're like, oh my goodness. And anyways, the whole vision basically depicts the high priest. He's standing in the place of Israel because he's covered in garments which are described as filthy garments. We know that we are we do not get saved by doing good works, because our works, our righteousness, is as filthy rags, as Isaiah 64 tells us. And it's really interesting because there's the high priest, and he doesn't even speak the entire time. The high priest, Joshua, is just standing there. And so Jesus says to the people who are there, he's like, hey, change his clothes, put on these rich robes. And so then you see this high priest, whose name is Joshua, get his clothes changed, and he is wearing these rich robes. And garments are very important, because we talked about the story in Matthew 22, I think it was, Matthew 22, I think. Because in Matthew 22, you have this story where everybody is in the wedding hall, and everybody has their garments on, and they're all there, and they got their garments on, and then the host goes up to somebody who doesn't have on the proper garments. And so he goes up to him, and he's like, what are you doing? How'd you get in here? And then he casts him out, right? And so the idea that's there is that, to understand that back then during their culture, is that the host, thank you, Jeff, the host of the wedding was to provide the garments to the people for whoever was going to be attending. And so if you were going to be attending, if you were going to attend my wedding, I would send you something to wear. And it would be this, if it was my wedding, you'd be wearing like a banana suit or something like that, just like no, I'm totally kidding. But you understand that that's the culture back then. And so this guy clearly didn't have the proper garments on. And so that is telling you again, time and time again, it is not by your garments, but by his garments. It is not our righteousness, it is his righteousness. And so that is what's going on in Zechariah chapter 3. Very awesome thing. That takes us to Zechariah chapter 4, where we have this whole the next vision, which is of these lampstands. These lampstands are very interesting to me, but you understand that Israel is the light bearer. So we talked about the tabernacle. Right when you walk into the tabernacle, you would look to your left, and to your left would be this menorah. It'd be the 7 candlestick lamp, and it would have all three branches out on one side and 3 branches out on the other side, and they'd be all connected to the main vine. And so, which is very interesting, because Jesus says, I am the vine, you are the branches. You just see connections all over the place. But the menorah is the national symbol for Israel, and the menorah means light bearer. And it's remarkable thinking about that. And so the Jewish people, they were quite literally here to be a light to the world. That's what they were here for. They were here to be a light, and then they weren't doing it. And so they weren't doing what they should have been doing. And so since they weren't listening to what God told them to do, since they kept falling into sin, they kept following after false gods, they kept being distracted, they didn't even care anymore, they got depressed, they went into captivity, and it got worse, and they're like, God's like, you know what? I'm going to remove you. I'm going to put you on the sideline for a little bit. I'm going to bring in these people called Gentiles. And that's what Paul tells us in the book of Romans. We are here to provoke them to jealousy, as Paul kind of describes in Romans chapter 11, if you wanted to read that. But it is good to understand that light, because they were supposed to be a light, but now you and I are supposed to be the light. The light, in a sense, is any witness for the Lord. And so if you are born again, you are in fact a light. It is really cool to see this, because in Zechariah chapter 4, you have this insane vision with seven lamps, seven pipes to the lamps, a bowl on top of it, all of these interesting, this visual here. And that was alluding to Israel in Zechariah, and it was alluding to the Holy Spirit being among them. But then when you fast forward to Revelation chapter 1, you see this vision where Jesus is in the middle of seven lampstands. They're not the same thing, but they're the same kind of idea in a roundabout way. And so you see a parallel. The seven lampstands in Revelation chapter 1 are a picture of the seven churches. Thank you, Jules. What's up? So these seven lampstands, Jesus is in the middle of the seven lampstands in Revelation chapter 1. The seven lampstands are seven churches that are mentioned in Revelation chapter 2 and 3. And so you just see it's just this awesome picture of light. But Jesus is in the middle of it, which is the more awesome thing. We are supposed to be a light for him. Anyways, moving on to Zechariah 5. In Zechariah chapter 5, you are moving on to the next vision, and this vision is where he sees a flying scroll. Now, it's interesting because you and I would imagine a scroll kind of rolled up like this, right? And unreadable because it's all rolled up like toilet paper or something like that. Well, this scroll seems to be all the way unrolled because Zechariah was able to see it, and he was able to give you the dimensions. So unless there was like a square right on the sides of it or anything like that, then I don't understand how he would get that unless it was unrolled. And so him being a priest really comes in handy because the dimensions of the scroll were the same dimensions of the tabernacle of the holy place, not the holy of holy place, but of the holy place. And it's also the same dimensions of the porch to the temple. So this scroll is directly associated to the tabernacle and the temple, which is interesting, because what does the tabernacle and the temple represent? It's all pointing back to Jesus, no matter how you look at it. But this scroll is flying. And so what do you think of if something is flying? It's alive. Like, you don't just see a dead bird up in there just going like, yep. You never see a bird just flying around and be like, I wonder if that thing's alive. No. That bird is clearly alive. It just pooped on the car I just washed. Like, everybody's been there. Like, thank you. Hey, thank you, Debbie. And so anyways, this scroll is flying, which means it's alive. And the word of God is sharper and powerful than any two-edged sword. It is living, right? But that's in Hebrews chapter 4, verse 12. It is living. The word of God is living. And so here the scroll is representation of the word of God. And then it tells you about two commands. Two commandments are actually mentioned here. One commandment is, many people believe that it's a commandment that's directed from you towards another human being. And then the other commandment, where it's talking about swearing or perjury or perjure, is between you and God. So there's the commandment between man to man, and then there's the commandment between man to God. So horizontally commandment and then vertically commandment. And so that's the idea of what's going on in Zechariah chapter 5, verse 1 through 4. That's the concept that's going on there. And so then you go to Zechariah chapter 5, verse 5, and you get to this just weird vision. It's the very next vision, which is this lady. She's sitting in the bottom of a basket, this ephah. And this ephah is a bushel of sorts, if you want to imagine, like this was the common measurement back then. Like, kind of like if you go up to your neighbor's house and you're like, can I borrow a cup of sugar? They'll get like, they'll just probably throw you a whole bag at you because this is America and we got sugar. Like a measuring cup, like everybody knows, like that glass, how many people in here has that glass measuring cup thing that's completely see-through? It's got the red measurements on the side and you can see all the way through. Yes, me. Okay. What's up, Holly? Good to see you. And so everybody, like, that is a very simple thing to understand. And so the same thing is true here. I got one. Yeah. See, I do. Yes. So do I. Do they only make one of them? Like, do we all have the same one? Should we make a club? I don't even know how to bake or cook. So I'm just here. But my point here is to get you to understand that this bushel was a common way. It was the common practice of measurement back then. And so it was something that made sense to anybody who was around during this time. Anyways, so this angel, this Jordan says, I do. Yeah, right. Yeah. See, everybody's got one. But this bushel is this angel shows up, and this angel lifts up the lid to it, and he lifts up the lid, and he shows Zechariah what's on the inside of it. And what he looks on the inside of it, he sees this woman, and this angel points to the woman and is basically saying, this is wickedness. And so when you see this woman being wickedness, you understand that this is clearly something going on here. And so then the Bible, I was like, I'm going to offend some people here, because it talked about, we talked about how this woman, it's very interesting how the Bible uses a woman to basically get a point across. Hey, Christina, thank you so much. Because then we talked about the woman in Matthew chapter 13 with the 3 measures of meal, because the woman put leaven in the 3 measures of meal. And then we unpacked the 3 measures of meal, and we unpacked what that was talking about, because that's actually alluding to everything that happened back in the book of Genesis, because God showed up and was having a conversation with Abraham. And Abraham brought out 3 measures of meal, and that is what is known as the fellowship offering. And so you see this woman ruining it in Matthew chapter 13. And if you were a Jewish person, you would be like, oh my goodness, that woman did what? She put leaven in what? Like, this would be like the worst thing for you if you were a Jewish person, because that's how they think. You and I, we don't know how to think, and so that's what we're trying to do here. But they put the leaven in the meal. Leaven represents pride. Pride puffs up. That's what leaven does. That's why when you put it in and you bake it, it puffs up. That's why you got a loaf of bread. Thin ice, right? I know it. But then when you go to Revelation chapter 17, in Revelation chapter 17, you have Babylon, this mystery Babylon, the mother, a woman, mother of harlots. And so and it refers to her as her and whatnot. Anyways, my point here is just to pay attention to these connections. Very interesting. But anyways, going back to Zechariah chapter 5, this basket gets carried away by 2 other women. And these 2 women that are described in Zechariah chapter 5, verse 9, have the wings of storks. And so the storks to a Jew is unclean, and we unpack that because that's in the Torah and it describes that for you. But you can look that up if you would like to. But anyways, no matter how you look at it, those 2 women who lifted up the wickedness and carried her away, those were not good people. Those were agents of wickedness, if you will. How do you know Babylon is in Iraq? Because that is, the names on the map have been rewritten time and time again, because everything used to be called something different, and so that's what it used to be called. It used to be called Babylon, and now in our world today is Iraq, and I know that because I was there. But it's you can look that up if you would like to. It's not that difficult to find, but that is, names change over time. Short answer. But then going to Zechariah chapter 6, which was one of my favorite chapters, my favorite up until this point. It's so funny because my favorite chapter keeps changing. Like I have like these chapters that just keep like standing out in my mind, and I'm like, oh man, this was my favorite chapter. I was like, I got to tell you what happened. So anyway, Zechariah chapter 6, I love it. Zechariah chapter 6. Oh, I always thought it was America for whatever reason. No, Babylon, like the actual location, geographic location is Iraq. Mystery Babylon is, many people see it differently as far as what it stands for. I understand what you're saying. Hopefully you understand what I just said. Some people say that America is Babylon. I personally believe that the entire world is represented by being Babylon, because we're all going to be connected. That's what's so interesting about our world today. We're all connected. Internet, it's remarkable. Knowledge shall increase, and that's what we're seeing all over the place. We're all connected. There's nothing that we can't do right now. It's really something, and that's why God came down and confused people who were building in Babel, because there's nothing that they couldn't do. And so now, what can we not do right now? And so anyways, that's just a story for another time. But if you want to research Babylon a little bit more, you can read I think it was Genesis 12 and 13, maybe 11 and 12, and then Isaiah 13 and 14, Jeremiah 50 and 51, and then Revelation 17 and 18. If you want to read more on Babylon, you can read those. But then in Zechariah chapter 6, just because we're trying to move on by, in Zechariah chapter 6, after all of those visions, you have this amazing thing happen. So, okay, so here's the picture that is important to understand. In Zechariah chapter 1 through 6, the first 6 chapters in Zechariah, there are 8 to 10 visions. And so right after all of those visions are done, God tells Zechariah to act out the climax of it all. And the climax of it all is clearly going to be pointing to Jesus. And sure enough, if you keep on reading in Zechariah chapter 9, I'm sorry, Zechariah chapter 6, verse 9, in Zechariah chapter 6, verse 9, to the end of the chapter, it's all about Jesus. It is all about Jesus. And so basically what God tells Zechariah to do is he's like, hey, go ahead and act this out for me. You're going to pantomime what I am going to be doing in the future. So here's what I want you to do, Zechariah. I want you to go up to Joshua the high priest, and I want you to put crown on him. Now, the word crown in Zechariah chapter 6, verse 11 is actually plural. I don't know why in my New King James Bible it's singular, but if you actually click on it in the Blue Letter Bible, it's actually plural. And so basically, he's telling him to put on multiple crowns on Joshua, and that is really interesting, especially if you were a priest. And so he was a priest. He was a priest and he was a prophet. So Zechariah, who was a priest and a prophet, is listening to God tell him what to do, and he's like, you want me to go crown a high priest? Can you imagine how that would come across to you as a priest? Because if you're a priest, you know dang well that there ain't no king who is going to be called a priest. But after all of these visions, Zechariah's like, you know what? I finally understand what's going on. And so he ends up and he goes over to Joshua and he puts a crown on him. And he literally put a crown on him, but it was a symbolic gesture. It was gesturing of what was going to come in the future. And this is why it's so awesome to dive into the names of people, because he crowned Joshua, the high priest, with many crowns, which Revelation 19 parallels Revelation chapter 19. But Joshua, the name Joshua means Jehovah is salvation. And so it's unbelievable to see this kind of stuff. So Zechariah crowns a guy named Jehovah is salvation, Joshua. And then when Jesus shows up in the New Testament, his name means Jehovah is salvation. So Jesus and Joshua, they mean the same name. Joshua is just Joshua in Hebrew. It's Yehoshua, and then in Jesus' name in Greek is Yeshua. So you have Yehoshua and you have Yeshua. They're the same names, but they both are saying Jehovah is salvation. And so that's what he does. He acts out this entire prophecy. He acts it out. He's like, go and put a crown on Joshua, the high priest. And when you dive into Yehoshua, when you dive into who the people were in the Bible who are kings and priests, it is the biggest thing. And like, I just, it is so important. Like, I just think it is so neat, at least for me. Like, I just loved talking about this chapter because we talked about the kings and priests. Those 3 people who are kings and priests are vital to understand, especially when you get in Revelation 4 and 5. Because you're introduced to these guys who are called the 24 elders, and it is unbelievable. It is unbelievable. What's up? Just scrolling. Good to see you, man. No, we're still in the recap. But there are 3 people who are kings and priests. You have Melchizedek. He's talked about in Genesis and in Psalms and in the book of Hebrews. Then you have Jesus Christ. He's a king and priest, which is awesome, and also a no-brainer. And then you have these weird people called you and I, the church. We get to be kings and priests. We are in a time period right now that is unlike any other time. It really is remarkable. I mean, think about it. Back in the Old Testament, they got to see so many things. They got to see all of these miracles and all the, like the rain stopping and the fire coming down and the fire by night and the cloud by day and this parting of the Red Sea and like crossing over on dry ground and the serpents coming out and manna coming out and like all over the place, and we got to do like they saw all of that. You and I, we don't see that. We don't have that. We have the Bible, which is so much better than what they had. So we're in a different time period here, but we get the perspective of hindsight, and having hindsight, it really is unbelievable to be able to have that ability to look back in time and be like, hey, I see where they messed up. Because I mean, I'm telling you, David, we look at David and we're like, oh, David's awesome. I bet you anything, David would just do anything to be in our shoes in our time period, knowing what we know and whatnot. Anyways, who are the 24 elders? The 24 elders are you and I. The 24 elders are a representation of the church. In 1 Peter chapter 2:9, it talks about you and I being what Peter refers to as a royal priesthood. A royal priesthood. What do you think of when you hear of royal? You think of a king, right? Royal. A royal, you think of a king. Priesthood. A royal priesthood. Wait, what do you think of when you think of a priesthood? Well, you think of a priest. So you have a royal priest, or a king and priest. That's unbelievable. He's using that title and he's slapping it on the church, and that's us. And it's so neat. That's one of the main reasons why I believe we are out of here before the tribulation, because the seals are not opened until Revelation chapter 6. And so the 24 elders are in heaven in Revelation chapter 4 and 5. And so if the 24 elders are in heaven and the 24 elders are a representation of us and they're in heaven before the scroll is opened, well, that must mean that we're taken out of heaven, and the 24 elders are a representation of us, and they're in heaven before the scroll is opened. Well, that must mean that we're taken out of here before not the Antichrist. Okay, so let's go ahead and go into Zechariah chapter 8. Zechariah chapter 8 kind of changes. Oh, wait, no, we didn't do Zechariah chapter 7. Zechariah chapter 7 and 8 kind of changes things. In Zechariah chapter 7 and 8, it kind of changes from talking about the 6 visions, and it changes. Oh, where did he go? Can you see me? Hello? Can you guys hear me? Was glitchy. You froze. Okay, is it back? Yeah, something popped up on my phone too. You're back. Okay, mine was glitching. All right, sorry about that. Yes. Can you repeat? All right, back. Thank you. I had to go out and come back in. Yeah, it was probably my fault, Tiffany. Sorry about that, guys. I don't know. My phone just said bad connection, which is weird. Anyways, yeah, it's good. What's up, John? Thank you for the lightning bolts there, Sherry. You said something about the Antichrist. Oh, I was just saying it's okay if you disagree with me on pre-trib, mid-trib, post-trib. I personally believe in pre-trib. I said that, but the whole purpose is, regardless of what you believe, is that we are supposed to be looking for Jesus Christ, not the Antichrist. And so I don't want you guys to like get lost in all of these. Thanks, Jeff. I don't want you to get lost in all these people who are like, oh, I think I know who the Antichrist is, and I think this is who it is, and I think it's just like, what's the point? Like, it's okay to kind of have your eyes in your head, but it's not supposed to be something that we're supposed to be focusing on, because if you're focusing on who the Antichrist must be, and you're putting that much energy into that, then my next question would be, how much energy are you putting into telling people about Jesus if you actually think that this person is the Antichrist? Because the whole point of being here, quite literally, for you and I, is to tell people about Jesus while there's still time. If you imagine people getting on the ark, you see that door is like slowly closing, slowly closing, and it is crazy to see that. If you imagine that as an actual visual, because that's kind of what's going on right now, I truly feel like that is actually happening right now. It's great. It's great. We've been in the last days, since the church was born in Acts chapter 2, but it's just unreal to see this, because if you believe that time is short, then why are you going to spend it arguing with somebody else about something that's a secondary issue? Why not try to win people for the Lord as fast as you possibly can and try to win them, because their eternal soul is quite literally on the line. Anyways, share the gospel. That's right, Eli. So then you move to Zechariah chapter 7. So in Zechariah chapter 1 through 6, it talks about these 6 visions that Zechariah has. So that's the first section of the book of Zechariah. In Zechariah chapter 7 and 8, hey, thank you, Monica. In Zechariah chapter 7 and 8, you kind of change gears a little bit, and this is while the temple is like halfway now done. So they started building the temple again, and there's like half of a temple standing. And so in Zechariah chapter 7 and 8, it talks a little bit more about the practical applications, because these people came from Bethel. From Bethel up north, they came all the way down to Jerusalem. There's about 10 miles there. And they walked all the way down, their little bitty jazz hands, all the way down to Jerusalem. And they're like, hey, priests, can we stop fasting? And so we talked about the 10th of the 9th of Av, because there's a lot of people who were focusing on that in the TikTok world. And I was doing some research on that, and I was like, actually, the first temple, it seems like it either fell on the 7th or the 10th of Av. And then the second temple seems to have fallen on the 10th of Av. And so it's very interesting when you dive into it, because the Bible doesn't actually say that it fell on the 9th, but the fires might have began on the 7th, and maybe it fell on the 9th. I don't know. There's some interesting trying to understand right in there. But anyways, one way or the other, to the Jewish world, that is a very, very tragic day for a Jew. So the Jewish world was a date that was full of, typically is full of weeping and mourning and fasting. So these Jewish people came back. They came to the temple and they were trying to ask the priests who were there, hey, can we stop fasting? We've been doing this for 70 years while we're in captivity and we don't want to do it anymore. Can we stop? Can you give us the green light to stop? Can you tell us that we can stop, please? We really don't want to do this anymore. And so, anyways, the thing to understand there in Zechariah chapter 7 is that God never even told them to do that. That was a man-made ritual. And so when you understand that it's not about these man-made rituals, because if you viewed them from the outside looking in and you see them fasting and weeping and crying, you're like, oh man, they are really serious about their relationship with Jesus Christ. But then they started coming to Zechariah, and Zechariah's like, your heart wasn't even in it to begin with, because God was telling Zechariah what to say. So the idea here is, no matter what you do, whatever you eat, whatever you drink, no matter what you do it, whatever you do for the glory of the Lord. That is the whole thing to take away from Zechariah chapter 7. They were doing these fasts, and it didn't mean anything to God. He's like, you're doing this. I didn't tell you to do it to begin with, and your heart's not even in it anyways. And so you get this weird situation where you can get on this slippery slope of falling into what we call legalism. And so when you start falling into this legalism swamp, it's hard to get out, because you're like, oh, I got to obey this feast, and I got to do this feast, and this is coming up, and I got to follow the 10 commandments, and oh my goodness. And so then you're looking at everybody else, and you're like, you're not doing what I'm doing. You're not doing what I'm doing. And instead of doing that, we need to be pointing to people to what Jesus did on the cross, because we are covered by his blood, and we are no longer under the law, which is why it's so neat when you think about the Shekinah he was hovering over the Bema seat, or the mercy seat, and he was hovering over the Ark of the Covenant. What was in the Ark of the Covenant? It was the 10 commandments, and it was the rod of Aaron and the manna and whatnot. But from God's point of view, when he looked down on the mercy seat, he saw blood on the mercy seat. And what was underneath the mercy seat was the law. So he sees the blood on top of the law from up here where he was hovering. So it's a beautiful picture. Man, my phone, I don't know what's going on. I keep getting things on my phone. But anyways, Zechariah chapter 7, that's what Zechariah chapter 7 is talking about. Zechariah chapter 8 kind of goes hand in hand. It was talking more about the practical advice about these the fasts and the whatnot. And fasting is good to do. Definitely do it the right way if you're going to do it. Be careful of scheduling fasts with like repetitive scheduled fast, I should say, because then that starts to get dangerously close to rituals, and you don't want to do that. So be careful. But in Zechariah chapter 8, you keep seeing the remnant returning. Remnant. It's mentioned 3 different times. You see the Lord of hosts. It's mentioned like 18 different times. What's up, Chris? Thank you so much. And that leads us all the way into Zechariah chapter 9. Zechariah chapter 9 was really fun because of verse 9. Now, in Zechariah chapter 9, verse 9, it says, "Rejoice greatly, O daughter of Zion. Shout, O daughter of Jerusalem, behold, your king is coming to you. He is just and having salvation, lowly and riding on a donkey, a colt, the foal of a donkey." Now, it's interesting that this was mentioned about 500 years before Jesus was even born. That is bananas. And so you see this passage here about Jesus showing up. Now, Zechariah is telling them 500 years before Jesus was even born, thank you, Travis, before he was even born, how he would show up. Now, I need you to get into the mindset of a Jewish person, especially a Pharisee, especially one of the scribes, one of those guys in the Sanhedrin. I don't care. Put yourself in the shoes of one of them, because the reason why is because they looked and they understood the Old Testament. They prided themselves on understanding and being the experts of the law and being like, I know so much and I have so much knowledge and I am amazing. And so God knew all of this. And so Zechariah 9:9 clearly says that the Messiah is going to show up on the donkey. And when you read Luke chapter 19, that's exactly what he does. But in order to get to Luke 19, you have to go to Daniel 9. And so in Daniel chapter 9, verse 24 through 26, you have these 483 years that Daniel prophesies about, and or that Gabriel gave Daniel to prophesy about or to write down. And there's a total of 490 years that are in that whole prophetic picture, which is, thank you, Tina, which is the coolest prophecy, I think, in the entire Bible. Like, I'm just being honest with you. I think Daniel 9:24 through 27 is the coolest. And when I say the coolest, what I also mean is it is the most important to actually understand in order for you to do well in the other prophecies. If you're off on Daniel 9:24 through 27, then you're not going to understand any of the other stuff. And so Daniel 9:24 is essential to understand. Daniel 9:24 through 27 is essential, is vital. I even thought about making a video, just like a 10-minute video, just on that passage, so that could be, you could watch it on replay. Because how important it is. But anyways, Daniel 9:24, you have this whole scope. There's 483 years that were fulfilled. And Jesus fulfilled this prophecy on the exact day. And so right when the command was sent to rebuild Jerusalem, not the temple, to rebuild Jerusalem, the city, right when the command was sent out to rebuild the city, the walls, that starts the clock. And so from that moment on to 483 years into the future, that's when the Messiah, the Prince, is going to show up. So from the time the clock starts to when it stops, Jesus showed up on a donkey, just like Zechariah chapter 9, verse 9 actually says. And so if you go to Luke chapter 19, you see Jesus rides to Jerusalem and he stops and he looks over it and he weeps. He weeps. It breaks my heart just even reading that, because this is God Almighty weeping over the people who he wanted so badly to accept him. He came into his own and his own did not receive him, right? He came to the Jews and the Jewish people rejected him and they're like, you're not our king. But he showed up on the time that was documented in Daniel chapter 9, and he showed up how he was supposed to show up in Zechariah chapter 9, and he showed up when he was supposed to show up. He was controlling all things. We did this entire long study the last time we went live, and that chapter, Zechariah chapter 9, is so good because it forces you to dive into everything else. And when you dive into all the other things and you just read the details and you're like, oh man, they didn't want to do it on a feast day because all the Jewish people were there in Jerusalem. Why didn't they want to do it on a feast day? Because that was when it was slam packed. It was required by law in Deuteronomy 16:16 for all the Jewish men to go physically to Jerusalem for the Passover. And so they were required by law to be present in Jerusalem. And so that's why the Pharisees and whatnot, they did not want to arrest Jesus on a feast day. They had all the chances in the world to not arrest Jesus on the feast day, but they did. Why? Because Jesus let the cat out of the bag at the Last Supper. What did he say to Judas? Hey, Judas, what you do, do it quickly. When Jesus said, what you do quickly, Judas understood that the cat was out of the bag. He understood that there was no more element of surprise. He's like, so in Judas's mind, imagine being Judas. If you were Judas, he's like, oh my goodness, I got to get out of here. Like, is this a trap? And he had to have been freaking out because he thought he was so slick and he fooled everybody. Even the disciples didn't even know. That's why when Jesus was like, one of you sitting here is going to betray me, nobody looked over at Judas and was like, it's that guy, isn't it? I freaking knew it, Judas. You're the worst. No, they didn't do it. They were like, which one is it, Lord? And so that's why when he showed up and he's like, Judas, whatever you do, do it quickly. My point here is to understand that Judas was so good at deceiving people. He tricked even the closest people that he was next to. And to also understand that when Jesus said what you do quickly, that forced Judas to run and say, we got to do this now, which just so happened to force their hand to arrest him on a feast day, or to put him to death on a feast day, which buried him on a feast day, and he also rose again on a feast day. It was perfect synchronization, and it's just like the entire time, it's just like he was in control of everything. The entire picture is absolutely wonderful. It's wonderful. Anyways, that's what Zechariah chapter 9 is talking about. That was the main stuff. And then it also forces you to talk about the Maccabean revolt and whatnot, but we touched on that a little bit. But that is Zechariah chapter 9. Sheesh. Okay, and that is the recap. So just a little bitty recap. So much fun. I enjoy doing that. What's up, Brianna? How are you? Happy Thursday. All right. Hey, Meemaw. Hi everyone, blessings. Okay, so that is I'll be in here. Okay, sounds good. So that is Zechariah chapter 1 through 9, and now we are going to dive into Zechariah chapter 10. Thank you for doing the recaps. Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully those recaps help, because they do get long sometimes. They get long. If you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We are going to be covering Zechariah chapter 10 and Zechariah chapter 11 tonight. And Zechariah chapter 11 is, I don't know if you guys are here, if anybody's here for my description. I literally, the description of the Antichrist is what I label this live. I only do that just so it helps me remember what we talked about, because sometimes I don't upload these for days to YouTube. So I forget what the main topic is. And so that's why I just defined it this time. Hopefully you're not getting any weird ideas. It's like, oh, it's another weirdo who's just like looking out for the Antichrist. No, we just happen to be on this chapter in Zechariah chapter 11, and we will eventually have to talk about it. So that is what I'm going to be using that title for when I upload this to YouTube. Speaking of YouTube, if you guys are interested, there is a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile. If you wanted to go follow me over there, I would appreciate it, because I don't know how much longer TikTok's going to be available. They could shut this down at any moment. And if you're looking for a serious Bible study, this is a great one. This one's a good one. We go verse by verse, book by book, and we unpack a lot of things, and we try to dive in there and just get it all over us. And that's the hope. And I want you to understand that the challenge is to always remember to not believe me. That's the challenge. The challenge is for you to not believe me. I really don't want you to. I want you to be like, I'm going to prove you wrong, Ryan, because if you do, you're getting in there. Now, it's important to have a good perspective of everything. So, you got to be careful of this one verse theology that many people use. And I'm not saying you guys, I'm just saying many people. But, in Acts chapter 17, Paul commends the Bereans, and he commends the Bereans because they received what Paul told them. But it didn't stop right there. He's like, then they searched the scriptures to find out if what I told them was legit. And so that's the challenge. He's like, these were more firm-minded than those in Thessalonica, in that they received the word with all readiness, and they searched the scriptures daily to find out whether these things were so. So what an awesome indictment on those guys, or accommodation on those guys, and what an indictment on us to basically do the exact same thing. So that's the challenge. And also understand, I'm a human. I'm a sinner. I'm a sinner saved by grace, and I make mistakes. And that's why I tell you guys all the time, I'm like, I can't wait to get to heaven, because I can't wait to find out how many things that we talked about in here that I actually got wrong. And what a humbling thought, because there are so many, people who pride themselves on their knowledge, because they're looking at the knowledge that they do have, but they're not focusing on the knowledge that they don't have. And so they just walk in the room, they're like, I know more than you. And that's not what it's all about. But growing in knowledge is very important. But this is why love is the most important things ever. Love. Yes, like the Bereans. Yes. The Bahrains. God provides. What's up? How are you? let's go ahead and get on into Zechariah chapter 10. But before we do, I just want you to know how to know for sure you can get to heaven. There's one way. There is one way, and that is by believing that you are a sinner. You need to understand that first. You need to understand the bad news before you can appreciate the good news. The bad news is, for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. Man, that is some bad news. And so then you keep on reading in Romans 6:23, it says, for the wages of those sins that you do is death. So you're under the death penalty. If you've ever done one thing wrong, you are under the death penalty. But the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. It is through Jesus Christ our Lord. It is through Jesus Christ our Lord, period. Nothing else. Notice he didn't say going to church. Notice he didn't say getting water baptized. Notice he didn't say tithing. And notice he didn't say doing a whole bunch of good things. For by grace are you saved through faith. And that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. So that is what I want you to understand more than anything else. That is the one thing we cannot disagree on. And that is the one thing that I will never budge on, ever. So let's go ahead and dive on into Zechariah chapter 10. So in Zechariah, just to kind of rewind just a little bit, in Zechariah chapter 1 through 6, you had the 6 visions. That was section 1. There's like 3 sections if you want to visualize this. Zechariah has like 3 sections of it. Section 1 are the first 6 chapters, which are those visions. Section 2 talks about like the practical application when it comes to how to think with the feasts for those people during that day. That's chapter 7 and 8. Chapter 9 to the end of the book, to the end of Zechariah, is the 3rd section, and this section that we are in right now is the most exciting section of it all. Because the first couple chapters, in Zechariah chapter 9, 10, and 11, it's going to be talking about the first advent of Jesus Christ. When he was here, like when boots on the ground, when he was on that donkey, when he was here, that's what that's going to be addressing. Then you have 12, 13, and 14, and that's going to be about his second coming, which is yet future. And the book of Zechariah is remarkable. But with all that in mind, we are still in the 3rd section here. If you're just trying to visualize it all. And this is going to be alluding to, in certain areas, to the first advent or the first coming of Jesus Christ. Okay, so in Zechariah chapter 10, verse 1, it's this verse in Zechariah chapter 10, verse 1, some people see that this is a continuation of chapter 9, that this verse could have been in chapter 9 because it's a continuation of all the blessings that were mentioned in chapter 9, verse 10 to the end of the chapter. Because in Zechariah chapter 9, verse 10 to the end of the chapter, it was talking about things that they would be getting, blessings, and him helping them out, and the Lord will defend, and helping them out, and defending, and blessings, and double blessings, and whatever. So Zechariah chapter 10, verse 1 basically concludes all of that. And so in Zechariah chapter 10, verse 1, it says, ask the Lord for rain in the time of the latter rain. The Lord will make flashing clouds. He will give them showers of rain, grass in the field for everyone. So what's interesting about this is that it's also interesting that the lack of rain is one of the curses of the tribulation that is talked about in the book of Revelation. So here in the book of Zechariah chapter 10, verse 1, the first thing that we're going to be talking about here is rain. But when you think about the lack of rain, it's interesting because Zechariah is a prophetical book. He's looking into time, and Zechariah chapter 9 through 14 is going to be talking about many things yet future, things that have already happened, but mixed in with things in the future. Anyways, in Zechariah chapter 10, it's talking about rain, but in Revelation chapter 11, one of the things that the 2 witnesses, when they are here, are the things that they're going to be able to do is basically shut up the clouds. And so let's go to Revelation chapter 11, verse 3. In Revelation chapter 11, verse 3, it says, and I will give power to my 2 witnesses, and they will prophesy 1,260 days, clothed in sackcloth. These are the 2 olive trees and the 2 lampstands standing before the God of the earth. And if anyone wants to harm them, fire proceeds from their mouth and devours their enemies. And if anyone wants to harm them, he must be killed in this manner. These, referring to the two witnesses, these have power to shut heaven so that no rain falls in the days of their prophecy. And they have power over waters to turn them to blood, and to strike the earth with all plagues as often as they desire. When they finish their testimony, the beast that descends out of the bottomless pit will make war against them, overcome them, and kill them. What an amazing visual here. They're going to be standing in front of this temple for 1,260 days, which is just another way of saying 3.5 years. And they're going to have the power to shut heaven. Think about that. Like, okay, so it's really weird, like, visualizing this, right? Like, this is power that these two witnesses are given. I'm not too worried about who these two witnesses are. I personally believe that they are Moses and Elijah because of the things that they are allowed to do. The powers are very synonymous with what Moses did and with what Elijah did. But Elijah had the power to shut up heaven. And so let's go to James. Let's go to James chapter 5. Let's go to James chapter 5. And let's talk about this for a second, just real quick. In James chapter 5, James even addresses this, which is really interesting to see the connection all the way in the book of James, which is clearly referring to it's referring to the tribulation period in a roundabout way. It's connected at its very least. In James chapter 5 verse 17, James says this: Elijah was a man with a nature like ours, and he prayed earnestly that it would not rain. And it did not rain on the land for 3 years and 6 months. Now, what's interesting about this is that it tells you specifically. Remember, whenever you see a word, know that it's there for a reason. It is there on purpose. So here, it doesn't say 3 years and 2 months. It doesn't say 3 years, 6 months, and 1 day. It says literally 3 years and 6 months. So 3 years and 6 months, Elijah prayed that it would not rain. That's remarkable. So he's praying for a curse. He's praying for a famine. And it's over the people because the people were completely lost in idolatry and whatnot. But he prayed that it would not rain for 3 years and 6 months. Now, if you read Revelation chapter 11, it says that those two witnesses will be doing this for 1,260 days. That's the same thing as 3.5 years. So you could just say 3 years and 6 months, or 3 years or 6 months, or you could say 1,260 days or 1,260 days. Anyways, in James chapter 5, verse 17, it says, Elijah was a man with a nature like ours, and he prayed earnestly that it would not rain. And it did not rain on the land for 3 years and 6 months. Verse 18, and he prayed again, and the heaven gave rain, and the earth produced its fruit. It's really interesting to see a man have the... like God listened to him. It's remarkable. Like, I mean, it wasn't Elijah, obviously. It was God who was actually the power, just like always. But he listened, and he allowed the rain to stop, and he allowed the rain to open. It's kind of like opening like a window and then closing the window, opening a window and closing the window. And it's so weird to visualize this, like what's going on around us, right? Like we don't know how things work. Like I don't even know anything. Like, it's just crazy, the things that we don't know. It's like, hey, we turn the light on, but we don't understand how that works. Like, what in the world is going on with this voodoo stuff? Like, I don't even understand. Anyways, talking about going back to Zechariah chapter 10. In Zechariah chapter 10, we're talking about this rain. And I'm not trying to like wax long on this, but I just want you to understand how some people view it. Some people view this as symbolic rain. They're like, hey, is this referring to a symbolic rain, or is this an actual literal rain? And just so you can understand it, just so you know, both can be justified here. Because in verse 1, Zechariah chapter 10, verse 1, it says, ask the Lord for rain in the latter time of the latter rain. The Lord will make flashing clouds. He will give them showers of rain, grass in the field for everyone. So if we go to Joel, let's go to Joel chapter 2. Joel chapter 2. In Joel chapter 2, verse 23. In Joel chapter 2, verse 23, we'll look up some symbolic rain. We'll look up some literal rain. But in Joel chapter 2, verse 23, it says, "Be glad then, you children of Zion, and rejoice in the Lord your God, for he has given you the former rain faithfully, and he will cause the rain to come down for you, the former rain and the latter rain in the first month." So that's in Joel chapter 2, but then also let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 11. Deuteronomy chapter 11, verse 13. In Deuteronomy 11, verse 13, in Deuteronomy chapter 11, verse 13, it says this. In Deuteronomy chapter 11, verse 13, it says this. "And it shall be that if," you should underline that word if, because that's a huge little word. "It shall be that if you earnestly obey my commandments, which I command you today, to love the Lord your God and serve him with all your heart and with all your soul, then I will give you the rain for your land in its season, the early rain and the latter rain, that you may gather in your grain, your new wine, and your oil. And I will send grass in your fields for your livestock, that you may eat and be filled. Take heed to yourselves, lest your heart be deceived, and you turn aside and serve other gods and worship them, lest the Lord's anger be aroused against you, and he shut up the heavens so that there be no rain, and the land yield no produce, and you perish quickly from the good land which the Lord has given you." So we're going to be talking about some interesting things tonight when we get to Zechariah chapter 11, but I want you to kind of like let that verse that we just read in Deuteronomy chapter 11 kind of linger in your mind. There was a big word there, if. If you do this, then I will do that. And that is God's promise, but you need to understand the difference between a conditional promise and an unconditional promise. What we read there in Deuteronomy chapter 11 was a conditional promise. It means that it can be broken, meaning if you don't listen to me, you're not getting it. Kind of like when you tell your kids, "Hey, if you're good tonight, I'll get you some ice cream." Well, if they're not good, then you're not going to get them ice cream. And so that's the same kind of concept that's going on there. Anyways, let's go to Leviticus chapter 26 now, and let's look at a different passage. Leviticus chapter 26. In Leviticus chapter 26, verse 1, Leviticus chapter 26, verse 1 through 4. In Leviticus chapter 26, verse 1 through 4, it says this. Leviticus 26, verse 1, it says, "You shall not make idols for yourselves. Neither a carved image nor a sacred pillar shall you rear up for yourselves, nor shall you set up an engraved stone in your land to bow down to it. For I am the Lord your God. You shall keep my Sabbaths and reverence my sanctuary. I am the Lord." Here we go to verse 3. Here's that big word again. "If you walk in my statutes and keep my commandments and perform them, then I will give you rain in its season. The land shall yield its produce, and the trees of the field shall yield their fruit." So there's some if, and then there's a then. If you do this, then I will do this. All right, so let's go ahead and get back to Zechariah. The book of Zechariah, chapter 10, verse 2. In Zechariah chapter 10, verse 2, moving on, in Zechariah chapter 10, verse 2, it says this, "For the idols speak delusion, the diviners envision lies, and tell false dreams. They comfort in vain. Therefore the people wend their way like sheep. They are in trouble because there is no shepherd." All right, so here in verse 2, we are going to start talking about these false shepherds. And this false shepherd is kind of mixed with idolatry. And so just so you understand kind of where we're going with this, so you can get your mind around it, in Zechariah chapter 10, you're introduced to the shepherd, this lack of shepherd. Thank you, Monica. And so when we go to chapter 11, the shepherd is really going to start coming into full effect. And you're going to see a lot going into Zechariah chapter 11 when we get there here in a little bit. But what I want to talk about, we're going to stay here a minute in verse 2, because it says in Zechariah chapter 10, verse 2, it says, "For the idols speak delusion." Now, this word idols is really interesting when you look into it a little bit. But this word idols has the idea of a household idol. It's a household idol. What is going on here? Why do people, like, how do you turn those things off? Like, where people are like, join, the things keep popping up. I don't know. I don't know how to TikTok. Let's go to Genesis 31 real quick. Let's look up another place where this household idol thing kind of comes into play, so we can get a little bit better understanding about how this kind of comes into play. Genesis 31. In Genesis chapter 31, in Genesis chapter 31, verse 24. In Genesis 31, verse 24, it says this. But God had come to Laban the Syrian in a dream by night and said to him, "Be careful that you do not speak to Jacob, neither good nor bad." So Laban overtook Jacob. Now Jacob had pitched his tent in the mountains, and Laban with his brethren pitched in the mountains of Gilead. And Laban said to Jacob, "What have you done, that you have stolen away unknown to me, and carried away my daughters like captives taken with the sword? Why did you flee away secretly and steal away from me, and not tell me? For I might have sent you away with joy and songs, with timbrel and harp. And you did not allow me to kiss my sons and my daughters. Now you have done foolishly in so doing. It is in my power to do you harm, but the God of your father spoke to me last night, saying, 'Be careful that you speak to Jacob, neither good nor bad.' And now you have surely gone, because you greatly long for your father's house. But why did you steal my gods?" So Laban chases Jacob down, and he's trying to get his gods back. So that's the idea. Verse 31, in Genesis 31, verse 31, it says, "Then Jacob answered and said to Laban, 'Because I was afraid, for I said, perhaps you would take your daughters from me by force. With whomever you find your gods, do not let him live. In the presence of our brethren, identify what I have of yours, and take it with you.' For Jacob did not know that Rachel had stolen them. And Laban went into Jacob's tent, into Leah's tent, and into the two maids' tents, and he did not find them. Then he went out of Leah's tent and entered Rachel's tent. Now Rachel had taken the household idols, put them in the camel's saddle, and sat on them. And Laban searched all about the tent, but did not find them. And she said to her father, 'Let it not displease my lord, that I cannot rise before you, for the manner of women is with me.' And he searched, but did not find the household idols." So there's this household idols thing that we were just talking about in the book of Zechariah chapter 10. This household idols. So there's more to it than just this little piece of wood or stone that they bow down to back here during this time. And what's been discovered about these household idols is that the idea behind them is whoever possessed them, it seemed to imply leadership of the family. And they were a title of sorts. It was kind of like a title deed to the family assets. They were the key to the family's property. So they were a big deal. So with Laban understanding that his household gods were gone, that was basically given, like, Rachel took them because she knew the value of them during that time, which is why she took them. Anyways, it's just an interesting connection there to understand what it actually had in that kind of that context back then. But going back to Zechariah chapter 10 verse 2, in Zechariah chapter 10 verse 2, it says, "For the idols speak delusion." And then it says, "The diviners envision lies." The diviners envision lies. Now, what is a diviner? A diviner, like the spirit of divination, like this is something that we've talked about a handful of times so far, but this is an occultic counterfeit of prophecy. They counterfeit prophecy. It's a fake. It's not real, because if it was real, it would be true from start to end. These diviners counterfeit prophecy. And so let's look up some things, because this is very interesting and important to understand. Let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 18. Deuteronomy chapter 18. Deuteronomy chapter 18. In Deuteronomy chapter 18 verse 9, it says this. Deuteronomy 18:9, "When you come into the land which the Lord your God is giving you, you shall not learn to follow the abominations of those nations." Now, when he says you shall not follow the abominations of those nations, it's referring to this false worship. It was synonymous for false worship. False worship of what? False worship of gods, idols. So he says you shall not learn to follow the abominations of those nations. Verse 10. Deuteronomy 18 verse 10, it says, "There shall not be found among you anyone who makes his son or daughter pass through the fire, or one who practices witchcraft, or a soothsayer, or one who interprets omens, or a sorcerer, or one who conjures spells, or a medium, or a spiritist, or one who calls up the dead. Now, when it says witchcraft, this is talking about divination, which is why we're here. Divination. It's important to understand that this was real back then. They sacrificed little people, their babies and whatnot, to a god named Moloch. And that's what passing through fire is alluding to here. That's why it says anyone who makes his son or daughter pass through the fire, that is sacrificing and unaliving little ones. And it's heartbreaking to think about that. And it's so weird because this is where our mind gets wrong, because most of the people in here right now are from America, I would argue. And we think how Americans think. And we think, oh, that was back then. That's not applicable to our world today. That was way too thousands and thousands of years ago. Well, you're right, but it's also going on today too. The demonic entity that was in force back then here in Deuteronomy 18 is also in force in our world today. Satan, this is his dominion. He is the prince and the power of the air, right? And so this witchcraft, this soothsaying, this sorcerer, this interprets omens, conjures spell, a medium or spiritist, or necromancy, which is calling up the dead. That's what necromancy is. This stuff, if it is forbidden, then that must mean it's real. If it is forbidden, then that must mean it's real. And so if it's forbidden, it's letting us know that this stuff is legit. But this is where it gets dangerous. And I just kind of want to talk on this for a second, because there's a lot of people on TikTok who subscribe and follow these people who read tarot cards. There's a lot of people who follow these people who prophesy, and they have this divination, this spirit of divination, or they're a medium. And medium has the idea of channeling. They are channelers. And it's very dangerous. Because that's what, when you start diving into that stuff and you start researching it, that's what we would refer to as giving the demonic world a toehold. If you open yourself to this stuff, you're allowing them to reach in and grab you by the I use my ear there just for visual sake, but it's a toehold. They have a toehold on you. And that is terrifying, because this stuff is very real. This stuff is so real. And so I'm just kind of talking on to anybody who's in here. If anybody in here is actually involved in this, like, this is a very serious thing. If you are born again, you need to understand, people who are born again Christians, they can be oppressed by this type of stuff. And so if you were ever involved in this type of stuff, it is vital to completely 100% explicitly renounce this. Renounce it. Renounce Satan and renounce all of those works and get away from it. And if you're not sure, if you're not sure if any of it is still around you, or if you're involved in it in any kind of way, ask the Lord to shine a light on it so that you can renounce that as well. Because there's a lot of people who dive into this kind of stuff and they think that they're doing a good thing. I told you guys like a couple months ago about how I went to this church camp, and I was talking to this lady, and she's like, oh yeah, I used to be a good witch. She's like, I used to be a good witch. She's like, I had no idea it was wrong. I had no idea that being a good witch was wrong. I literally went to the church. They allowed me to go into this room. I had crystals. I had these things that I did, and I just like whatever. And I just viewed myself as a good witch. And so anyways, my point here is to kind of shine a light that there are people who are dabbling in this, and it is real, and you need to get away from it. You need to 100% renounce it. Because when you go to Acts real fast, just to kind of shine a light on the danger of it, and this is a passage that we've looked up many times because it's in the New Testament. It's very easy to relate to. In Acts chapter 16, verse 16, it says this: Now it happened as we went to prayer that a certain slave girl possessed with a spirit of divination met us. So this woman, this is talking about Paul's walking around, they're praying, and then this woman who was demonically possessed, who had the spirit of divination, started following them. And if you keep on reading, you see that this lady, the people around her, acknowledged her gift. And I say gift with air quotes. these men acknowledged that she could do something remarkable. And so they're like, you know what? Since this is legit and she kind of seems to know something that we don't know, hey, let's make money off of this. And so they started making money off of her because she was able to do things that nobody understood how she was doing it. She could tell you things about you that you only knew. How in the world is that even real? And so she started following Paul around and she started crying out something that was true, saying, these are servants of the Most High God. And that's terrifying because what she's doing is that she was associating herself, which was a lie, to the truth, which was Paul, who is a follower of Jesus. And so a lie connected to truth sounds really good, right? To our minds, like that sounds like a really cool, like if you don't know how to think, you won't be able to spot it. And so that's why you need to study the Bible to learn how to think. And when you learn how to think, then you can start seeing these things all over the place. You're like, that guy's wrong. Ooh, that person is teaching some bad stuff over there. Stay away from that guy. Or, hey, watch out over here. And so when you understand that this is a real life situation that, like, anyways, Paul turns around, casts that demon out and says, is finished with the entire thing. The whole point in going that long on that entire thing is to make you understand that it's real. If you're involved with it, you need to renounce every single thing immediately because you can be oppressed. You cannot be possessed. You are oppressed. If you're born again, you already have the Holy Spirit within you. And so therefore you can only be oppressed. Imagine having like a 200-pound blanket on top of you. That's kind of the idea that's going on with oppression. It's on top of you. It's weighing you down. It's just like a rain cloud everywhere you go. And you can't get away from it. And so when you renounce it, there is power in the name of Jesus, which is amazing. And so, saying his name, like it's unbelievable. But I just want you to understand that. And I didn't mean to wax long on that. But let's go back to Zechariah chapter 10, verse 2. And let's get back into this. In Zechariah chapter 10, verse 2, it says, for the idols speak delusion. The diviners envision lies. So there's that diviner, this spirit of divination. They're speaking lies, but they also speak truth, which is where it's dangerous because then you get confused and you're like, it sounds good, but I don't know. And then continuing on in verse 2, it says, and tell false dreams. So they tell false dreams. And this is another thing that's going on in our world today, too. Let's go to Jeremiah 23, because our world is a hot mess where everybody wants a sign, everybody wants a dream, everybody wants to feel special, and everybody's like, hey, I want to do this because I want to get a whole bunch of views on TikTok. And they are so wired to get views because that's what our social media has basically programmed the younger generation to think about, getting views. And so they put a video out and they keep putting videos out, and it's just like half the time I'm like, my goodness. But anyways, in Jeremiah chapter 23, let's talk about these visions. Let's talk about these dreams. So in Jeremiah chapter 23 verse 1, it says, woe to the shepherds. The shepherds are the leaders, the people leading the flock. Woe to the shepherds who destroy and scatter the sheep of my pasture, says the Lord. Therefore, thus says the Lord God of Israel, against the shepherds who feed my people. You have scattered my flock, driven them away, and not attended to them. Behold, I will attend to you for the evil of your doing, says the Lord. Now let's go all the way down to down to verse 11. Jeremiah chapter 23, verse 11. We're going to kind of skip around here just so you can get the feel for the entire thing. In Jeremiah chapter 23, verse 11, it says this, for both prophet and priest are profane. Jeremiah is shining a light on the prophets and the pastors, the priests, whatever you want to call them. He's shining a light and he's saying the prophets and the priests are profane. So important to understand. Is it possible to be profane with a title that sounds so biblical, like a shepherd? Can you be a profane shepherd? Can you be a profane prophet? Absolutely you can. That's what Jeremiah 23 is all about. Jeremiah 23 verse 11, for both prophet and priest are profane. Yes, in my house I have found their wickedness, says the Lord. In verse 12, it says, therefore their way shall be to them like slippery ways, and the darkness they shall be driven on and fall in them. For I will bring disaster on them, the year of their punishment, says the Lord. And I have seen folly in the prophets of Samaria. They prophesied by Baal and caused my people Israel to err. They prophesied by Baal. That's crazy. You are getting a sneak peek into somebody else's world who is prophesying. These people prophesy. Yeah, they can prophesy. But is it of God? Well, I would argue not. These people are saying they are prophesying by Baal. So I need you to make a huge understanding, a huge distinction between a legitimate prophet and a fake prophet. If you are wrong one time, you're done. You're done. And so this is why I don't even pay attention to what all these people are putting out all over the place on TikTok. I'm just like, you know what? This is enough for me. The word of God is enough for me. So this is home. This is me right here. Back my face just buried in this book is what I want you guys to be too. And that's the hope. But they prophesied by Baal. Verse 14, it says, and I also have seen a horrible thing in the prophets of Jerusalem. Man, prophets in the middle of Jerusalem? Are you kidding me? The holy city? Prophets? Bad ones? What? It says they also strengthen the hands of evildoers so that no one turns back from his wickedness. All of them are like Sodom to me. Oh my goodness. And her inhabitants like Gomorrah. This is some harsh language we are reading here. Verse 15, therefore, thus says the Lord of hosts concerning the prophets. Now he's going to tell you about how he feels about them. Behold, I will feed them with wormwood and make them drink the water of gall. For from the prophets of Jerusalem, profaneness has gone out into all the land. Thus says the Lord of hosts, do not listen to the words of the prophets who prophesy to you. Do not listen to the words of the prophets who prophesy to you. Do not listen to the words of the prophets who prophesy to you. They make you worthless. They speak a vision of their own heart, not from the mouth of the Lord. And it goes on. And you can read all about that in Jeremiah chapter 23. But while we're in Jeremiah, let's go to Jeremiah 27. Turn the page over real fast. In Jeremiah chapter 27, he continues this. In Jeremiah chapter 27, verse 9, Jeremiah 27, verse 9, it says, therefore, do not listen to your prophets, your diviners, your dreamers, your soothsayers, or your sorcerers who speak to you, saying, you shall not serve the king of Babylon, for they prophesy a lie to you. That is crazy. They prophesy a lie. My whole point, and you can go on, it's all throughout Jeremiah 23, it's all throughout Jeremiah 27. The point here is to get you to understand it is possible to prophesy a lie. And when you make that connection, then all of a sudden you're like, oh my goodness, I got to have my guard up. Well, how do I tell if it's real or not? How do I do this? That's a great question. Bury yourself into this Bible. This Bible is everything you need. Let's get back to Zechariah chapter 10. In Zechariah chapter 10, verse 2, moving on, we're still on verse 2. It says, for the idols speak delusions. The diviners envision lies and tell false dreams. They comfort in vain. Think about that for a second. Think about that for a second. They comfort in vain. Can I comfort you in vain? Can somebody in this world comfort you in vain? Can the people on this TikTok app comfort you in vain? Absolutely they can. They can give you a whole bunch of prosperity stuff and say, send in your money today and you'll get a blessing and, whatever. They are comforting you in vain by saying religious words, but it's not the gospel message. It is amazing how often people can talk about the Bible and not talk about Jesus and not mention what Jesus did on the cross and that he was buried and that he rose again on the third day. It is unbelievable how often people can talk about the Holy Spirit and never say anything about Jesus Christ. The Holy Spirit was sent to us, by the way, to point a finger towards Jesus. He is here to say Jesus. He is here to say Jesus. The Holy Spirit will not speak of himself. It's unbelievable to think about this kind of stuff. But this false sense of security, it says they comfort in vain. That's weird. Can you be comforted in vain? Let's go to Matthew chapter 7. Matthew chapter 7 real fast, because this is a passage that we've been to a handful of times, and we'll probably continue to do it because I'm trying to paint a picture, and it's a very real picture. In Matthew chapter 7 verse 21, Matthew 7:21, it says this, "Not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, shall enter into the kingdom of heaven, but he who does the will of my Father in heaven. Many will say to me in that day, Lord, Lord, have we not prophesied in your name, cast out demons in your name, and done wonders in your name? And then I will declare to them, I never knew you. Depart from me, you who practice lawlessness." It is unbelievable. These people are comforted in vain. They are literally comforted in vain. Do you think that people are wanting to go and to perish and to be cast into the lake of fire at the end? No, but they're deceived. They're deceived. They have a form of outward religion. They have a form of it. It's outwardly that everybody sees, but it's not focusing on who it needs to be. They are focusing on what they're doing. They're focusing on me, 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 me. And they're like, oh yeah, they raise their hands. They get goosebumps when the music plays. They cry sometimes. And they're just like, I'm so emotional right now. And they do all of those things. And they have this comfort, but it's in vain. The worst thing, the scariest thing in our world right now is this thing that I like. It's a false sense of security. It is a false sense of security. And I use this analogy just to kind of paint you a picture. You guys ever go to bed at night and you're just like laying there and all of a sudden your eyes just like pop open and you're like, did I close the garage door? Or did I lock the front door? Have you ever thought about that before? It's like you almost can't sleep until you get up and like go and make sure. And then you're like, oh, I'm out of bed now. Well, when you finally check the door and you understand that it's locked, now I'm going to go and I'm going to sleep better. But there's people who don't get out of bed and they just tell themselves, oh, the door's locked. I'm secure. My garage door's down, not knowing that they are completely exposed, that their garage door is wide open, their garage, the man door is wide open, the front door is wide open, the screen door, the windows are all open, and then they sleep peacefully at night, having no idea of the danger that is lurking right beneath them, or like right in their front living room, or whatever. My point is that this comfort in vain here in Zechariah chapter 10, verse 2, is one of the most terrifying things in our world today. This is a false sense of security. Whitewashed tombs. I think I saw somebody say that. Josh, absolutely, man. Absolutely. Whitewashed tombs. So let's go back to Zechariah chapter 10. Zechariah chapter 10, verse 2. We are almost done with verse 2. Zechariah chapter 10, verse 2, it says, "For the idols speak delusion, the diviners envision lies and tell false dreams. They comfort in vain. Therefore, the people wend their way like sheep. They are in trouble because there is no shepherd." Now, it's interesting. Now I got to go check my door. Yeah. It's interesting. The word wend is just basically a weird word to say they went their way. So it says they are in trouble. Therefore, the people went their way like sheep. They are in trouble because there is no shepherd. Okay, so this shepherd talk is now going to enter the chat. Shepherding is now on the top, the table, and it's going to be hanging around here, and it's going to be carrying over into chapter 11. But we will get there when we get there. But let's keep on going to verse 3. Zechariah chapter 10, verse 3. In Zechariah chapter 10, verse 3, it says, "My anger is kindled against the shepherds, and I will punish the goat herds. For the Lord of hosts will visit his flock, the house of Judah, and will make them as his royal horse in the battle." Now, this is interesting because, again, we're talking about shepherds. We read Jeremiah 23, and in Jeremiah 23, verse 1, we see very vividly that his anger was kindled against the shepherds. He is so upset. It's like he compares Sodom and Gomorrah, and he uses that happening, that event, and he basically is connecting the false prophets and the false shepherds to that same thing. He's like, that's what it's going to be like, guys. He's like, just in case you don't know what it's going to, just in case you don't have a visual for these people, that's what it's like. But in verse 3, he says, my anger is kindled against the shepherds, and I will punish the goat herds. Now, the word goat herds is a very interesting word because of the connections that come across it. And if you were here for our study of Isaiah, you might know where we're going with this. Let's go to Isaiah 14. Isaiah 14 is an interesting passage in Scripture because it is one of the places where we get the most information about a guy named Lucifer. Lucifer is this dude who, I'm sure you probably heard of him. We call him Satan. He has many names. But in Isaiah chapter 14, you have a ton of information that we learn about Lucifer and how he was thrown from heaven. You also can get a ton of information in Ezekiel 28. A way to remember this is by thinking of 14 and 28. 14 plus 14 is 28. So if you remember 14 and 28, then all you need to do is remember Isaiah and Ezekiel. Isaiah 14, Ezekiel 28. Those are the Lucifer passages if you want to learn about him more. But in Isaiah chapter 14, verse 9, it says, hell from beneath is excited about you, to meet you at your coming. It stirs up the dead for you. All the chief ones of the earth, it has raised up from their thrones, all the kings to the nations. Now, in Isaiah chapter 14, we obviously know that we're going to, this is talking about Lucifer, which is remarkable. But the word I want to key in on in verse 9 is the word chief ones. Chief ones, all the chief ones of the earth. Now, the Hebrew word chief ones is the same word that is used in Zechariah chapter 10, verse 3, where it says, and I will punish the goat herds. The goat herds, or the chief ones, it could say, hey, thank you, Blanca. It could say the he-goats. The he-goats. And so goats have a connection. It's connected to demonic entities and that kind of capacity. I'm not trying to make a big thing out of nothing. I'm just trying to get you to see that there's more things behind just the simple English word that we have here. And it's very clearly associated to Lucifer because it's mentioned in Isaiah 14, which is a connection to Lucifer. What's up, Kaylee? Hello. So interesting word, the he-goats. Now, obviously in our world today, like if you guys are paying attention to all the symbolism that's being crammed down our throats, you can't get away from it because what you see on any kind of Disney movie or whatever nowadays, it's just like they have symbolism all over the place, and it's heartbreaking. And you have Balenciaga, and they spelled the caution tape wrong, and instead of spelling it Balenciaga, they spelled it Baalnciaga, and it's Baal. It is very clearly in your face. Same thing with Nickelodeon, and the list goes on and on and on and on. But it makes so much more sense when you understand that this is not our world. This is a fallen world. We're living in an area that we don't belong. We're strangers here. We are pilgrims passing through. And so it makes a lot more sense when you understand who the CEO is of this world. And that guy is a guy named Lucifer. He is the prince of the power of the air, and his days are numbered, and that is quickly approaching, in my opinion. Okay, so let's get back to Zechariah chapter 10. Let's move on to verse 4. Zechariah chapter 10, verse 4. And Zechariah chapter 10, verse 4 says, from him comes the cornerstone, from him the tent peg, from him the battle bow, from him every ruler together. Now, him, when it says from him, it's drawing a connection to what we just read about in verse 3. Him is Judah. So it could say from Judah comes the cornerstone, from Judah the tent peg, and so on. So it's talking about Judah. Now, it's interesting because when you understand in Revelation chapter 5, there's two messianic titles that is pinned to Jesus Christ when Jesus shows up. They say, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the Root of David. Those are very messianic titles, the Lion of the tribe of Judah. Now, if you understand, the reason why Judah is important to understand, and it's not Ephraim, and it's not, Benjamin, it's not Joseph, it's not Manasseh, it's not any of those other tribes. The reason why he's saying Judah here is because that is where kings come from. Kings, where do kings come from? Which tribe do kings come from? Kings come from the tribe of Judah. Where do priests come from? Priests come from the tribe of Levi. There were specific, they had their role. They had their role. Now it's just very interesting to see that. But Judah, so from Judah comes the cornerstone. That's what it says in Zechariah chapter 10, verse 4. From Judah comes the cornerstone. Now, it's interesting that this cornerstone, you guys' ears are probably already, like the people who have been here are probably like, oh man, cornerstone, my senses, my spidey senses are kicking off. And if that's you, then awesome, because that's how you need to be thinking. That's how you start drawing connections. Cornerstone, the word stone is an allusion to Jesus Christ. It is amazing. The amount of times, if you just do a study of a stone and you find out how many times a stone directly connects to Jesus Christ. Same thing with a rock. Same thing with a rock. It's unbelievable. Zechariah chapter 4, verse 7. In Zechariah chapter 4, verse 7, let's look up a couple of these stone scenarios. And yes, Spidey senses. In Zechariah chapter 4, verse 7, it says, who are you, O great mountain? Before Zerubbabel, you shall become a plain, and he shall bring forth the capstone with shouts of grace, grace to it. Capstone. So there's one. Let's go to Psalm chapter 118. Psalm chapter 118, verse 22. Psalm chapter 118. Psalm chapter 118, verse 22. In Psalm chapter 118, verse 22, it says, the stone which the builders rejected has become the chief cornerstone. Interesting. Okay, so let's go to Acts chapter 4, verse 11. Let's go to Acts chapter 4, verse 11. Acts chapter 4, verse 11. In Acts chapter 4, verse 11, this is Peter talking. And in Acts chapter 4, verse 11, it says this. This is the stone which was rejected by you builders, which has become the chief cornerstone. And then if you want to go to 1 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 4. 1 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 4, except in 1 Corinthians chapter 10, it uses a different word because it says rock. In 1 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 4, it says this, and all drank that same spiritual drink, for they drank of that spiritual rock that followed them, and that rock was Christ. And then you can go on, and there's more in 1 Peter. Peter even says, he's like the chief cornerstone, this cornerstone. It's the stumbling stone, the rock of offense. You can just go all over the place with it. But going back to Zechariah chapter 10, verse 4, it says, from him, from Judah comes the cornerstone, from him the tent peg. Now it's interesting that it uses this peg, this tent peg. Now the word peg can also be interpreted as nail, but this should make you think of something that we studied already in the book of Isaiah. If you guys want to go to Isaiah 22. In Isaiah chapter 22, verse 22, in Isaiah chapter 22, verse 22, in Isaiah 22, verse 22, it says this, the key of the house of David I will lay on his shoulder. So he shall open, and no one shall shut, and he shall shut, and no one shall open. I will fasten him as a peg in a secure place. Now, it's interesting. How does this allude to Jesus Christ? Well, thank you for asking. I was hoping somebody would ask that. It totally relates to Jesus, because if you go to Revelation chapter 3, in Revelation chapter 3, you have Jesus himself using this as one of the titles in one of the letters to one of the 7 churches. If you go to Revelation chapter 3, yeah, just scrolling, that's a great one. Yeah, the stone, and Daniel chapter 2, verse 30 or something like that. In Revelation chapter 3, verse 7, in Revelation chapter 3, verse 7, Jesus uses a title, and he directly associates his name to it. So in Revelation chapter 3, verse 7, it says, and to the angel of the church of Philadelphia write these things, says he who is holy, he who is true, he who has the key of David, he who opens and no one shuts, and shuts and no one opens. That is a direct connection to Isaiah 22 by using him, connecting him to the peg. And that is, the whole picture of Eliakim. He puts the key over his shoulder. And the whole idea there is that nobody during that time is able to go to the king unless they first go through Eliakim. Hey, thank you for that, Tammy. Thank you for the rose. And so you see the picture of Jesus all throughout it. It's like, yeah, we're talking about Eliakim. Yeah, there's other people that are mentioned in that chapter, but Jesus connects that passage, and he uses that as a title to him in the Church of Philadelphia in Revelation chapter 3, verse 7, which is very cool. So let's go back to Zechariah chapter 10. In Zechariah chapter 10, verse 4, in Zechariah chapter 10, verse 4, it says, "From him, Judah, comes the cornerstone. From him, the tent peg. From him, the battle bow." You know, it's interesting that he's talked about as the battle bow, which is really interesting because that's, when we think of Jesus, we have like a certain image in our mind, but we need to remember who we're actually dealing with when we are actually talking about Jesus. That he's got many hats. He's got many different roles to play. And let's remember one of them. In Exodus chapter 15, verse 3, in Exodus chapter 15, verse 3, it says this: "The Lord is a man of war. The Lord is his name." Now, that's interesting. We've read this passage before, but I don't think I ever said it. So I'm going to say it now. The Lord is a man of war. What's interesting about that is to understand that it says the Lord is a man of war. Weird that this is way back in the Old Testament when Moses is there. A man of war. This was forecasting, this was projecting Jesus the man. And that man is an important word because that talks about the Goel. The Goel is a kinsman redeemer. What is a kinsman redeemer? It's somebody that is required to be a relative to you in order to pay off your debt. And that is what Jesus had to do because that is what is in the Torah. The Torah is the law. And so Jesus was born. He needed to become a man to obey that law, which was his law, which was God's law, which is a perfect law. We are imperfect. God was born as a man, fulfilled that law. He took our place on the cross. He replaced that law. Now we are covered under his blood, which is an amazing thing. And then that's what makes Revelation chapter 5 just sing, because when John is up there crying, when he's weeping because there is no man found in heaven, on earth, or under the earth, it's like that man is that same man who is the Lord of the Lord is a man of war. That man is Jesus Christ. The whole thing. You just can't stop thinking. You just can't. Connections just all over the place. It's super neat. What's the law of Torah? The Torah is just the first 5 books of the Bible. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. That's the Torah. But when you go back to Zechariah chapter 10, verse 4, in Zechariah chapter 10, verse 4, it says, "From him comes the cornerstone, from him the tent peg, from him the battle bow, from him every ruler together." Verse 5, well, in verse 4, what verse 4 is basically saying is that the Lord of hosts will triumph over Israel's Gentile oppressors. If you kind of wanted to, like a generalization on what that's actually alluding to, it's just talking about how he will rule over all of the people who are oppressing Israel. Verse 5, it says, "They shall be like mighty men who tread down their enemies in the mire of the streets in the battle. They shall fight because the Lord is with them, and the riders on horses shall be put to shame." Now, this speaks of a time when Israel has dominion over their enemies. But what's interesting about this verse in verse 5 is there's 2 weird words that connect in certain areas of the Bible that I just find very interesting, and so I'm going to share them with you, and I just am going to put a little cliff note here to just so you understand this. There might be something there might not be something there, so just take it as a grain of salt, just how you normally take everything else, right? But in verse 5, you have the word mighty men. You have the word mighty men. So let's go to Genesis 6. And we were in Genesis 6 the other night, but we're going to be here again. It's not something that I am doing on purpose, but it just keeps on happening this way. In Genesis chapter 6, verse 1, this is talking about the flood here. But in Genesis chapter 6, verse 1, it says, "Now it came to pass when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born to them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, and that they were beautiful. And they took wives for themselves of all whom they chose. And the Lord said, My spirit shall not strive with man forever, for he is indeed flesh. Yet his days shall be 120 years. Miss Jojo, if you have any questions directly, you feel free to write them all down and just fire them away. Just send them to me directly. I would love to help you out if I can. I don't know everything. Just a disclaimer. I don't know everything, but I would love to help you out if I can. And you don't need to follow me if you want to do that. My messages are open for anybody and everybody. That goes for everybody in here. But in verse 4, Genesis chapter 6, verse 4, it says this: There were giants on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God came into the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. Those were the mighty men who were of old, men of renown. Yeah, absolutely. The word mighty men here in Genesis chapter 6, verse 4 is the word I want to kind of zoom in on, because in Genesis chapter 6, verse 4, at the end of verse 4, it says, Those were the mighty men, mighty men, mighty men. That word is what is going on here. It's connected to Zechariah chapter 10, verse 5. Because in Zechariah chapter 10, verse 5, it says, They shall be like mighty men. Now, the mighty men back then, in Genesis chapter 6, is talking about the Nephilim. Now, what happened back here in Genesis chapter 6 is that the fallen angels, they saw the human ladies on the earth, and they were like, man, they're beautiful. And so they mixed something. They did something with their DNA, because angels cannot procreate. But they did something to these women, and whatever they did to the women, they messed with them, and those women were able to have children. And it's really remarkable, because right now in our world, they're messing with that kind of stuff all over again. Like, you can dive into this and go deep if you want to. I'm not trying to do that right now, but I'm just letting you know that that's what they were doing pre-flood, and they were doing that. They were on the earth before the flood and after. And so the word that I'm trying to connect here in Zechariah chapter 10, verse 5 is mighty men. Zechariah 10:5 connects back to Genesis 6:4 because of mighty men. The word Nephilim is what is you and I would refer to as gigantus, or earth-born. Those human ladies, after these fallen angels messed with them, they tweaked them somehow. Whenever they tweaked the women, their DNA, those women gave birth to an abomination, which is what you and I would refer to as Nephilim. This Nephilim is basically like a hybrid of sorts, if you want to visualize something, a hybrid of half angel, half human, and they were on the earth before and they were on the earth after. And so that is what's interesting about our world today. You're seeing all this kind of stuff happening in our time right now, which is remarkable. But this also, going back to Zechariah chapter 10, verse 5, in Zechariah chapter 10, verse 5, there's another word in here that I kind of think is very provocative, because in Zechariah chapter 10, verse 5, it says, They shall be like mighty men who tread down their enemies in the mire. The mire, M-I-R-E, in the mire. So this word mire is strangely connected to Daniel chapter 2. Because, well, let's go there. In Daniel chapter 2, and this is just really fascinating to me. It could be something, might not be anything. But in Daniel chapter 2, verse 42, in Daniel chapter 2, verse 42 and 43, Daniel chapter 2, verse 42, it says, And as the toes of the feet were partly of iron and partly of clay, so the kingdom shall be partly strong and partly fragile. As you saw iron mixed with ceramic clay, they mingled with the seed of men, and they will not adhere to one another, just as iron does not mix with clay. Now, the word mire is the same Hebrew word, or the etymology. Etymology is the root word. Like when you're doing a word study, you're diving in, and there's like a word, and then you click on the other word, and it's like kind of like layers on layers and layers until you get to the actual root word. The word mire here is connected to Daniel chapter 2, verse 42 and 43, which is interesting. I'm just saying that when you start diving into that kind of stuff and you start seeing words that are connected, it's important, because this whole book is designed. It's a masterpiece. It's unbelievable. It's the same kind of concept in Isaiah chapter 53. If you remember in Isaiah chapter 53, well, we can go there real fast, just to kind of paint you a picture as what I'm trying to explain to you. But in Isaiah chapter 53, this one really hit me in a certain way, because I was like, man, that's so neat, because there's clearly a reason for it. In Isaiah chapter 53, verse 9, in Isaiah 53 is the Holy of Holies, right? Like it talks about Jesus's, it gives you all the details of this crucifixion process that Jesus was going to have to go through centuries before Jesus was even born. And so in Isaiah 53, you're reading about all about this crucifixion process before crucifixion was even invented. And he says in Isaiah 53, verse 9, he says, and they made his grave with the wicked, but with the rich at his death. Now, the word death there is only used in one other place, and it's in his, is it, oh, it's in Ezekiel 28. I thought I was going to say Isaiah 14, but it's in Ezekiel 28. Now, what's interesting about this word death is that it's death plural. In your English Bible, it probably just says death. But if you click on it in Hebrew, it will tell you that it's a plural. So it should say deaths, like plural with an S at the end. So anyways, my point here is that there's other words in the Bible that say deaths. There was many deaths. There's many deaths. But here, this word in Hebrew is only used here and one other place. And it's in Ezekiel 28, verse 10. And when you read Ezekiel 28, you understand that Ezekiel 28 is talking about Lucifer. And so the odds of one place where that word is used, where it's talking about Jesus, and the other place where it's used, it's talking about Lucifer, I find very remarkable to think about that. I use the Blue Letter Bible app, Jen. It's in the Sword. There's another one called Sword, Bible Sword, maybe. I can't remember. That one I had to pay for. But the Blue Letter Bible does a good job. Anyways, going back to Zechariah. Zechariah chapter 10. All that to say is that's just an observation, just to kind of, so you can get an idea of how to think. And so, that's like the main hope of this entire Bible study, is so that you guys can just learn how to think. Because when you start diving into it and you start getting in there, then you start making your own connections. And next thing you know, you're off on your own. And it's kind of like, I'm doing it. It's kind of like in Peter Pan, like, you're doing it, Peter. You're doing it. And he's flying around, and it's like the terrible effects. And he's just like clearly attached to a rope. And we're like, I see the rope. No, Robin Williams, R.I.P. But when you go to Zechariah chapter 10, verse 6, moving on, in Zechariah chapter 10, verse 6, it says, I will strengthen the house of Judah, and I will save the house of Joseph. I will bring them back, because I have mercy on them. They shall be as though I had not cast them aside, for I am the Lord their God, and I will hear them. So here in verse 6, he mentions Judah, and he mentions Joseph. Are you the real Pan? He mentions Judah, and he mentions Joseph. Now, Judah is the southern kingdom. Joseph is representing the northern kingdom. I'm not exactly sure why he chose to use Joseph here instead of Judah, because normally it's Ephraim and Judah, because that's what Isaiah was all about. But here it's Joseph and Judah. Remember, there's 12 tribes that were together under Solomon. 12 tribes. They were all together getting along fine and dandy. But then Solomon died, and then after Solomon died, there was this huge civil war that went on between the tribes. And so those tribes split, and 10 tribes went north, and 2 tribes stayed south. The tribes that went north are 10. That's what we would refer to as Israel. And the tribes that stayed south is what you and I would refer to as Judah. So you have Israel and Judah, but they're all composed of the 12 tribes. So here, that's what Judah and Joseph is talking about here. It says, I will bring them back because I have mercy on them. They shall be as though I had not cast them aside, for I am the Lord their God, and I will hear them. Now, it's interesting in verse 6, it says, they shall be as though I had not cast them aside. Some people believe that the verse 4 through 6, the verses that we just got done reading, is basically the scene of events which basically happens around the deliverance of Israel during the Gog and Magog war. Which is found in Ezekiel 38 and 39. And so some people think that this is what is kind of like the overtone to what is happening here, because this is future strengthening of Judah and Joseph, or Judah and Ephraim, whatever you want to refer to it as. But it's really interesting when you think of it one way or the other. All of these things are tying to other parts of the Bible, and people see these things differently. I'm just trying to shine a light on how some people view it. But let's get back into Zechariah chapter 10, verse 7. In Zechariah chapter 10, verse 7, it says, those of Ephraim, there he is, shall be like a mighty man. There's that word again, mighty man. And their heart shall rejoice as if with wine. Yes, their children shall see it and be glad. Their heart shall rejoice in the Lord. You know what's interesting about verse 7? Is that in verse 7, it seems that God indicates that Israel will be known for their military strength. That's what it seems. He says, those of Ephraim shall be like a mighty man. Ephraim, like a mighty man. That's remarkable. So God is indicating that they are going to be very strong militarily, right? And so when you look at it, and you look at, if you look up Israel today, Israel is like the number 4 in the world, globally, as far as the strongest military in the world. So if that doesn't classify as mighty man or mighty men, then I don't really know what does. But it's really remarkable looking at Israel, just like you could do a whole case study on these guys and just be completely blown away. They have like the most Nobel Peace Prize. Like they're just unreal. It's unreal. Like just their existence is remarkable. So here we go. Let's go ahead and get back into Zechariah chapter 10, verse 8. In Zechariah chapter 10, verse 8, it says, I will whistle for them and gather them, for I will redeem them, and they shall increase as they once increased. They shall increase as they once increased. Now, it's interesting because we're going to hear in a little bit in Zechariah chapter 11, we're going to be talking about the fall of Jerusalem, which happens in 70 AD. But just to kind of give you a little bit perspective, it is estimated that there was up to 12 million Jewish people in Jerusalem when they were attacked in 70 AD. So they were doing well. They were increasing and increasing and increasing and increasing. And then destruction. So 12 million is what was estimated here. So when it says, and they shall increase as they once increased, well, they're doing it right now. They're increasing over there in Israel right now as to what it was back in 1948, but they are going to continue and continue and continue and continue. Let's go Zechariah chapter 10, verse 9. Moving on, Zechariah chapter 10, verse 9 says, I will sow them among the peoples, and they shall remember me in far countries. They shall live together with their children, and they shall return. Hey, thank you, Cinderella. Thank you so much. They shall live together with their children, and they shall return. What's interesting about verse 9 is in it says, I will sow them among the peoples. I will sow them among the peoples. Let's go to Hosea chapter 2. In Hosea chapter 2, verse 23, it says this. Hosea chapter 2, verse 23, it says, Then I will sow her for myself in the earth, and I will have mercy on her who had not obtained mercy. Then I will say to those who were not my people, you are my people. And they shall say, you are my God. It's interesting because if you read the book of Hosea, you understand that Hosea ended up naming his children different names. One was Jezreel, which means scattered or sown of God. And another one he named one of his children was Lo-Ami. And Lo-Ami means not my people. So if you haven't caught on yet, like the names are important. They have meaning. So Lo-Ami is you are not my people. So in Hosea 2:23, when he says, then I will say to those who were not my people, it was a prophetic word. It was like saying like, hey, this is actually going to happen. You are not my people. And then I'm going to say you are my people. And so anyways, that is interesting. But what I want to go back to Zechariah chapter 10, verse 9. What I think is kind of cool in Zechariah chapter 10, verse 9, hey, thank you, Ashley. In Zechariah chapter 10, verse 9, it says, I will sow them among the peoples, and they shall remember me. It says, they shall remember me. Now, what's interesting to remember is what Zechariah's name means. Zechariah's name means Yahweh remembers, or the Lord remembers. So here it says, they shall remember me. And Zechariah's name means the Lord remembers you, essentially, talking to Israel. The Lord remembers. But here it says, they shall remember me, which is, you're seeing it's going both ways here, which is cool. And it says, they shall live together with their children, and they shall return. And this is what we're seeing. It's unbelievable. The Jewish people are slowly trickling back to Israel, little by little, and it's really quite amazing to see. It's a prophecy in process of being fulfilled. It will be fulfilled sometime in the future. It's really, really neat watching this entire thing happen. Let's go back to Zechariah chapter 10, verse 10. In Zechariah chapter 10, verse 10, it says, I will also bring them back from the land of Egypt and gather them from Assyria. I will bring them into the land of Gilead and Lebanon until no more room is found for them. All right, so we're going to have to talk about this for a little bit. In verse 10, it says, I will bring them back from the land of Egypt and gather them from Assyria. So the land of Egypt is, so if my face is Israel, the Egypt is going to be south. It's going to be over here. It's going to be south. And Assyria is going to be north. So you have south and you have north. And it says, I will bring them into the land of Gilead and Lebanon. Now, Gilead, something that you and I would refer to Gilead, it would be the Golan Heights. That's Golan Heights. And then you have Lebanon, which is north of Israel, which obviously it has been in the news like crazy. Because of Hezbollah going against them, like unbelievable, and it's just like all kinds. It's like an unbelievable tinderbox going on over there. But what's interesting about Egypt, Assyria, Gilead, and Lebanon is that these are a part of, Gilead and Lebanon are a part of the Promised Land, which is really interesting because when we think of Lebanon, we think of like that's where the Arabs live, right? So that's strange. But it's important to understand that the Promised Land has not been fully taken. Like they went into the Promised Land, but they don't have control of the Promised Land right now. They just have a little section of it. So if you go to Genesis chapter 15, in Genesis chapter 15, verse 18, there's something called the Palestinian covenant. Palestinian is just mean Israel. That's how our Bibles translate it. Palestine is Israel, essentially. That's what that means. So don't be confused on that. So it's the Israeli covenant if you want to view it another way. But in Genesis chapter 15, verse 18, it says, on the same day the Lord made a covenant with Abraham, saying, to your descendants I have given this land from the river of Egypt to the great river, the river Euphrates. Now, if you know where the river of Egypt is, so here is Israel, Egypt is down here, and the Euphrates is over here. So if my face is Israel, Egypt is over here. The Nile runs down here. So the Nile is here, and the Euphrates is over here, and so the land that's in between here is all of this. And so there's all kinds of boundaries and stuff like that. And like you can look up a map to see what the Promised Land all entails, just so you can visualize it, if that would help you. But just understand that Lebanon is part of that. Not the entire thing, I don't think, but there's parts of Lebanon that belong to the Promised Land because that's in the boundaries that God set up, which is really interesting to consider. And here we have a war where all these people, or on the verge of war, rather, of people saying, you're in our land. And it's just like, remember they're poking the apple of God's eye, which is what we read about earlier. And that's in Zechariah and in Deuteronomy as well. But going back to Zechariah chapter 10, in Zechariah chapter 10, verse 10, it says, I will also bring them back from the land of Egypt and gather them from Assyria. I will bring them into the land of Gilead and Lebanon until no more room is found for them. It's interesting that it says until no more room is found for them. Until no more room is found for them. Now, why are we told that there's going to be no more room for them? It's because they are going to be expanding. It's crazy. Like, he's not just saying, like, yeah, you'll be living there forever, which would be easy to say, but he's giving you more details. He's like, you're not going to have enough room. You're going to need to expand. And so when you go to Isaiah, let's go to Isaiah 49. We just read this in not too long ago, but in Isaiah 49, we talked about how Israel will expand sometime in the future. In Isaiah 49, verse 20, it says this. Isaiah 49, verse 20, it says, the children you will have after you have lost the others will say again in your ears, the place is too small for me. Give me a place where I may dwell. So you're seeing that the place is going to be too small. Now let's go to Isaiah 54. Isaiah chapter 54, verse 1, the first couple verses. Isaiah 54, verse 1 through 3. In Isaiah chapter 54, verse 1, it says, sing, O barren, you who have not borne. Break forth into singing and cry aloud, you who have not labored with child. For more are the children of the desolate than the children of the married woman, says the Lord. Enlarge the place of your tent, and let them stretch out the curtains of your dwellings. Do not spare. Lengthen your cords and strengthen your stakes, for you shall expand to the right and to the left. And your descendants will inherit the nations and make the desolate cities inhabited. Interesting. So you're seeing these people are going to expand because there's not going to be any more room for them. And so you're seeing this very clearly echoed. We talked about in Isaiah. We're seeing it echoed here in Zechariah. Very cool to see this kind of stuff. But in Zechariah chapter 10, moving on, let's go to verse 11. Zechariah chapter 10, verse 11. Now in Zechariah chapter 10, verse 11, it says, he shall pass through the sea with affliction and strike the waves of the sea. All the depths of the river shall dry up. Then the pride of Assyria shall be brought down, and the scepter of Egypt shall depart. Now, this is interesting because it starts off the verse by saying he. I was trying to figure out who the he is. Some people think that it's Israel. Some people think that it's talking about Jesus. And so you can make a case for both. So you can look into it for yourself. I think it's referring to Israel. But it says, he shall pass through the sea with affliction and strike the waves of the sea. All the depths of the river shall dry up. Now, the river here is alluding to the Nile. Because just in verse 10, we were talking about Egypt. So Egypt, the connection there with Egypt and the river Egypt River. The river that is in Egypt is known as the Nile. And so some places where you see the river, it's alluding to the Nile. And other places where you see the river, it's alluding to the Euphrates. So you got to read it in context. But here in verse 11, it says, he shall pass through the sea with affliction and strike the waves of the sea. All the depths of the river shall dry up. This is an allusion to the deliverance of Egypt that was basically talked about in Exodus chapter 14. Let's go to Exodus chapter 14. Let's look up a couple things real fast, and then we can see it a little bit better. But in Exodus chapter 14, verse 6, in Exodus chapter 14, nope. Exodus chapter 14, verse 16. Sorry. Exodus chapter 14, verse 16. In Exodus chapter 14, verse 16, it says this, but lift up your rod and stretch out your hand over the sea and divide it. And the children of Israel shall go on dry ground through the midst of the sea. And I indeed will harden the hearts of the Egyptians, and they shall follow them. So I will gain honor over Pharaoh and over all his army, his chariots, and his horsemen. Then the Egyptians shall know that I am the Lord when I have gained honor for myself over Pharaoh, his chariots, and his horsemen. And it goes on, and it talks about how they crossed through the Red Sea. So that is an allusion. That's what Zechariah chapter 10, verse 11 is alluding to. But it's also alluding to when they walked across dry ground. Let's go to Joshua chapter 3 now. Joshua chapter 3, because we're talking about water dividing. In Joshua chapter 3, verse 11, in Joshua chapter 3, verse 11, it says, behold, the ark of the covenant of the Lord of all the earth is crossing over before you into the Jordan. Now, therefore, take for yourselves 12 men from the tribes of Israel, 1 man from every tribe. And it shall come to pass, as soon as the soles of the feet of the priests who bear the ark of the Lord of all the earth, shall rest in the waters of Jordan, that the waters of the Jordan shall be cut off. The waters that come down from upstream, and they shall stand as a heap. Can you imagine that? Like, that is just crazy, crazy descriptions right there. That is super neat. But it goes on in verse 14. It says, "So it was when the people set out from their camp to cross over the Jordan, with the priests bearing the ark of the covenant before the people. And as those who bore the ark came to the Jordan, and the feet of the priests who bore the ark dipped in the edge of the water, for the Jordan overflows all its banks during the whole time of the harvest, that the waters which came down from upstream stood still and rose in a heap very far away at Adam, the city that is beside Zeratin. So the waters that went down into the sea of Araba, the salt sea, failed and were cut off, and the people crossed over opposite Jericho. Then the priests who bore the ark of the covenant of the Lord stood firm on dry ground in the midst of the Jordan, and all Israel crossed over on dry ground until all the people had crossed completely over the Jordan." You know what I think is interesting is that it tells us that they stood on dry ground. And so what's interesting about that is, do you take that literally, or do you think that that was just like an approximation? So, if we were to, get a huge vacuum and suck out all the water that's in a lake, and you could walk across it, but the Bible says that they walked on dry ground. And so that's what's so interesting to me, because like quite literally all the water on top of the ground and that was soaking underneath got taken out of there, and they walked over and it was dry ground. Like when I see dry ground, like that's not just like little water kind of lingering there. No, they were on dry ground. I'm just like, man, that's crazy. Anyways, going back to Zechariah chapter 10, verse 11. Zechariah chapter 10, verse 11. Everything that we just read in verse 11, this is an allusion to the deliverance of Israel from Egypt, and what we just read about in Joshua chapter 3, about them passing Jordan on dry ground. But what verse 11 is really saying, in a sense, is that the next deliverance will involve so much greater miracles than the traditional ones that we just got done reading in Exodus 14 and Joshua chapter 3. There is going to be another deliverance that is going to be much better than the traditional ones that they are used to. In the Jewish mind, they know about Moses crossing the Red Sea. They know about Joshua crossing the Jordan. They know about that. But let's go to Revelation chapter 16. Let's go to Revelation chapter 16, verse 12. Revelation chapter 16, verse 12, which is interesting to read about this. In Revelation chapter 16, this is during the tribulation at this point in Revelation chapter 16. In Revelation chapter 16, verse 12, these are during the bowl judgments. If you read the book of Revelation, you know that there's 7 seals, 7 trumpets, and 7 bowl judgments. In Revelation chapter 16, verse 12, this is one of the bowl judgments, and it says this: "Then the sixth angel poured out his bowl on the great river Euphrates, and its water was dried up, so that the way of the kings from the east might be prepared." Interesting. The Euphrates is going to be dried up so that the kings of the east can make their way to this great battle. Remarkable. Remarkable. So this greater miracle seems like the Euphrates will be involved. Yeah, you can juggle that one if you want to and see if that works in the way you see it. But it sure seems like the Euphrates will be involved because of what we just got done reading in Revelation chapter 16, but also what it says in Isaiah chapter 11. Let's go to Isaiah chapter 11. In Isaiah chapter 11, in Isaiah chapter 11, verse 15, Isaiah chapter 11, verse 15, in Isaiah chapter 11, verse 15, it says, "The Lord will utterly destroy the tongue of the sea of Egypt. With his mighty wind, he will shake his fist over the river." The river is talking about Euphrates here. So you have the Sea of Egypt and you have the Euphrates. With his mighty wind, he will shake his fist over the river and strike it in the 7 streams and make men cross over dry shod. There will be a highway for the remnant of his people who will be left from Assyria, as it was for Israel in the day that he came up from the land of Egypt. Interesting connections all around. Really interesting stuff. But definitely seems in one way or the other like it seems like the Euphrates is going to be involved in this greater miracle that is going to be happening sometimes in the future. Very cool kind of stuff. But let's go to Zechariah chapter 10, verse 12, and let's read the last verse in this chapter. In Zechariah chapter 10, verse 12, it says, "So I will strengthen them in the Lord, and they shall walk up and down in his name, says the Lord." Now, this is very millennial type of language, walk up and down. And you can read about that in Micah. There's some language that kind of goes hand in hand there. And Micah talks about some of that. You'll see them walking to and fro, to and fro, to and fro, to and fro. And even in Zechariah chapter 1, those horses are going to and fro. There's also another chapter where somebody is going to and fro. And here, that's the same idea, walking up and down or to and fro. Kind of the same principle there. But that is Zechariah chapter 10. And now we're going to dive into Zechariah chapter 11, but I'm going to go to drink real fast. It's hard for me to focus on this back and forth of all different verses and chapters. Yeah, I totally get that, Jen. One thing, you have two options. One option is to just listen, at like how we're talking right now, and to just absorb, and then go back on YouTube and then rewatch it if you want to, and just push pause, push play, push pause, rewind it a little bit, push pause, listen to it 3 different times until it actually sinks in, until you actually make your own connections. Because that's how I learn. I need to hear things like 15 times before it actually sinks in. So if you guys are new here, there is a got to go to bed, Debbie. Thanks for being here, Debbie. I appreciate it. There's a YouTube link up here in my TikTok profile if you guys are interested. Same. Okay, Nathan. Jesus lives. That's okay. Hey, good night, guys. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. But there's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile up here. If you guys wanted to go check it out, you're more than welcome to. I upload all these studies up there, and they're there for your disposal. Yeah, it's Sheesh. 2.0 is my TikTok handle, my second TikTok handle, and it's _Sheesh is my YouTube. So that is there if you would like to use it. And there's a lot of good information there, but it takes time. YouTube. Okay, I'm not a pastor. No, I'm not a pastor. Just a student. Ryan, you watching me watch your YouTube. Oh man, I love how you're connecting it all. Thanks, Angel. Yeah, it's so much fun. It's so much fun when you are able to connect things and just build and like think about things. Like, I mean, we're about to get into the fun part here in Zechariah chapter 11. So if you're leaving right now, then I am sorry, because we're about to get into it and it's going to be fun. Just scrolling, like literally he's going to dry it up and give them away to get destroyed by him. It's wild, man. Dude, I had to scroll forever. Sorry, didn't save. Huh? Have a good night, man. Thanks for being here, Nathan. It's the best because the pause and rewind is fully comprehensible. It's fully comprehended is awesome. Do you understand it when you go back and rewatch it? Just scroll in, because if you do, then that's very cool. Do you have a Telegram yet? No, I don't. Just TikTok and YouTube. Hi, Ryan. What's up, Gina? Good to see you. Best Bible study I've ever been a part of. Please read. What's up, Stephanie? I didn't see a comment. But okay, guys, I was going to debate you. Oh. Well, that's weird. I don't remember asking if anybody wanted to debate me. We're just doing a Bible study, man. How about you go yell at somebody that wants to debate? That's not me. We're just talking about the Bible, man. You are welcome to stay here, though. I appreciate you being here. Wish YouTube didn't change the rewind and fast forward. Frustrating now. Oh, did they change it? I listen here and there and then go back to the parts I need to understand more, and I love it. Awesome, man. Just scrolling. Good. Thanks for being here. But yeah, guys, there's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile, or you can just type in "it's sheesh," and you can find me on YouTube that way if you're interested. We just do we do a book by book verse by verse study, and we've uploaded all the studies so far. So far, we've done Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John, Acts, Romans, and all the other Pauline epistles. And then we also just finished Isaiah, and now we're going through Zechariah, and it's been so much fun. It has been so much fun. And so it's okay if you disagree with me. This is the one thing I want you guys to understand. It's important for me for you guys to know this, is that I'm not perfect. And I am not telling you that everything I am telling you is 100% accurate. I am telling you that this is the things that I have found, and this kind of makes the most sense for me. Hey, thank you, Monica. And so the challenge is to not believe me. The challenge is to hear and then search the scriptures daily to find out whether these things are so. That is what I want you to understand more than anything else. The one thing, though, is to really understand how to know for sure you can get to heaven, which is the most important. And I would love to tell you, because this is everything. Guys, it seems like we're living in a world where everything's falling apart. But the way to view it from a biblical lens is to understand that everything's falling into place. So we need to think that everything is falling into place, because if you look around and you're like everything's falling apart, then you kind of get depressed. But if you have a biblical perspective, then you kind of look around and you're like, holy smokes, this is really happening. And so I believe that the rapture will occur in my lifetime. I could be wrong. In case you're wondering, I believe in a pre-trib rapture, and many people in here probably disagree with me on that, and that's okay. That's just my own personal belief. But I want you to understand the most important thing, and this is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. There's only one way. That is by believing that Jesus is God's Son, that he led a sinless life, that he died on the cross for your sins and for my sins, that he was buried, and that he rose again on the third day. And the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. It is for by grace are you saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. It is amazing to me how many people I've talked to in my life, just in my world, that think that you just need to be a good person. They say things like, I believe in God. And then they don't know anything other than that. Like when you ask them, like, what do you mean you believe in God? They don't know what to say. They just say, I believe in God. Well, if you read James chapter 2, you learn very clearly that even the demons believe and they tremble. So there's a difference in believing God and believing in God. Like even the demons believe, but they're not going to heaven. Like they believe. So what's the difference? That's why that's what, some people label it a demonic faith in James chapter 2. So you need to know what you know, and you need to know why you know it. And so the most important thing is to understand and to believe. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. It's not Christ plus something else. It is Christ and Christ alone. And so that is what I want you to understand. Everything else that we're diving in here now is just building upon that. If you don't have that foundation, then we're just reading words. So that is the most important thing. And if you guys have any questions about that, feel free to reach out to me here on TikTok. I would love to talk to you. People do all the time, and I just love talking to people. If I can help you out in any kind of way, I would love to. If you're working through a verse, or if you're not really sure on something, like I tried to. The one thing I want you guys to also understand is have a little grace with me, because sometimes I'm like, I don't know if this person is trolling. I don't know you guys, and so it's like sometimes I'm like, is this person trying to pick a fight with me, or are they actually genuinely curious about a question? So if I might need some lightheartedness if you do reach out to me, just so I know that you're actually being genuine, because sometimes people can come across a little abrasive. So anyways, that's just me, and I'm not perfect, so just remember that as well, and I would appreciate it. Okay, so let's go ahead and get on into, I ask a ton of questions. Yeah, no, same here, Jen. Let's go ahead and dive on into Zechariah chapter 11. This is going to be a fun chapter because of the things that we have to talk about. These things in Zechariah chapter 11 is some of the most remarkable things that are in the book of Zechariah. And okay, so just to kind of give you an overview, the book of Zechariah has a prophet. He has visions, and he basically has all these prophecies that go from his time when he was alive all the way to the millennial kingdom. So that is a huge scope of time. Zechariah was all the way over here when he was right here and they were building the second temple, and he was talking about then, and it goes so far out into the future to all the way over here to where Jesus will be reigning on the earth, and when he comes back to the earth. That is all this time, and you and I are right around here. This is where you and I are. So we're in there. So it's really interesting. Zechariah chapter 11. Zechariah chapter 11 is going to be a fun study. So if you guys have to leave, I'm sorry, because this is where it's going to get weird. But in Zechariah chapter 11, chapter 11 speaks on Israel's rejection of the true shepherd. If you remember in chapter 10, chapter 10, we were talking about the shepherd. We were talking about how they didn't have a shepherd and there was no shepherd, and how his anger was kindled against the shepherds. So the shepherd is going to be coming into this chapter, and it's going to be here very, very vividly. And we're going to be talking about shepherds. So they rejected the true shepherd and they accepted the false shepherd. Chapter 11 is also going to speak on a more distant concern that will occur sometime after Zechariah dies. And that concern that we're going to be talking about is about this terrible scattering of the people. But the context of the whole chapter in chapter 11 is the rejection of Israel because they rejected the Messiah. So the rejection of Israel because they rejected the Messiah. Now that sounds really weird. Like, what do you mean Israel is rejected? Well, they were put on the sideline for a time, and that's when you and I come in, and that's why we're here. We're here to provoke them to jealousy. And that's what, in Acts chapter 15, the Jewish people were really having a hard time wrapping their minds around Gentiles receiving the Holy Spirit. Because what's up, Carrie? The Gentiles, they were like, how in the world could the Gentiles receive the Holy Spirit? They don't follow the law. They don't follow all the ordinances. They don't observe the Sabbath. They don't do any of these things. And so they were having a very difficult time. And then Peter's like, I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I just was over here in Acts chapter 10, and I was doing this with this guy, and then the Holy Spirit came down, and he had the Holy Spirit, and I'm just like watching the whole thing happen. I'm just telling you what I saw. But they had a hard time understanding it, and they still do. So that's what's really interesting. There are some Jewish people in the world, which is what you and I would refer to as Messianic Jews, and those Messianic Jews are believers. There's just not that many of them. And so the Messianic Jews actually do believe that Jesus Christ is their Lord and Savior. The other Orthodox Jews, they are still awaiting for a Savior, and that is what is terrifying. But let's go ahead and dive into Zechariah chapter 11. But just so you understand, we're going to be talking about these people getting scattered, and we're going to have to be talking about a little bit some of their history. And so some of their history is vital to understand, and that's what we're going to talk about in the first couple of these verses. So in Zechariah chapter 11, verse 1, it says this: "Open your doors, O Lebanon, that fire may devour your cedars." I'm just going to read verse 2 and 3 as well, just so you can get the feel for the entire thing. "Wail, O cypress, for the cedar has fallen, because the mighty trees are ruined. Wail, O oaks of Bashan, for the thick forest has come down. There is the sound of wailing shepherds, for their glory is in ruins. There is the sound of roaring lions, for the pride of the Jordan is in ruins." Okay, so let's go back to verse 1. That's kind of the vibe of the first three verses, but we're going to be talking about the destruction. This is about the destruction of Jerusalem. But in verse 1, it says, "Open your doors, O Lebanon, that fire may devour your cedars." Now, the reason why it says fire might devour your cedars is because cedar is the wood that was used to furnish the temple. So this is going to have a temple overtone, if you will, if you can visualize that. And so cedar was used in the temple. Let's go to 1 Kings chapter 6. 1 Kings chapter 6. In 1 Kings chapter 6, verse 9 and 10, 1 Kings chapter 6, verse 9 and 10, in 1 Kings chapter 6, verse 9, it says this: "So he built the temple and finished it, and he paneled the temple with beams and boards of cedar." And he built side chambers against the entire temple, each 5 cubits high. They were attached to the temple with cedar beams. So you can get this feel that there is clearly the cedar is connected to the temple. So this is we're talking about the temple here in Zechariah chapter 11. In Zechariah chapter 11 verse 2, it goes on and it says, "Wail, O Cyprus, for the cedar has fallen." Well, if the cedar has fallen, then what does that mean? What else has fallen? The temple has fallen. So let's keep on reading. It says, "Because the mighty trees are ruined. Wail, O oaks of Bashan, for the thick forest has come down. There is the sound of wailing shepherds, for their glory is in ruins. There is the sound of roaring lions, for the pride of Jordan is in ruins." So verse 1 through 3 is speaking about their destruction by the Romans. This destruction by the Romans came from the north. And so when I say it came from the north, like if this is Israel, it came from the north. What's north of Israel? Lebanon. And so in verse 1, you see Lebanon right there. So it came from the north. Traditionally, the enemies of Israel, they refer to them as coming from the north. That's just like how they described it, because that's just from their point of view, they came from the north. And so they came from the north and they destroyed the temple in 70 AD. And so what's really important to understand is that you need to understand, and this goes all the way back to Luke chapter 19. So let's go read it just so you can understand a little bit about, before we progress through Zechariah chapter 11. Let's go to Luke chapter 19. In Luke chapter 19, verse 41, just so you can understand the backstory, Jesus rides into town on a donkey. He fulfills the Daniel 9 prophecy. He fulfills a 483-year-old prophecy on the exact day. And it is unbelievable. So in Luke chapter 19, verse 41, Jesus rides into town on a donkey. And in Luke 19, verse 41, it says, "Now as he drew near, he saw the city and he wept over it." Now that is interesting. Why is Jesus weeping over the city? Why in the world would he be weeping over the city? Now he's weeping over Jerusalem. In verse 42, he said, "If you had known, even you, especially in this your day, the things that make for your peace, but now they are hidden from your eyes. For days will come upon you when your enemies will build an embankment around you, surround you and close you in on every side, and level you and your children within you to the ground, and they will not leave in you one stone upon another, because you did not know the time of your visitation." That right there is essentially what Zechariah 11 is going to be prophesying about. So what Zechariah 11 and Luke 19 is actually, what Jesus is actually talking about there, is that Jesus is saying, hey, because you didn't know the time that I was going to show up, there's going to come a day when you are completely destroyed. And that day, he gives the descriptions. There's not going to be a stone left upon another. It's really interesting when you think about that stone being left upon another, because that temple. So what actually happened in 70 AD, 38 years after Jesus prophesied over Jerusalem, because Jesus prophesied and he's like, hey, there's coming a day when you're going to be absolutely destroyed. That day took place in 70 AD. 70 AD is a huge milestone that you should make in your mind, because that is when the second temple fell. So in 70 AD, what actually happened was the Romans, they surrounded them and they encamped the Jerusalem on all sides. So they were surrounded. And if you read on this, it is estimated that 1,100,000 Jewish people were completely slaughtered. Hey, what's up, Tamara? Thank you. Were completely slaughtered during that war, during that battle. So the Romans were going against Jerusalem, and they surrounded Jerusalem on all sides, and there was this huge battle. And what's interesting about that is that during this battle, when the temple fell, You know how it said there will not be a stone on there will not be one stone left upon another? That's actually documented in Matthew 24, verse 1. There's not going to be a stone left, like the temple's going to fall down, is basically what Jesus was saying. Well, that temple did fall, but there's a whole bunch of gold within the temple. And so the gold ends up melting because of all the fire. They didn't want the fire to like destroy the gold, but since there was a fire, it melted the gold, and the gold got all up in the rocks. And so after the battle, after all the Jewish people were thrown all over the place and dispersed and scattered, the Romans go in and they take apart every stone from one another. They literally move each stone off of one another so that they can get the gold. So it's just a remarkable a sequence of events that takes place, and this was fulfilling Jesus's prophecy where he's like, not one stone will be left upon another. But my point here is getting you to understand that when words are in here, to understand that they are there on purpose. And so Luke 19, Jesus shows up. He shows up on a donkey, and he starts weeping. And he's like, if you had only known the day of your peace. And then he says, but now they have been hidden from your eyes. That is an important phrase in Luke chapter 19, verse 41 or 42. Now they have been hidden from your eyes. That is vital to understand that. It is vital to understand that they are hidden from their eyes. From that moment, when Jesus rode into town on a donkey, he pronounced a spiritual blindness over them. And so that is why the Jewish people in our world today can barely see who Jesus is. That's why there's only a very small margin of Jewish people who actually acknowledge Jesus as Lord and Savior because of that blindness that Jesus pronounced over them because of their time of visitation. They missed the time of their visitation. So that is when their blindness took place, their spiritual blindness. That's why only a couple of them could actually acknowledge who Jesus was. Now, that blindness, in part, is only going to occur. It's not forever. And that's where Romans 11:25 comes in. Romans 11:25 and Luke 19 are important chapters. You should make them important chapters because it really forces you to understand what's going on. And Luke 19, verse 41 to like 46 or something like that. And then Romans 11:25. Romans 11:25, Paul tells us that blindness in part, Romans 11:25, blindness in part has happened to Israel until the fullness of Gentiles. Now, this is so important to understand. Okay, let's think about this. So let's just look up Romans 11:25, and I want you to hold your place in Romans 11:25 because we're going to go there, and then we're going to go somewhere else, just so you can see the two at the same time. Go to Romans 11:25. Romans 11:25, which is vital for your understanding. It says, "For I do not desire, brethren, that you should be ignorant of this mystery, lest you should be wise in your own opinion, that blindness in part has happened to Israel until the fullness of the Gentiles has come in." Okay, now what I want you, so we just talked about how the Jewish people are blind in part to who Jesus is, but there's an end date there. The end date is until the fullness of the Gentiles has come in. So keep in your mind fullness of Gentiles. Okay, so keep your mind there. And now let's go to Luke 21. Go to Luke chapter 21. Luke chapter 21, verse 24. In Luke chapter 21, verse 24, this is the other verse. So I hold your place in Romans 11:25 and hold your place in Luke 21, verse 24. In Luke 21, verse 24, it says this. This is Jesus talking. Jesus says, "And they will fall by the edge of the sword and be led away captive into all nations. And Jerusalem will be trampled by Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled." So here in Luke 21, verse 24, Jesus describes this time where the Jewish people are under Gentile dominion, and he refers to that as the times of the Gentiles. So you have the times of the Gentiles, and then in Romans 11:25, you have the fullness of the Gentiles. So what I want you to understand here is to make a distinction between the times of the Gentiles, which is so different than the fullness of the Gentiles. The fullness of the Gentiles is the rapture. I want you to imagine like this is a cup and it's under a faucet and it's just dripping water into it. Drip, 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 drip. And so little by little, that water is getting higher and higher to the brim. And so the water's getting higher and higher to the brim. And then right when it finally gets to the brim, that's when the rapture happens. And so that's the fullness of the Gentiles. That's when we are going to be removed. The times of the Gentiles that Jesus talks about, Luke 21, is something completely different. The times of the Gentiles started in Daniel when Nebuchadnezzar took them into captivity. That Babylonian captivity started the times of the Gentiles. It started in Nebuchadnezzar in Babylonian captivity, and it's going to end not at the rapture, because when the rapture happens, that doesn't mean that the Jewish people are free from Gentile oppression. No, they are still under Gentile oppression all the way throughout the tribulation. They're under a guy called the Antichrist, and so they're under that guy too. Some people think he's a Jewish person. It doesn't really matter to me. I'm just saying that this is all Gentile oppression. And so it begins with Nebuchadnezzar in the Babylonian captivity, and it's going to end with the Antichrist. Because all the way back here, when Daniel was in captivity, that's the time. That's when it began, the time of the Gentiles. Goes all the way out throughout future. This is where we are right now. This is where we are all the way to here, to the Antichrist, whenever he shows up. And that whole area right here is called the times of the Gentiles. Well, what happens after the times of the Gentiles? Well, that's easy. That's when Jesus sets up his kingdom. And that is when they will accept him as king, because he will be reigning on earth, and it's going to be amazing. So the times of the Gentiles happened. It began when they got taken into Babylonian captivity, and it's going all the way into the future. But the fullness of Gentiles is going to happen sometime unknown. Nobody knows when it's going to happen. It could happen right now. That'd be awesome. But the fullness of the Gentiles is alluding to the rapture. The times of the Gentiles is basically from start to finish of Gentile dominion. Hopefully that makes sense to you guys. I don't know if that really clears anything up, but that is important to understand. And you need to understand that they're blind. The Jewish people are blind. Like, this stuff is important. Like, if you don't get this, like, I know I say this a million times. I literally said this so many times. And so I don't know if anybody is connecting any of these dots, but those things are vital to understand, because it will make everything else really make sense when you start reading. Let's go back to Zechariah chapter 11. So in Zechariah chapter 11, verse 1 through 3 is speaking of that destruction that is yet future from this point in Zechariah chapter 11. So here's the picture. Zechariah, he is writing this down, and he is prophesying about a future destruction that is going to happen in the future. And he's prophesying about it before Jesus even shows up. And so then he prophesies about it, and then Jesus shows up, and he prophesies about the same thing. And then it does happen 38 years after Jesus went up to heaven. So after Jesus ascends up into heaven, 38 years later, that is when 70 AD actually took place. So the first temple was destroyed under Nebuchadnezzar. Then they rebuilt it. So Solomon built the first temple. It got destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar. Zerubbabel built the second temple, and that one got destroyed by the Roman Empire, which is what we're reading about here, or the prophecy that we're reading about here, which is very cool. So Zechariah prophesies about it, and then Jesus prophesies about it as well, all about this destruction of this Roman Empire, is this Roman rule. They were under Roman rule. There's this whole big thing going on between the Jews and the Romans building up to it. So it was a boiling point of sorts. And so that is important to understand, because in 70 AD, when the Jerusalem fell and when the temple was destroyed, what that meant is that Jerusalem was overran. And so you have all of the Jewish people running for their lives, like trying to get out of there and not just be slaughtered. Well, there was like 1 million Jewish people who actually got slaughtered back then in 70 AD. But what happened to the other Jewish people who ran and scattered all over the place? is that they had to go find a home somewhere else. And so in 70 AD, that is what you and I would refer to as the diaspora. The diaspora is the scattering of all of the Jewish people across the world. So these Jewish people got separated from their families. They didn't know if their mom or dad or husband or wife or kids were alive. They just started running for their life. They didn't know. They would smoke. They're cut. They're bleeding. They're like crippled. They're like limping. They're just trying to get out of there. And they don't know which way's up. They don't know which way's north, south, east, west. They just run. They're being chased. And then they just scatter. They're just scattered. And so that is what you and I would refer to as the diaspora. And so those diaspora go all throughout the world, and then they just start popping up all over the place. And then they don't have a nation. They have no nation. There's no Israel. It's got completely taken over by Rome. And so that's why you go back to Daniel chapter 2, because if you remember in Daniel chapter 2, you have the four world empires from God's point of view. You have Babylon, but then Babylon fell to the Medo-Persian Empire. But then the Medo-Persian Empire fell to the Alexander the Great, the Greek Empire. And then Alexander the Great, he died. He left his kingdom to the four generals, and then they all got conquered by the last world empire, which is Rome. And so those are the four empires from God's point of view. And Daniel was able to see that far into the future. And he's like, I know that Rome's going to take them over. Like, I know Rome's coming up. And he's like, how do I describe this? And that's what Daniel 2, Daniel 7 is all about. It's interesting. But you see all of these books in the Bible coming together, and they're painting a picture. Daniel's verifying Zechariah, Zechariah's verifying Daniel, Daniel and Isaiah, Isaiah and Zechariah, Zechariah and Malachi. You're seeing Haggai getting in there too, and you're seeing them all point to Jesus all over the place. They're all talking about the same thing, and they're all using their own words just in their, divine, which is divinely inspired by God. And it's God breathed. It's really remarkable. They didn't know which direction they were running. Literally, come on now, be real. What's up, Ryan? I like your glasses. My name's Ryan too. Nice to meet you, man. I'm just trying to paint a picture here. The confusion, if you will. But going back to Zechariah chapter 11. In Zechariah chapter 11, let's read starting at verse 1 again with all that in mind, and hopefully that will make a little sense to you. Hello, Millie. In Zechariah chapter 11, verse 1, it says, Open your doors, O Lebanon, that fire may devour your cedars. Wail, O cypress, for the cedar has fallen, because the mighty trees are ruined. Wail, O oaks of Bashan, for the thick forest has come down. There is sound of wailing shepherds, for their glory is in ruins. There is the sound of roaring lions, for the pride of the Jordan is in ruins. Now, it's interesting that it says in verse 3, there is the sound of roaring lions. But, it's talking about Jordan here. And apparently lions actually lived in Jordan back there in Jordan. Let's go to Jeremiah chapter 50, because there's allusions to that in Jeremiah chapter 50. Go to Jeremiah. In Jeremiah chapter 50, verse 44. In Jeremiah chapter 50, verse 44, you can see an allusion to it that Jeremiah writes down. In Jeremiah 50, verse 44, it says, Behold, he shall come up like a lion from the floodplain of the Jordan against the dwelling place of the strong. But I will make them suddenly run away from her. And who is a chosen man that I may appoint over her? For who is like me? Who will arraign me? And who is that shepherd who will withstand me? So you see this allusion to the lions. Not a big point, but just interesting nonetheless. But in Zechariah chapter 11, verse 1, 2, and 3, you have three places that are mentioned. In verse 1, you have Lebanon. In verse 2, you have Bashan. In verse 3, you have Jordan. So you have Lebanon, Bashan, and Jordan. And these places, these geographic locations represent the whole promised land. So Lebanon up north, Bashan in the Golan Heights, and Jordan to the eastish, southeast kind of area. So you see this kind of blanket over a certain area. But that's what that's alluding to. So let's go to verse 4 now. Zechariah chapter 11, verse 4. In Zechariah chapter 11, verse 4, it says, Thus says the Lord my God, feed the flock for slaughter. Whoa. Feed the flock for slaughter. Remember, over 1 million Jews died during the 70 AD destruction by Rome, which is crazy. But Zechariah here is told to act out what will apply to the Messiah. Kind of like what he did in Zechariah chapter 6. Do you remember in Zechariah chapter 6 when God told Zechariah to put a crown on Joshua the high priest's head? Well, he did that, but it was representation. It was it was a representation of Jesus. It was foreshadowing of what would happen to Jesus. They were actually acting it out. It literally happened, but it was a foreshadow of what Jesus would be doing. And so here's the same thing. Zechariah is told to act this out, and this is going to apply to the Messiah. But the word in verse 4, it says, "Thus says the Lord my God, feed the flock for slaughter." The word feed here means to tend to, which is interesting because that's a job that Jesus had. But the idea is that he is to tend to the flock that is destined to be butchered. That's interesting. He says, tend to the flock for slaughter. So in another language, you could say, tend to the flock that's going to be butchered. That is deep. That is crazy. Verse 5, it says, whose owners slaughter them and feel no guilt. Those who sell them say, blessed be the Lord, for I am rich. And their shepherds do not pity them. So their shepherds, in verse 5 it says, and their shepherds do not pity them. This is alluding to their own leaders, not to the Roman Empire. This is alluding to their own people. Because if you remember when Jesus was here, the Pharisees and the Sadducees and the scribes, whatever, these guys, they did not do well. They did not do well. Actually, there's no account of any Sadducee that is actually turned from their ways and followed Jesus. There's not one any documented in the entire Bible, which is really remarkable. And a simple way to remember the Sadducees is to just say they were sad, you see. Now, why were they sad, you see? They were sad, you see, because they did not believe in the resurrection. They didn't believe in miracles and whatnot. And so that is why they were sad, you see. So the Sadducees, none of them came to the Lord. At least that's documented here in the Bible. But these shepherds in verse 5 are alluding to their own leaders. And so again, you're seeing this allusion being brought up as far as the shepherd. We are going to be contrasting the good shepherd with the bad shepherd here. And it's very interesting to start to see the difference here. But let's get to verse 6. In Zechariah chapter 11, verse 6, it says, for I will no longer pity the inhabitants of the land, says the Lord, but indeed I will give everyone into his neighbor's hand and into the hand of his king. They shall attack the land, and I will not deliver them from their hand. Wow. Wow. God is saying that they will attack the land, and he is saying, I will not deliver them. Just let that sink in for a second. God is saying he won't help them. So this is centuries before Jesus is even born. Zechariah is prophesying about what Jesus would do, and he's saying he's like I'm not going to help them because they are not going to accept me. Because they rejected me, I am going to reject them. That's the idea that's going on here. And when I say reject, I'm not saying he's going to abandon them altogether. No, absolutely not. Don't get that twisted. I want you to understand Israel is not going anywhere. There is always going to be a remnant. And also be cautious because there are people all over the world who are teaching a replacement theology doctrine, which is so dangerous. Like, you can get so just lost in that, and it's broken. Don't subscribe to that. That's wrong. Israel is very important, and this replacement theology opens up the door to anti-Semitism, and you got to be on the lookout for that because they are still God's people, even though they're messed up. They're messed up. They're lost. They're not perfect people, but neither are you. But that doesn't mean that, so you need to understand God made everlasting covenants with them, and when you understand that they're everlasting, just in order for them to be everlasting, that means that there needs to be Israel in order to inherit those blessings and promises and stuff. Anyways, let's keep going to, in verse 6, it says, in the middle of verse 6, it says, but indeed I will give everyone into his neighbor's hand and into the hand of his king. Okay, so what is this his king. Who is his king? His king. Who was their king? Let's go to John 19. Let's go to John chapter 19, verse 15. John chapter 19, verse 15. John chapter 19, verse 15. In John chapter 19, verse 15, it says this, "But they cried out, 'Away with him! Away with him! Crucify him!' Pilate said to them, 'Shall I crucify your king?' The chief priests answered, 'We have no king but Caesar.'" You see, the Jewish people absolutely hated Roman rule. They hated it. When the Romans showed up, they basically removed all of the Jewish people, all of their power. So the Jews were not able to enact capital punishment. They used to be able to handle their own affairs. And so then when the Romans came into the picture, the Romans took that power from them. And they're like, hey, if you want to do something like this, you got to come to us before you do it. And so that's why they ended up going to the Romans, because they didn't have the power to handle it themselves. And so it's interesting in John chapter 19 that they say, "We have no king but Caesar," because Caesar was the king of the Roman Empire. And so for them to say Caesar is our king by rejecting Jesus, do you see the rejection there? The rejection. And this is a huge rejection. This is a huge public rejection by the chief, what does it say? The chief priests here. So the chief priests answered, "We have no king but Caesar." And so these chief priests, the ones that all the people were following and looking up to and being like, okay, you seem to know what you're talking about. I guess I'll take your word for it. The people followed their leaders. And so where the leaders went, so did the people. And if the leaders did well, then the people did well. If the leaders went wrong, then the people went wrong. And so they rejected Jesus as their king. So going back to Zechariah chapter 11, verse 6, who was their king? It was, according to John 9:15, Caesar, which really probably hurt them to say because they hated the Roman rule. It was a constant struggle. But let's go verse 6, Zechariah chapter 11, verse 6. What I want you to understand is that this portrays the Roman invasion. Because in verse 6, Zechariah 11, verse 6, it says, "For I will no longer pity the inhabitants of the land, says the Lord, but indeed I will give everyone into his neighbor's hand, and into the hand of his king. They shall attack the land, and I will not deliver them from their hand." You see how this portrays the Roman invasion? Let's go to verse 11. In Zechariah chapter 11, verse 7, Zechariah 11, verse 7, moving on, it says, "So I fed the flock for slaughter, in particular the poor of the flock. I took for myself 2 staffs. One I called Beauty, and the other I called Bonds, and I fed the flock." So here in verse 7, this is interesting because he mentions 2 staffs. There's 2 staffs. That's weird. Why is this 2 staffs? So let's go to Psalm 23 again. Psalm 23, which is a very well-known passage, but in Psalm 23, you have this very well-known psalm, which it might actually be one of the most popular. But in Psalm 23, verse 1, it says, "The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want." Okay, so we're talking about shepherds, right? So you see the connection right off the bat. Zechariah 10 and 11 is talking about shepherds. You're seeing shepherd, 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 shepherd. Psalm 23, shepherd. Psalm 23, verse 1, it says, "The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He makes me to lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside the still waters. He restores my soul. He leads me in the path of righteousness for his name's sake." And here's the verse that we're going to talk about here in verse 4. Psalm 23, verse 4, it says, "Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me." Now this is interesting, right? This is very interesting. You have a rod and a staff. Now, why does it say your rod and your staff? Now, this sounds weird to us because we are not shepherds. But it's important to talk about this. A rod and a staff. Like, what the heck is going on here? If you were a shepherd, you would understand this. But the rod and the staff were used back then to protect the sheep in two different ways. They were used to, one was used for a danger, like whether it was an external danger, like the wolves coming in and attacking the sheep, and for other outside threats. But the other one was for their own internal strife. So one was for fighting, which was the rod, and the staff was used for comforting. So if you imagine a shepherd having two tools in both hands, one in both hands. So they're just there, and like he's just kind of, if you want it, like you're gonna, the rod was more of a weapon. The staff was therefore more of a gentle kind of tool to guide them. Because sheep, as we know, are very dumb. I am very dumb, right? And so you and I, all we like sheep have gone astray, right? It's interesting thinking about sheep, because if there is a hole in the fence, a sheep is going to find it. Like, that's just how we are. Like, I just fell into a hole. I don't know how this happened. But you see, like, sheep, like, and so you see this, like, this very serious protection in one hand from the shepherd. And then in the other hand, you see him just gently guiding us. And so that's the idea, that's the visual. So the rod and the staff, they comfort me. Now, it's interesting that he says they comfort me. Why would this comfort you if you were a sheep? If you were a sheep and you saw your protector having a weapon ready to defend you, and then also a staff ready to guide you, then you're just like, there's no other safe place in the world that I'd rather be. And so that's what's going on in this picture. So your rod and thy staff, they comfort me. So keep that in mind as we go back to it. But these two staffs, going back to Zechariah chapter 11, verse 7, these two staffs in Zechariah 11, verse 7, it says, so I fed the flock for slaughter, in particular the poor of the flock. I took for myself two staffs. The one I called beauty. Now, this is interesting. This word beauty in Hebrew the word, I'm going to mispronounce it. I think it's like Naam or something like that. But it has it's connected in the root word with Naomi, which is very interesting because this word beauty has, like, if you click on it in Hebrew, one of the definitions it gives you is pleasant. And so if you remember in the book of Ruth, Ruth's mother-in-law, her name was Naomi, and then Naomi means pleasant, and she changed her name to Mara. But before she changed her name was Naomi, and so Naomi is connected to this word. If you do some diving, you'll unpack that. But Naomi is pleasant, and so pleasant is the same word for Naomi. And you see this staff called pleasant or Naomi. This is that gentle tool. This is the staff. And then it goes on and it says, and the other I called bonds. So you have one staff called beauty and the other I called bonds. But these, what you're seeing here, the bonds or bands, as some translation interpret it, this alludes to a covenant, which is very interesting, because you see all kinds of interesting connections in these words. There's all kinds of connections. Goes all over the place. It's just remarkable. Naomi, who did Naomi represent in the book of Ruth, for example? He's talking here in Zechariah chapter 11, he's talking about Israel. And then he names his staff beauty. Beauty, or pleasant, is associated to Naomi. And Naomi represented who? Who was Naomi in the story of Ruth? Naomi in the story of Ruth represented Israel. Boaz represented Jesus. Ruth, the Gentile, represented the church. Naomi represented Israel. Who saw who first? Boaz saw Ruth first. Ruth went home to tell Naomi. Naomi went home she's like, oh, okay. Who told Israel about Jesus? Who told Naomi about Boaz? Ruth told Naomi about Boaz. Or you could say the church told Israel about Jesus. That's the picture there. And it's an amazing picture. It's unbelievable. It's so neat. And so when you see this, the connections going all over the place, you're just like, it just gets silly. It just gets silly after time. Okay, so let's move on to verse 8. Very cool, right, Cindy? In verse 8, Zechariah 11, verse 8, in Zechariah 11, verse 8, it says, I dismissed the 3 shepherds in 1 month. My soul loathed them, and their soul also abhorred me. Now, verse 8 has a ton of theories as to who these 3 are. But the phrase in verse 8, in 1 month, seems to suggest their own local leadership. And the local leadership that collectively rejected Jesus. It seems to that's one thought. That you could read 40 different books and get 40 different answers on this kind of one. So you can dive into it as much as you want to. But some people say that it's the prophets and the priests and the elders during their time. There's all kinds of different thoughts on this. And so I don't want to get too lost into it because I don't know if it would be very fruitful. But before they officially rejected him, Israel would not be destroyed because of this divine restraint. And so we're going to talk about this, and I want you to understand the order of operations. So in verse 9, it says this, Then I said, I will not feed you. Let what is dying die, and what is perishing perish. Let those that are left eat each other's flesh. That's strange. In verse 9 it says, Then I said, I will not feed you. Let what is dying die, and what is perishing perish. Let those that are left eat each other's flesh. Let's go to Malachi chapter 1. Malachi chapter 1. Malachi chapter 1. So in Malachi chapter 1 verse 7, it says this. Malachi chapter 1 verse 6. In Malachi chapter 1 verse 6 and 7 it says this, A son honors his father, and a servant his master. If then I am the father, where is my honor? And if I am the master, where is my reverence? Says the Lord of hosts. To you, priests who despise my name, yet you say, In what way have we despised your name? You offered defiled food on my altar. But say, In what way have we defiled you? By saying the table of the Lord is contemptible. So we can stop right there. But what this is talking about here is in verse 7 where it says, You offered defiled food. You is talking about these false leaders that were in Israel during this time. But it says, You offered defiled food. So what these people did is that they offered sacrifices that were already sick or they were already dying. So they obeyed the law, sort of, but they didn't. Because to them, their heart wasn't in it. They obeyed the letter of the law, but not the spirit of it, is kind of the idea here. Let's go to Deuteronomy 15, just so you can understand something, and we'll talk about, we'll connect it here in a second. In Deuteronomy chapter 15, verse 21. In Deuteronomy chapter 15, verse 21, it tells you very clearly how to handle these sacrifices. If you were going to give a sacrifice to the Lord, it tells you here in Deuteronomy 15:21, it says, But if there is a defect in it, if it is lame or blind or has any serious defect, you shall not sacrifice it to the Lord your God. So in Malachi, what we just read there is that these people, these bad leaders, they sacrificed animals that were already dying. And so they're like, you know what, we're going to do what we're supposed to do, and I guess we'll sacrifice. But they technically listened, but they didn't. So they obeyed the law, but they didn't, because they were doing what was right from the outside, but they were not listening to the details. The details is he's like, I don't want your worst. I want your best. And that is what he was saying here. But the idea, going back to Zechariah chapter 11, verse 9, to connect it, in a sense, is Zechariah chapter 11, verse 9. It says, I will not feed you. Let what is dying die, and what is perishing perish. Let those that are left eat each other's flesh. What's interesting about this verse is that, remember, it's important to keep in the back of your mind the context, the flow of this entire chapter, because what this is all talking about is the fall of Jerusalem. The fall of Jerusalem in 70 AD. So again, put yourself back there in the fall of Jerusalem, when all of the Jerusalem fell and the Romans were in there slaughtering everybody. If you were to read Josephus, in Josephus wrote a book. It's called The War of the Jews. And if you read The War of the Jews, Josephus records that the famine and cannibalism was everywhere when Jerusalem fell. Inside there, it was unreal. It was like a madhouse. They were starving to death. It's not something that we would ever picture, but it seems to make a lot more sense when you read Zechariah chapter 11. And then when you see it in Josephus, which is not divinely inspired, by the way, it's just history, but it's just interesting to read these other accounts that kind of back this kind of stuff up, which is really, really neat. But very fascinating. What a time during this time. And so let's go back to Zechariah 11, verse 10. Zechariah chapter 11, verse 10, it says, And I took my staff, beauty, and cut it in two, that I might break the covenant which I had made with all the peoples. Okay, now what? So get the picture here. So here's what's happening. Jesus, he is the good shepherd, right? Jesus is the good shepherd, and he wants Israel. He's trying to take care of Israel. He's trying. Jesus has two staffs. He has beauty and he has bonds. So in verse 10, he says he broke his staff. So now he's just down to one. The first staff was basically representative of this divine restraint. The staff was this divine restraint. So with one staff, he was defending the external threats, the wolves. He was defeating all the lions. All the wolves that were trying to come attack Israel. He was fighting them off. The other one is more for internal strife. One staff was for external threats. The other staff was for internal threats. So here in verse 10, he breaks the staff, which shows that now his hand has been lifted off of Israel, which was protecting Israel. So what I'm saying here is that when Jesus rode into Jerusalem on a donkey and he wept over the city, he prophesied over it, and he's like, there's coming a day where you are going to be destroyed. And it goes on in Luke 19. But the idea here is that is when that staff was broken. He's like, I am no longer going to fend off the wolves. I am no longer going to fight off these lions. Because up until that point, just so you understand, up until that point, Israel was thriving. They had millions and millions of Jewish people in Jerusalem. Everybody was coming and going. It was thriving. Alexander the Great didn't even go against them because of that vision that we talked about, the dream he had, and we talked about that already. My point here is that there was a divine restraint defending and repelling all of these people away from Israel until the rejection. Then he broke his staff, and he's like, I'm not going to fight them off anymore. Do you see what I'm talking about here? So when he breaks the staff, then all of the people, Rome was like, chomping at the bit to go in there and get after him. Because 38 years later, they go in and they just completely wreak havoc. And the diaspora takes place. So hopefully this kind of is connecting, and hopefully it's making some sense to you. But that is what is going on. This divine restraint. God was holding back the wolves, which is very interesting. But since they rejected him, he, in a sense, rejected them. And that is what the cutting of the first staff is representing. Let's read verse 10 again, because there might be something that's confusing in verse 10, just so we can shine a light on it real quick. In Zechariah chapter 11, verse 10, it says, "And I took my staff, beauty, cut it in two, that I might break the covenant which I had made with all the peoples." Now, it's interesting that, okay, so God breaking a covenant sounds like, whoa, what's that all about, right? Like, it's really strange when you hear that kind of thing. Why did God break a covenant? So this is why it's important to understand the difference between conditional covenants and unconditional covenants. A conditional covenant is something where I say, if you do this, then I will do this. Hey, if you do well tonight, then I'll take you out to get ice cream. Which implies, if you do not do well tonight, then I will not take you out to get ice cream. That's a conditional covenant. An unconditional covenant means that it doesn't matter what you do, you're going to get that ice cream at the end anyways. And so that is the difference. You need to make the distinction between a conditional and an unconditional. So here, where he broke that covenant, that was a conditional covenant. There was all kinds of conditional covenants where he was like, hey, and we looked those up in Deuteronomy and in Leviticus already. We looked some of those up. He said, if you do this, then I will let the rain fall and you will be prosperous and your fruit, your crops will grow and they will have fruit and all this kind of stuff. But if you go after false gods or if you disobey me, then I will stop the rain. And he says all this kind of stuff. God says all these things. There's all kinds of blessings if you do this, if you do this, if you do this. But there's everlasting covenants. The everlasting covenants are so important to understand because they were in play back then and they're in play right now. 2 Samuel chapter 7 is an everlasting covenant. It is an everlasting covenant. If you read 2 Samuel chapter 7, that's the Davidic covenant, and it is telling you all about what God did for David. He says, I will make your kingdom everlasting, everlasting, your throne everlasting, everlasting, everlasting. If you understand what the word everlasting means, then there's no doubt in your mind that Israel's not going anywhere. So where's the question mark as far as like, hey, is Israel still important? Yes, they're still important. Are they saved? Not all of them. Many of them are lost. But that doesn't mean that they're not going to accept Jesus in the future, which is what you and I are here for. The church, we are supposed to provoke them to jealousy. And that is what our role here is on this earth while we are still here. But going back to Zechariah chapter 11, verse 11, just to kind of move on a little bit. In Zechariah chapter 11, verse 11, it says, so it was broken on that day, thus the poor of the flock who were watching me knew that it was the word of the Lord. So it's interesting. Hey, thanks, Amelia. I appreciate that. So what you're seeing here is you're seeing this shepherd. Remember, the shepherd is what, like the topic in a sense. In Zechariah chapter 10, we were talking about the shepherd. We're talking about the shepherd here again in Zechariah 11. But the shepherd, the good shepherd, is breaking his staff and he is withdrawing from the condition, from the traditional care that he normally would be doing. He's withdrawing from his sheep. And the sheep are becoming exposed to the world. And the world is now getting in. Because the world has always wanted to get in, but God was holding them back. You can just like see this like crazy, like him just like holding his hands over them and fighting off the wolves. And then right away, he's just like, you know what? Go ahead. And so they rejected him, and he's like, you know what? I reject you. But they are not done. They are coming back on the fold. That's what the whole tribulation is about. The time of Jacob's trouble, which is the tribulation. The time of Israel's trouble. Zechariah chapter 11, verse 11, it says, so it was broken on that day. Hey, thank you, Ashley. So it was broken on that day. Thus the poor of the flock who were watching me knew that it was the word of the Lord. Interesting in verse 11, because it says, thus the poor of the flock who were watching me. Now, this is interesting because Zechariah is literally acting this out. He's acting this out. And he had people watching him. He says, thus the poor of the flock who were watching me knew that it was the word of the Lord. I find that very interesting because it says, thus the poor of the flock, it could also say the humble of the flock, were watching me. This verse alludes, basically shines a light that there were people who actually did understand during this time, which is interesting because we always think that they're all lost and that they're all, like heathens and like how could they? But it's important to understand that there were people who actually had their eyes in their head and they understood who Jesus was and whatnot. It just wasn't the majority of them. The majority of them were lost. But here in verse 11 it says, "So it was broken on that day. Thus the poor of the flock who were watching me knew that it was the word of the Lord." It's interesting that it doesn't say hoped that it was the word of the Lord. You know, it's interesting just talking about that. Like, there's people who want to dissect the Bible and say, we got to defend the Bible, and like, oh, the Bible needs defending. It's just really interesting. Like, I understand, like, there's a time for apologetics and whatnot, and like, I totally support people who do that. But I'm just, at the same time, I'm like, it doesn't need defending. You know, if there's a lion in the cage, you just open up the cage and let the lion out. The lion will defend itself, right? But it's, you know, I understand that we're always supposed to provide a defense for the hope that was within us, with meekness and whatnot. But it's just interesting to see that here it says they knew that it was the word of the Lord. You see, people like you and I, if you're born again, we know beyond a shadow of a doubt that this is the word of the Lord, right? Like, you don't wake up and be like, okay, well, I sure hope this is the word of the Lord. You just know that it is, right? And that's how I feel. Like, I know that it is. Here it says they knew that it was the word of the Lord. Very interesting. But let's go to Matthew 23. Let's go check out Matthew chapter 23. Matthew 23 is really important to understand in Matthew 23, verse 37. So kind of to summarize what we're talking about in a roundabout way in a couple verses is in Matthew 23, verse 37. Matthew 23, verse 37. In Matthew 23, verse 37, it says, "O Jerusalem, Jerusalem, the one who kills the prophets and stones those who are sent to her. How often I wanted to gather your children together, as a hen gathers her chicks under her wings, but you were not willing. See, your house is left to you desolate. For I say to you, you shall see me no more till you say, Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord." Interesting passage here. Do you see his heart? Do you see Jesus's heart? He says, how often I wanted to gather your children together as a hen gathers her chicks under her wings. And then he says, but you were not willing. That is tragic. That is Israel. And then he says, for I say to you, you shall see me no more till you say, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. And then if you read Matthew 24, verse 1, in Matthew 24, verse 1, it says, then Jesus went out and departed from the temple, and his disciples came up to show him the buildings of the temple. And Jesus said to them, do you not see all these things? Assuredly, I say to you, not one stone shall be left here upon another that shall not be thrown down. So that's the part that I was talking about before, where Jerusalem fell, the temple fell. And when the temple fell, it caught on fire. And the fire inside the temple was gold, 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 gold everywhere. And so when the temple fell, the fire melted and the gold went between the cracks of all the rocks. And so in order to get the gold, they literally had to place each rock off of one another to get the gold out of it. And so that's what they ended up doing. So literally there was not one stone left upon another. It's remarkable seeing this kind of stuff. Hey, thank you, Wishwinkle, for that rose. And so let's go back to Zechariah chapter 11. Zechariah chapter 11. Zechariah chapter 11, verse 12. In Zechariah chapter 11, verse 12, it says, then I said to them, if it is agreeable to you, give me my wages, and if not, refrain. So they weighed out for my wages 30 pieces of silver. Thank you, Tracy. So, again, he is acting this out. Zechariah is acting this out because he is acting out prophecy. Thanks, Tracy. He's acting out prophecy. He's acting it out. He's like, this is going to happen in the future. I'm just acting it out right now. He says in verse 12, he says, if it is agreeable to you, give me my wages, and if not, refrain. So they weighed out for my wages 30 pieces of silver. Now, I'm sure you guys are already connecting all kinds of dots with 30 pieces of silver, but understand that this was written 500 years before Jesus, which is remarkable. Let's go to Matthew 26, verse 14. Matthew chapter 26, verse 14. In Matthew chapter 26, verse 14, it says this: Then one of the 12, called Judas Iscariot, went to the chief priests and said, What are you willing to give me if I deliver him to you? And they counted out to him 30 pieces of silver. So from that time, he sought opportunity to betray him. That's interesting. Let's also go to Exodus chapter 21, verse 32. Exodus chapter 21, verse 32. Amazing. Right, Monica. Exodus chapter 21. This is really interesting because of what the picture kind of paints here. In Exodus chapter 21, verse 32, you have another, you can just track all of this stuff down. It's really cool. But in Exodus chapter 21, verse 32, it says this: If the ox gores a male or female servant, he shall give to their master 30 shekels of silver, and the ox shall be stoned. It's really interesting. I just want you guys to appreciate how awesome this is. Okay, so this is really cool. So in Exodus chapter 21, verse 32, it tells us if an ox gores, it stabs one of these male or female servants, then he shall give to their master 30 shekels of silver. Now, interesting. We've talked about silver before. There is silver. You can make all kinds of connections with it. If you do a little study of the tabernacle, on the outside of the tabernacle, everything outside of the tabernacle had bronze, like the sockets that went into the ground where the posts were all in, all of that was made of bronze. But then when you go into the temple and everything associated about when you go into the tabernacle and everything that the tabernacle was built on, the sockets were made of silver. And that is important to understand because of what silver represents. Silver is connected to blood all the time. It's connected to blood. And so what is the foundation of the tabernacle? What is the foundation of the tabernacle on, essentially, if I had to ask that question? If you knew that it was on silver, because that's what it is, and silver represents blood, then you understand that the tabernacle is built on blood. And that is what it's about. So in Exodus chapter 21, it says, if the ox gores a male or female servant, he shall give to their master 30 shekels of silver, and the ox shall be stoned. Now, what's interesting about this is that this servant, this slave, what they were worth, this life, this human servant, this life, their life was the price. This was the price of a slave. It was the price of a servant. The price of a servant was 30 pieces of silver. You see the connection. You're seeing the connections here, obviously, with Jesus. Jesus, his life was 30 pieces of silver. That's not a lot of money. That's an embarrassingly tiny amount of money. I think it's like a couple $100s or something like that on our terminology. But here's what I want you to understand, which is kind of interesting in Exodus 21, verse 32. In Exodus 21, verse 32, it says, he shall give to their master 30 shekels of silver. And then it says this, and the ox shall be stoned. So if you look at this ox, the ox was commanded to be stoned, right? Put it down, right? Put it down, just destroy it, stone to death. So this ox would be stoned, and it's interesting because this is just what's going to happen to the world. So if you look at the ox as a type of the world, because that's what's going to happen to the world. What do I mean by that? The world is going to be stoned. The world is going to be stoned. Now, what do I mean by that? Let's go to Revelation chapter 16. Revelation chapter 16. In Revelation chapter 16, verse 21. Revelation chapter 16, verse 21. In Revelation chapter 16, verse 21, it says this, and great hail from heaven fell upon men, each hailstone about the weight of a talent. Men blasphemed God because of the plague of the hail, since the plague was exceedingly great. Now these hailstones, they're talents. These are about 100-pound pieces of hail, or the earth is being stoned. So do you see the connection all the way back in Exodus 21, how the ox was supposed to be stoned with the 30 pieces of silver? The 30 pieces of silver is connected back to Jesus. The ox is going to be stoned, put down. The earth is going to be stoned. You see the connection back and forth, Exodus, Revelation. It's really neat to see this kind of stuff. But let's go back to Zechariah. In Zechariah chapter, the image in Daniel, the stone shall destroy the image and dash it into pieces. All kinds of connections. In Zechariah chapter 11, verse 13. Let's move on to Zechariah chapter 11, verse 13. In Zechariah chapter 11, verse 13, it says, "And the Lord said to me, throw it to the potter, that princely price they sent on me. So I took the 30 pieces of silver and threw them in the house of the Lord for the potter." Now, again, keep in mind, Zechariah is literally acting this out. He's getting 30 pieces of silver, and then he literally throws it down. Like, this is what he's doing. Let's go to Matthew 27. Matthew 27, verse 3. In Matthew chapter 27, verse 3, Matthew 27, verse 3, it says this: "Then Judas, his betrayer, seeing that he had been condemned, was remorseful, and brought back the 30 pieces of silver to the chief priests and elders, saying, I have sinned by betraying innocent blood. And they said, what is that to us? You see to it." Now, before we go on, I want you to understand here what is actually happening. Judas, he felt remorseful. He tries to give back the silver, and he says, I have sinned by betraying innocent blood. So what I want you to make the connection here is that I think it's very interesting that Satan's own man is admitting that Jesus is innocent. Don't you find that interesting? Because Satan went into Judas, and then Judas went and betrayed Jesus. And then after Satan's own man betrayed Jesus, Judas himself admits that Jesus was innocent. It's very interesting, because Philippians, Paul tells us that every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess, right? This is a very clear picture. Like, Judas was the one who was the betrayer, and right after he did it, he understood, and he knew that he was innocent, which is fascinating. And then in verse 5, Matthew 27, verse 5, it says, "Then he threw down the pieces of silver in the temple and departed and went and hanged himself." Hey, thank you, Ashley. Wow, that is crazy. Verse 6, it says, "But the chief priest took the silver pieces and said, it is not lawful to put them into the treasury, because they are the price of blood. And they consulted together and bought with them the potter's field to bury strangers in. Therefore, that field has been called the field of blood to this day. Then it was fulfilled what was spoken by Jeremiah the prophet, saying, and they took the 30 pieces of silver, the value of him who was priced, whom they of the children of Israel priced, and gave them for the potter's field, as the Lord directed me." What is interesting about Matthew chapter 27, verse 3 through 10. So here's the picture. The priests see the silver on the ground, but their dilemma is that they can't put it into the treasury. Now, they can't put it into the treasury, and if you like, Deuteronomy 23 kind of speaks on that in a roundabout way, but they can't put it in the treasury because it was defiled. It was the price of blood. So they had to do something with it because it was too valuable to just be laying around. Like they're in the temple, there it is, they see it on the floor, Judas is gone, they're looking around, they're like, what do we do with this money? And so it's interesting. So the question is, how do they handle this? Well, what's good to know is that the temple back then had the burden to bury strangers. So if people were traveling to Jerusalem, if they didn't know anybody, if they were a complete stranger, nobody knew them, if they just died while they were there, that burden would fall on the temple. It was the temple's obligation to bury these random people who nobody knew. And so these people would be basically the temple would pay to go scoop them up, and then they would bury them in a field. And so that is it was a financial burden. They had to buy a place to bury them. And so that is what this is basically alluding to. So that's what they were consulting with one another, and they bought the potter's field to bury the strangers in. And so that is their justification to take the money, because they were, it's kind of like when you go to some kind of shady accountant and you're just like, hey, do what you need to do to make me a lot of money when my tax return comes back, right? And so that's what a lot of the people in the world are doing. They find these loopholes to where they can, use that money and get more money. And it's just like, man. And so the same kind of concept was going on back then, because that's what they did. They're like, hey, it's not lawful for us to put it in the treasury, but hey, I have an idea. Let's go buy some land so that we can bury some more people on it. Anyways, with all that in mind, let's go back to Zechariah chapter 11. In Zechariah chapter 11, verse 13, it says, and the Lord said to me, throw it to the potter, that princely price they set on me. So I took the 30 pieces of silver and threw them into the house of the Lord for the potter. So what we learn in Matthew 27, what we learn in Zechariah chapter 11 are some amazing details. And so I'm just going to highlight some of them for you. The details for the price of the transaction. We're told here in Zechariah, the price. What was the price? 30 pieces of silver. We are told about the site of the transaction. Where did this whole transaction take place? It took place in the temple. And then we also learned who the ultimate recipient was. Who is the ultimate recipient of that 30 pieces of silver? It was the potter, because they bought the land there, the field of blood. And so it's interesting looking at the potter as a type of the world, because the world is a field of blood. And who bought it with his blood? Jesus did. It's this whole thing. You get all of these details here in Zechariah chapter 11, hundreds and hundreds of years before Jesus was even born, before Judas was even born. We're told how much he would be betrayed for. We're told where that money would go back to in the temple. And we're also told who that money would eventually go to ultimately, which was the potter. These details are insane. So then we go to verse 14. Zechariah chapter 11, verse 14. In Zechariah chapter 11, verse 14, hey, thanks, Anthony. In Zechariah chapter 11, verse 14, it says, then I cut into my other staff bonds, that I might break the brotherhood between Judah and Israel. Okay, so a couple verses ago in verse 10, you see him snap his first staff. And that was the picture of where he was basically removing his hand from the wolves that are trying to get on inside, from the outside to the inside, the exterior threats. And then in verse 14, he breaks the second staff. So he has two staffs. He breaks the first one. The wolves get in. Then he breaks the second one. And the second one is the internal strife. Because remember, we talked about that in Psalm 23. One staff was to defend from the external threats, and the other staff was to basically comfort and guide, and so that there wouldn't be any internal strife. Well, the internal strife was broken, and so now the brotherhood, now the people were basically imploding from the inside out. And that's what this is. That's what this staff is representing. So it says that I might break the brotherhood between Judah and Israel. So they basically imploded on their own, which is really, really interesting. So that is Zechariah chapter 11, verse 1 through 14. But what I think is interesting is in verse 14 to verse 15. I know that we obviously know that there was some time that goes in between verse 14 and 15, because that just goes without saying. But what I want you to understand is that between verse 14, Zechariah 11, verse 14, and verse 15, the entire history of our present period occurs, which is a weird thing to consider. So what I mean by that is in verse 14, the staffs were broken, and so all the wolves got in. And so from that moment on is where we are here. We are that basically that's telling us from here, verse 14, all the way to where we are right now. That's where we are. It's crazy. So now we're going to be talking about this next shepherd that is yet future, that is going to be revealing himself sometime in the future. I personally don't believe that he will reveal himself until after the rapture, but it's really remarkable seeing this kind of stuff. Zechariah chapter 11, verse 15. This is where we're going to start gearing our conversation towards this false shepherd or the Antichrist. And we are going to be talking about the Antichrist now in verse 15. And this is where we're going to start that conversation. In verse 15, it says, "And the Lord said to me, next, take for yourself the implements of a foolish shepherd." Take for yourself the implements of a foolish shepherd. Let's go to John chapter 5. John chapter 5. In John chapter 5, verse 43. In John chapter 5, verse 43, it says this, "I have come in my Father's name, and you do not receive me. If another comes in his name, if another comes in his own name, him you will receive." So it's always interesting because this answers the question on, people ask, like, how do we know that the Jewish people are going to accept him? How do we know that the Jewish people are going to accept this Antichrist? How do we know that? Like, why do we think that? John chapter 5, verse 43 explains to you, because Jesus is talking to the Jewish people. He's like, I showed up in my Father's name. You didn't receive me. Somebody else is going to come in his own name. Him you will receive. That verse in John chapter 5, verse 43 is alluding to the Antichrist. So with that in mind, let's go back to Zechariah chapter 11. In Zechariah chapter 11, verse 15, it says, "And the Lord said to me, next take for yourself the implements of a foolish shepherd. For indeed, I will raise up a shepherd in the land who will not care for those who are cut off, nor seek the young, nor heal those that are broken, nor feed those that still stand. But he will eat the flesh of the fat and tear down their hooves in pieces." It's interesting that what's going on here in verse 16 is this is a massive, massive contrast of the good shepherd to the bad shepherd. Hey, thank you, Wendy. So this is contrasting the good shepherd to the bad shepherd. And what do you see in verse 16? You see the bad shepherd feeds on the sheep. He literally feeds on the sheep. Why do I say that? It's because right at the end of verse 16, it says, "But he will eat the flesh of the fat and tear their hooves in pieces." That's graphic. Holy crap. Verse 16, Zechariah chapter 11, verse 16, it says, "For indeed I will raise up a shepherd in the land who will not care for those who are cut off, nor seek the young, nor heal those that are broken, nor feed those that still stand. But he will eat the flesh of the fat and tear their hooves in pieces." You see, this illusion that's going on all around this is about a shepherd and the sheep. Jesus Christ in John chapter 10 he calls himself, "I am the good shepherd. My sheep know my voice," right? And the good shepherd gives his life in place of the sheep. That's what the good shepherd does. He feeds the sheep. The bad shepherd feeds on the sheep. The good shepherd tends the flock. The bad shepherd is going to not care for them. He's not going to look for them. He doesn't care about the young. He's not going to heal those that are broken. He's not going to feed those that still stand. The good shepherd does all of those things. And so you're seeing this massive contrast between the good shepherd and the bad shepherd. And so what I want you to understand here, let's go to verse 17. So in verse 17, it says, "Woe to the worthless shepherd who leaves the flock. A sword shall be against his arm and against his right eye. His arm shall completely wither, and his right eye shall be totally blinded." Thank you, Tamara. Thank you for that, the roses there. It says, "Woe to the worthless shepherd." Now, I'm going to propose to you that this is a physical description of the Antichrist. This is where you get the physical description of the Antichrist. It's really interesting to think about that because, many people are just like, no, this is just, they kind of rationalize it in a different kind of light. But honestly, it seems to make the most sense to me. And what do I mean by that? It says, let's unpack it a little bit. It says, "Woe to the worthless shepherd." The word worthless Your version might say idol, IDOL, like a false idol. Not idle, like you're just sitting there and you're not doing anything and you're idle. You're idol. So your version might say, "Woe to the idol shepherd." But I read a New King James Bible, and it says, "Woe to the worthless shepherd." The word worship or worthless has the idea of a good for nothing. Good for nothing. Woe to the good for nothing shepherd. And then it says, "Who leaves the flock." Now again, this is another contrast between the bad shepherd and the good shepherd. This shepherd is a terrible shepherd. He's leaving, he's abandoning him, he's fake, he's a counterfeit. And then he says, "A sword shall be against his arm and against his right eye. His arm shall completely wither, and his right eye shall be totally blinded." Now this is very interesting, and the reason why I think that this is very interesting is because okay, so let's just do a recap of everything that we just got done talking about in the book of Zechariah, chapter 11. Up until this point, Zechariah chapter 11 specifically, and I know many people weren't here for Zechariah chapter 1 through 10, but let's just zoom in on just Zechariah chapter 11. In Zechariah chapter 11, verse 1, verse 2, verse 3, verse 4, verse 5, verse 6, verse 7, all the way to verse 17, every single one of these was very specific. It was very exact. In verse 1 through 3, you see the cedars. You see that being allusion to the temple. You see the temple falling down. You see the shepherds being talked about here. You're seeing the bad shepherd, the good shepherd. You're seeing the king being talked about, how the Caesar, we have no king but Caesar. You see that. You see this very specific stuff. You see the staff. You see the one staff. You see the second staff. You see it broken. You see his hand being removed. You see the wolves getting in there and destroying the temple, destroying Jerusalem, overthrowing the Jews. There's this the diaspora, the scattering of the Jewish people all over the place, the 30 pieces of silver, going back, how much it would cost to betray him, where it would take place, where that money would end up at. And so with all that very specific details here, then you get to verse 17. And with all of the very specific things that we just read in Zechariah chapter 11, it says this about the worthless shepherd. Who is this alluding to? I'm proposing to you, and you can take it or leave it, I think this is talking about the Antichrist. Woe to the worthless shepherd who leaves the flock. And then it gives you a physical description. It says, "A sword shall be against his arm and against his right eye." That's very specific. That's very specific. Why not against his left eye? Why against his right eye? This is very interesting. Very interesting. And then it says, "His arm shall completely wither, and his right eye shall be totally blinded." Is this talking about some kind of a head wound? Let's go to Revelation chapter 13. In Revelation chapter 13, you have, in Revelation chapter 13, this is where you learn about the Antichrist. You learn about him in other places, many other places, but in Revelation 13, verse 1, Revelation chapter 13, verse 1, it says this, "Then I stood on the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast rising up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and on his horns 10 crowns, and on his heads a blasphemous name. Now the beast which I saw was like a leopard. His feet were like the feet of a bear. His mouth was like the mouth of a lion. The dragon gave him his power, his throne, and great authority." So clearly, this is talking about the Antichrist that is being demonically possessed by Lucifer himself. Crazy. And remember, in Revelation chapter 13, there's 2 beasts. Don't just think that there's one. There's 2. There's the beast, there's the false prophet, and then there's the dragon. We're talking about this beast here. But in verse 3, Revelation chapter 13, verse 3, this is what I wanted to talk about. Revelation chapter 13, verse 3. In Revelation chapter 13, verse 3, it says this, "And I saw one of his heads as if it had been mortally wounded, and his deadly wound was healed. And all the world marveled and followed the beast." So they worshiped the dragon who gave authority to the beast, and they worshiped the beast, saying, "Who is like the beast, and who is able to make war with him?" Do you see the willingness? These people are willing to worship the beast. They think that this dude is all that and a bag of chips. Let's go to Revelation chapter 13, verse 12. Revelation chapter 13, verse 12. Well, verse 11. Revelation chapter 13, verse 11. In Revelation chapter 13, verse 11, it says, "Then I saw another beast coming up out of the earth, and he had two horns like a lamb, and spoke like a dragon. And he exercises all the authority of the first beast in his presence, and causes the earth and those who dwell in it to worship the first beast, whose deadly wound was healed." Okay, so that's what I wanted to talk about. Revelation 13, verse 3, and Revelation chapter 13, verse 12, right? Okay, so you have those two verses. You see a deadly wound. This guy is going to get a deadly wound. Some people are, there's all kinds of speculation about this. I'm not here to say, no, this is how it is. I'm just trying to get you guys to view things just to kind of use your mind, really. But what I'm bringing this back to Zechariah chapter 11, verse 17, is that in Zechariah chapter 11, verse 17, it says, "A sword shall be against his arm, and against his right eye. His arm shall completely wither, and his right eye shall be totally blinded." Now that is very interesting, because in verse 17, the question that I have is, do people willingly take the mark on their forehead? Do they willingly take it on their hand, as in a way to, I don't know, maybe identify with his head wound? Are they identifying with his withered arm? Is that why you see against his right eye and against his arm? That's where the mark's going to go on the forehead or on the hand, right? That's what you see there. You see the connection that's going on there. You see this worthless shepherd in Zechariah chapter 11, verse 17. You see his right eye is singled out and his arm is withered. Now, where are people going to receive this mark of the beast? In Revelation chapter 13, it says in Revelation chapter 13, verse 16, it says, "He causes all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and slave, to receive a mark on their right hand." There's that right again. Why right? Why not left? Why right eye? Why not left eye? On their right hand or on their foreheads. Interesting. So you have the arm and you have the head. So anyways, is this mark, or do people willingly get it because they think he is super cool and he's Superman and they're like, this is the guy? You know how you and I identify with Jesus Christ? By getting baptized. Getting water baptized does not save you. That's very important to understand. Getting water baptized does not save you. What you're doing there is that you are identifying with what Jesus did. What did Jesus do? Well, he died, he was buried, and he rose again. That's why death, burial, and resurrection. You're identifying with what Jesus did. Is it possible, and I'm just projecting here, I don't know, I just think it's kind of fun to mess around with this kind of stuff. Is it possible that this Zechariah chapter 11, verse 17, that this is a description of the Antichrist? Is it possible? Is it possible? Is this dude somehow going to have something going on with his right eye and he's going to have a withered arm? Is this a description of the Antichrist? So it's really interesting, but let's talk about the Antichrist real quick. Hey, thank you, Doc. Thank you so much. Let's go to Daniel chapter 11, and let's look up a couple things about this Antichrist. And let's look up some verses. In Daniel chapter 11, verse 36. Daniel chapter 11, verse 36. In Daniel chapter 11, verse 36, it says, "Then the king shall do accordingly to his own will. He shall exalt and magnify himself above every god, shall speak blasphemies against the God of gods, and shall prosper till the wrath has been accomplished. For what has been determined shall be done." Daniel 11:37, it says, "He shall regard neither the God of his fathers, nor the desire of women, nor regard any God, for he shall exalt himself above them all." It's so interesting. It doesn't matter what God you serve here on earth right now, because during the tribulation, I don't care if you're Muslim, if you're Buddhist, if you're a Hindu, I don't care what you are, who your God is during the tribulation, this dude is going to raise himself up and exalt himself up above all that is called God. Let's go to 2 Thessalonians real quick. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. In 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, you get an interesting picture. In 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 1. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 1, it says, "Now, brethren, concerning the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ and our gathering together to him, we ask you not to be soon shaken in mind or troubled either by spirit or by word or by letter, as if from us, as though the day of Christ had come. Let no one deceive you by any means, for that day will not come unless the falling away comes first, and the man of sin is revealed, the son of perdition, who opposes and exalts himself above all that is called God, or that is worshipped, so that he sits as God in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. Do you not remember that when I was still with you that I told you these things? And now you know what is restraining, that he may be revealed in his own time. For the mystery of lawlessness is already at work. Only he who now restrains will do so until he is taken out of the way. And then the lawless one will be revealed, whom the Lord will consume with the breath of his mouth and destroy with the brightness of his coming. The coming of the lawless one is according to the working of Satan in all power, signs, and lying wonders, and with all unrighteousness, deception among those who perish, because they did not receive the love of the truth, that they might be saved. And for this reason, God will send them strong delusion. And it goes on. But the point here is to, there's an order of operations on how things are going to play out. And many people see things differently. And I have my opinion. We talked about that when we went through 2 Thessalonians. I personally have my own order of operations, and I think it's going to go this way, this way, this way. Then I got bam, 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 bam. It's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Some people see it differently, and so I personally don't think that the Antichrist will be revealed until after the rapture. But this is very interesting stuff. Thinking about this man of sin, we call him the Antichrist. Paul calls him the son of perdition, the lawless one, the man of sin. This is very interesting to think about this dude, but he's going to be so prideful. If you read the book of Daniel chapter 7, you can see that this is very prideful. He's boasting and prideful and arrogant. And, there's a lot of theories out there as who it is in our world today. And, people are like, oh, I think it's Trump, and I think it's this guy. And, it's fine to have theories. But my point is that my hope is that if you have enough common sense to think about somebody in our world possibly being the Antichrist, if that's an actual thought in your mind right now, then my next question for you is, why aren't you telling more people about Jesus? Because we're not supposed to be focusing on the Antichrist. We're supposed to be telling people about Jesus Christ. We're not looking for the Antichrist. We're looking for Jesus Christ. And so I want you guys to dive into this stuff and study it because it's important. But when you think about it, you need to keep the main thing the main thing. And the main thing is Jesus Christ. We are here for such a time as this, and we need to be sharing the gospel no matter where you are. No matter where your feet are, that is what we need to be doing. I want to, there's one, I don't know if he's in here. His name's Eli. He messaged me and he's like, dude, I was working, I was doing this thing. And I was talking to this one guy and he was like a pretty intimidating looking dude. But after I was talking to him for a little bit, I was like, dude, I'm going to tell this guy about Jesus. And so I told him about Jesus and he was messaging me about this. And he's like, dude, I got so excited. He's like, I'm not afraid to tell people about Jesus anymore. And I loved hearing about that because it's not bad. There's nothing bad that's going to happen to you when you, at least right now, when you try to tell somebody about Jesus. The worst thing that's going to happen is that they're just not going to want to talk about it, or that you might not know the answer, and then you're just going to be like, oh, I don't know, I'll find out for you. But he's like, yeah, man. He's like, now I don't have, I used to be worried about telling people about Jesus, but now I don't. And I'm like, that is so cool. And then anyways, this big gangster looking dude, he turned out to be a big teddy bear. And I was like, that's what's so neat about the entire thing. But I was like, weren't you, when you walked away, did you feel like you had wind in your sails? Like you were just so excited and you were like, man. And I'm like, that's what it's like when that's the whole point of it. He walked away, he was walking taller. He just felt like he was like, man, that makes sense. That makes sense. That's what it's about. He didn't gain any money that day. He didn't gain anything monetarily speaking. He didn't gain riches on earth, but he was doing what he was supposed to be doing. And that encourages me. And that is neat because that's what we should be doing. And so, it's okay to talk about the Antichrist and study this kind of stuff, but I don't want you to get lost. There's a danger with this kind of stuff. Same thing with the Nephilim. Like, there's all kinds of people wanting to talk about the Nephilim and, like, so cool, like all these giants, and what do you think about this? And I'm like, yeah, maybe, could be, I don't know. I'm not looking for the Nephilim. I'm looking for Jesus. And so I'll talk on there. I'll speak on this kind of stuff on certain things, and I'll be like, yeah, we can address it, but let's get back to the main thing. And it's like, yeah, who knows? It's important to understand the full picture of the Bible. The Bible is this thick. Like, this is how big my Bible is, like right here, right? If you focus on creation, the Bible speaks like this much on creation. If you focus on Nephilim, you can't even see the space. Like, there's nothing, barely anything talking about it. But if you focus on Jesus and his redemptive work, it is this. It is the entire whole counsel of God, and that is what we need to be focusing on. It is about Jesus and Christ alone. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. It is not Christ plus something. It is Christ and Christ alone. For by grace are you saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. You can't be good enough to get to heaven. If you are relying on your righteousness to get to heaven, then you've already failed millions of times, and you're not going to be good enough. And that is why Jesus had to die. If you could get to heaven by being a good person, then answer me this. Why would Jesus need to die at all? If he's God's son and you could be there by yourself and be good enough and it's a weights and balances type of thing, why would Jesus need to die at all? He needed to die because you can't be good enough. Your righteousness is as filthy rags. It all goes back to Isaiah chapter 64 where he says our righteousness is as filthy rags. It is disgusting in his sight. From God's perspective, we are disgusting. But when you accept Jesus, you become justified. Justified happens one time. It is a one and done thing. You are sealed. That was past tense. Present tense, you are being sanctified if you are born again. It's a day by day, moment by moment, second by second type of thing. That is what we're doing right now. When we get home, we will be glorified. There is justification, sanctification, glorification. So you can say, I have been saved, I am currently being saved, and I will be saved. It is past tense, present tense, future tense. It's all what it's all about. It is all about Jesus. And in Zechariah chapter 11, it's unbelievable to see this good shepherd. And he's like, I wanted nothing more than to gather you under my wings, but you were not willing. That is the pride of these people. And so this is what's so interesting about our world today, because Israel is blind. They are blind in part. They are blind in part until the fullness of the Gentiles. And then after we get lifted out of here, then, sometime after that, then they will have their eyes opened. And then that is when they're going to flee to the mountains. They're going to flee. Let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. They're going to run to Jordan. They're going to run to Basra, to Edom. They are going to go there. And then, when they get to the end of their rope, they're going to look up, and Satan and all of his armies are going to be storming them and coming down on them. And then they're going to look up and they're going to petition for the return of the Lord. And then all of those evil forces that are about to close in on the remnant, the Jewish people, the last Jewish people in the entire world, they are going to call upon the name of the Lord. He will deliver them, and you shall glorify me, is what the psalmist says. But you see this picture, they're coming down on the remnant people, and then right when they're getting closer and closer, they turn because the sky breaks open, and there's somebody on a white horse, Jesus, and he's got his sword drawn, he's got many crowns on his head, and he is going to wreck them, and it's going to be unbelievable. And so anyways, that is Zechariah chapter 10. Chapter 10 and chapter 11. Really fun stuff. I enjoyed studying this kind of things, but in case you guys are wondering how my order of operations as far as eschatology is concerned, I believe that the next thing is going to be a the rapture. I believe in a pre-tribulation rapture. I believe that the next thing is going to be the rapture. We are going to be taken out of here. And that's really cool to think about that. And so what happens after that is that sometime very shortly, maybe a week after the rapture happens, there's going to be a strengthening of a covenant that the Antichrist is going to make. And there is going to be world peace for 7 years. Now, it's really interesting. There's going to be 7-year peace, but in the middle of that week, in the middle of that 7-year period, Daniel 9:27, in the middle, he is going to go into the temple and he's going to stop all the sacrifices. That's what Daniel 9:27 says. He's going to make them all cease. And so when all of these sacrifices cease, why are they doing sacrifices? It's because there's a third temple. You can't have the tribulation without having a temple. There needs to be a temple because the Antichrist is going to go into it and he's going to sit down. He's going to say, I'm God. I am God. And so that's what's interesting. So he's going to do that. And that's going to happen during the halfway point, and 3.5 years into the tribulation. He's going to go in, sit down, say, I'm God. And then the Jewish people are going to flee, and then they're going to run. They're going to go to Jordan. They're going to hide out. They're going to try to survive as much as they possibly can. But Zechariah chapter 13 is going to tell us that there's going to be 2/3 of the Jewish people who are going to be ended during that time. 2/3. During the first Holocaust, it was 1 out of every 3 Jewish people who were killed. During this future tribulation period, there's going to be 2 out of every 3 Jews that are going to be ended. And it is crazy. So anyways, you have the rapture. Right after the rapture, sometime very shortly, maybe a couple days, maybe a week or 2, starts the tribulation. 7 years. At the end of 7 years, the second coming. That's when we come back with him. We are coming back. We're riding on horses, and we are going to come back. That's what the Battle of Armageddon is all about. And then after he just destroys all of those armies, that sets up the sheep and goat judgments. The humans, the Christians who are still on the earth, who got saved during the tribulation, because for a brief second, right after the rapture, there's no Christians on the earth. That's crazy. That's weird. So, and then after that, they go into the millennial kingdom. The millennial kingdom is there. Satan is bound for 1,000 years. And then that is when we will be reigning and ruling with him, which is really neat. And then after that, Satan gets released from the bottomless pit. He tries to go and deceive as many human beings that he can on the earth. And then they get deceived, the ones that get deceived. And then God devours them with fire. And then they all stand before the great white throne judgment, those that are lost. And then they are cast into the lake of fire where the beast and the false prophet are. And nobody's in the lake of fire right now, which is really remarkable. There's nobody there. If anybody died in their sins, they are in a place called Hades. Hades, at some point in time in the future, is actually going to be picked up and thrown into the lake of fire, which is a really remarkable thing to visualize. You know, there's all kinds of things going on there. But what I want you to kind of understand here, bringing it back to Zechariah chapter 11, is in Zechariah chapter 11, you have God with his staff. He's got a staff here and a staff here, and then he breaks both of them. And so you see his divine restraint pulled back. And so his divine restraint is pulled back, and when his divine restraint is pulled back from Israel, that's when the wolves jump in and they get Israel, and that's when Jerusalem fell. So with his divine restraint pulled back, I want to connect something here with that word restraint. In 2 Thessalonians, it talks about this restrainer. Now, think about it from our point of view. Now, some people say that it's the Holy Spirit. I think that it's talking about the church. I think the things that are restraining the wolves right now are you and I. If you're born again, I think you and I as Christians are restraining by having the Holy Spirit. We are restraining. And so here's the picture. If the restrainer, if he removed his hand and then the wolves jumped in, and that's when the fall of Jerusalem took place in 70 AD, then imagine what's going to happen when the church is removed. Because then it's going to be like the floodgates are going to just open up and evil is just going to go all over the place, and it's just going to happen like that because the light has been removed. It's a weird thing, but you see this divine restraint being removed in Zechariah chapter 11 when he snapped his rod. That was him taking his hand away from Jerusalem. Same thing's going to happen when the rapture happens, because in order for like in order for him to just let the floodgates open as far as evil is concerned, he's got to remove us first, and then that is when the floodgates can open. It's really interesting. There are a lot of occultic people in our world right now who specifically make comments like this. They say things like this. They say, we need to get rid of the Christians, and we can't do what we want to do until the Christians are gone. That's crazy, because I don't think they know what they're saying when they say that, because one day they're going to get what they want. One day we will be gone, and then they will be able to do what they want to do. It's just not going to happen while we're still here. And so it's really remarkable seeing this whole thing. Hey, thanks, Anthony. I appreciate it. Yeah. Very cool stuff, but that's the study. That is the study. Sheesh, can you also mention the false prophet that will come? Yeah, I mean, I already kind of talked about that in Revelation 13. There's a duality going on there in Revelation 13. There's actually two beasts. You got the beast and the false prophet, but they are both very clearly on the earth during the tribulation period. The false prophet, he's basically going to be the guy. He's like pointing to the beast, and he's like, worship that guy. And what's interesting about what's going on in our world right now, just so you guys understand, is that there is a world, we are living in a world where people are wanting to see a sign. This is the world we're living in. People want to see a sign. They say things like, if I see a sign, yeah, then I'll believe. I will believe. Like, prove it to me. Prove it to me. Prove to me that God is real, right? That's what they say. This is the danger that is lurking behind that type of thinking. The danger there is that in Revelation 13, sometime in the future, during the tribulation, there's going to be a guy who is literally going to pull fire down from heaven. That guy. So the people who say, show me a sign and then I'll believe, they're going to see a sign. And then they're going to believe. And then they're going to believe the wrong person, and it's already going to be too late. They have been deceived. They have believed the lie. And that is crazy. And so if you are looking for a sign to back up your way of thinking, then you're already way behind. You're already so far lost. Like, it's so you can't even see anything if you're looking for a sign. This is the sign. We are reading the Bible. We have literally every single thing we need right here that you need to know. It's not about having somebody come up to you and saying, I received a word from the Lord, or anything like that. Like, that's what everybody's like. Everybody wants something. It's like, why are you looking for something when this book is quite literally your entire lifeline? It is your umbilical cord to life. It is quite literally everything. And so this is what's so dangerous about our world today, is that everybody wants to be so special as far as like, ooh, I have all of these things and I can do this, and oh, this prophet and this prophetess and this god, this goddess, and all of these things, and this tarot cards and this crystals and stuff like that. And I'm like, man, you're missing the point. You are missing the point. You got to bring it back to Jesus. Jesus. And that is everything, man. Just live right here. It is everything. It is everything. So that is what I got for you guys. If you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. I upload all of these studies up to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up in here. If you're looking for a serious Bible study, I think this is a pretty good one, at least in my opinion. They go for a long time. I got to give you a warning. They go for hours, but they're good, and they're so serious. They're deep. I try to make it light. I try to make it funny. I'm basically an idiot that tries to just be goofy, and you'll definitely see that if you watch any of these videos. But it's solid stuff, at least in my opinion, and I always try to keep the main thing. And it's okay if you guys don't agree with me on every single thing. I just want you to understand the gospel message, which can be found in 1 Corinthians 15, 1-4, Ephesians 2, 8, 9, Romans 3, 23, Romans 6, 23, Romans 10, 9, Romans 5, 1. All of those passages lead you to the conclusion that it is through by grace you have been saved through faith. So if you wanted to go subscribe, there's a YouTube link up there. I would appreciate it. And I'm going to stop asking people to subscribe after we get to 1,000. I just don't know if I get banned here on TikTok again. Then I don't have any other social medias. So I just have TikTok and then YouTube. But all of the studies are uploaded onto YouTube. Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John, Acts, all of the Pauline epistles. And we go through every single book verse by verse. We tackle every single verse, and it's tough because I am like put in a weird spot sometimes. Thank you, Monica. It's tough, guys. I'm telling you, like, there's people out there who like hate on me and like you send me nasty messages, and I'm just like, okay, well, thanks. And it's tough. Like when you read the Bible, reading the Bible really causes a lot of division, and so it's challenging. But you know what? I'll tell you one thing. I don't care. I'm learning. I'm growing. I'm like loving Jesus so much more than ever because this book has literally come alive to me. I can't read things or see or listen to somebody talk about the Bible without my mind just going all over the place. And it is so fun. I'm just like, oh man, this is neat. And so what's so cool? Hey, thank you, Be Wise. What's so cool about this is that you also get to thank you, Leah. You get to encourage other people too. And so like you guys are being encouraged. I'm being encouraged by your encouragement. We're building one another up. We are refreshing one another. I mean, there's people in here who are going through like the worst time in their entire life right now. And I don't know that. Like, I'm just guessing. I'm just, there's like 300 people in here. And I don't know. Like, there's people from every different walk of life. And there's broken hearts in here. There are people who are barely hanging on. There are people who have never been more excited. There are people who are going through great, on top of a mountain right now and are just like, I'm just happy to be here, and just like are excited. You have all kinds of different people. Thank you, Jackie. And it's just interesting because, people are looking for something. People are hungry. And so then they go to a church and then they feel a feeling because they put their hands up in the air because of worship, but they don't get any food. They don't get any meat and potatoes from the word of God in a lot of churches. I'm not saying all of them, but there's a lot of churches that aren't, really doing the best job that they can be doing. And so since the people are starving, the sheep are starving because the pastor doesn't know. And, that's what John writes about in Revelation chapter 3 about Laodicea. It's a lukewarmness. And so that's a very dangerous place to be. So these studies, it's fun to do. And I'm telling you what, like I'm just blessed by it. And so thank you guys so much for being here. I just appreciate you guys wanting to come back, and you guys keep coming back. So it's really neat. And I just get all pumped about I just love learning stuff. Like I'm just like you should see me sometimes. Like sometimes in my kitchen at my kitchen table, like right when something like clicks, like or I think something's about to click, I like literally get on the edge of my seat and I just start like like writing things down and like researching, and I'm like connecting, and it's a fun thing to visualize. Yeah, Monica. Hey, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for live. Absolutely, Tommy, for sure. Glad to help out in any way. If you guys have any questions about anything, feel free to reach out to me directly on here on TikTok. I'd love to talk to you. I mean, people reach out every once in a while, and it's fun. And I want you to know I'm not a big deal. I'm nothing, I'm just a dude just studying the Bible, just a student of the Bible, just like you are. And it's fun. If you are in Christ, it's good to remember that and to want to encourage one another, and to the hope of this study is to essentially equip the saints, really. Like, I mean, like just handing out weapons, spiritually speaking, obviously, but it's fun because I know a lot of people in here who have been here since day one really have been really growing with me, and it's kind of fun to visualize that. The world needs this, Ryan. I needed to. Thank you, man. Thank you. Just scrolling. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you for doing this every day that you do this. Absolutely. Native, for sure. For sure. Iron sharpening iron. That's right, Leela. 100%. 100%. Right there with you. Thanks. Absolutely, Tar. I'm just scrolling up. I appreciate it, Anthony. Thank you, man. I've learned. Thanks, Sandy Sunday. You are great at this. Hey, thank you, Lydia. I appreciate it. Thanks. True word of God and just how awesome it is. It is so neat, man. It is so stinking neat. It's sheesh. Yeah, there's my YouTube. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. Brian, you should make one for if someone sees it after the rapture. Yeah, I wonder how that'll go. Do you have a video on 1 Corinthians? A video on first. We did a whole study on First Corinthians. That is up on YouTube. That one was a challenging one for me. Honestly, I'm still working through some stuff, man. Just so you know, I am honestly, I don't know everything, and I know I don't want you to view me as if I know everything. I just study. I put time in this, and I do this because I want to learn for me, and then I love sharing it because when I share it, it sticks with me more, and it sticks with me longer, and it's really fun. But I also want you to understand I'm still working through some things on what I believe on some issues, and I'm just like, man, this is like I just see it this way. I can see it this way. I can see it this way. Like, which way is it? And so I was born in I'm a pastor's kid. My dad's a pastor, so I get to pick his brain on a lot of things. Him and I see a lot of things eye to eye, but there's like a one or two or three things that we see differently on. They're on secondary issues, but I'm just, it's just fun to dive in there and be like, you know what? I kind of see it a little bit differently. And, it's okay. And so I revisited a lot of things and I'm like, man, is this it? Is this what it means? I don't want to be wrong. Like, that is one of the things about me. Like, I don't want to be wrong. And so when I tell you guys something, it's really what I believe. And I'm just like, man, I don't want to be wrong. But it's interesting because, I made the statement before where I said that I can't wait to get to heaven to find out how much I got wrong. Because that's why when you listen to Jesus talk, he's like, the greatest of these is love, right? Like, love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your mind. Love your neighbor as yourself. Love, man, love. Like, it's like, you don't got to be like a scholar at this kind of stuff, but like, it's your walk with Christ. It's your walk with Christ. Are you enjoying it? Are you spending time with him? Are you sitting down and throwing your phone away and you just want to be there with him and you're quiet and you want to hear what he has to say after you get done talking to him? Just listen. Like, what? Very interesting. Hey, Penny, I couldn't sleep, so I got on TikTok and found you. You found me. Thank you. I was lost. I'm just messing with you. Nice meeting you, Penny. My name's Ryan. Yeah, thanks again, Ryan. Three-Wave, absolutely. Thank you, guys. You guys are awesome being here. I know there's people who've been here this entire time. We've been doing this for about 5 hours now. You guys are insane. Oh, man. Hey, thank you. Thank you, Isaacs. Geralda. Hopefully I pronounced that right. Hello from Slovenia. Hello. Hello, Emma. Where is that? Slovenia. Think about how many will come up to you and thankfully because they land God. That would be cool, Deborah. I mean, it's a cool thought. It's a cool, it's cool, and it's not, and that's what's fun about it is that it's, I, it's so important to understand. Like when you read Acts chapter 2, Peter and other apostles were constantly teaching and preaching, and then at the end of Acts chapter 2, I love it because it says, and the Lord added them to the church. The church is the body. So the Lord added them to the church. It's not Peter. It didn't say, and Peter added them to the church. It didn't say John or James or Thomas. It didn't say those guys. It said they were the ones doing all the work. It said the Lord. And that piggybacks, Paul piggybacks off of that because Paul says in 1 Corinthians, he says, I watered, or I planted, Apollos watered, but God gets the increase. That is what the whole point is. It's not about me and it's not about you, but it's fun when you talk about what you were able to do for the Lord because you have been used by the Lord. You're like, I don't know. It's just really neat thinking about that. Like I told you guys about that. Like, so my wife and my kids, we went out to eat the other day. Like 3-4 days ago or something like that. And we go out to Texas Roadhouse, and I told some of you guys this, but this waitress came up to us, and she was like talking to us longer than what a normal waitress would. And I was just, she told us about somebody in her family that passed away. And so then I was able to ask her, I was like, do you go to church anywhere? And so she's like, well, yeah, I just started going someplace and it's about an hour away. And I was like, oh man, well, do they teach you how to know for sure you can get to heaven? And she stood there and she's like, no, I don't think they talked about that yet. I was like, well, how long were you going there? She's like 4 or 5 months. And I was like, wow. And I was like, well, do you mind if I tell you? And so it was just the coolest thing. It was just a natural thing. And she was like laser focused on me. And so I told her all about it. And then I went outside and got her a tract and I handed it. Well, I gave the tract to my daughter because she wanted to hand it to her. And it was just like, I planted. My daughter, she planted by giving her that tract. It's cool. It's cool seeing that. But God gets the increase. It's not me. He's using me for this. For as long as this TikTok Bible study is going to go, I have no idea how much longer it's going to be able to go. But I'm going to keep on doing it as long as I possibly can. But God gets the increase, and that's what's very humbling because it's not about me. It's not about look what I did. Now, the Bema Seat, 1 Corinthians 3 comes into mind. We're supposed to be doing things for the Lord, which is obviously being good stewards of what we've been given. So that's very important because all of our works are going to be in a pile. Gold, silver, precious stone, wood, hay, and stubble. All of the things, whether good or bad, are going to be in this pile, and it's going to be lit on fire. At least that's the way I view it. And the only things that are going to remain are the things that you've done for the Lord, whether they're gold, silver, or precious stones. Everything else that you've done for yourself that just has a very temporary type of thing, going to be burned up, and they're going to go away. Gunner just got off work. What's up, man? You and I are the exact same on our understanding. What's up, David? Good morning. Have any idea when your next live will be? Julie, I think tonight, actually. Well, I haven't actually started on Zechariah chapter 12. I can try tomorrow. I kind of wanted to do 12, 13, and 14 all at the same time because I don't think I'll be able to do. If we go live tomorrow, I think we'd only be able to do 12 and 13. And I don't think we'd be able to do 14 because I don't think I have enough time to prepare for that many chapters. That's a lot of chapters. But we can try for tomorrow. Good night, Monica. Hey, thank you so much for being here. The devil is attacking the relationship I have with my son. I don't know. If you wanted to message me, Penny, you can expound on that in a longer message if you would like to. If you wanted to talk about that. What is your YouTube channel's name? It's Sheesh. Stay calm. There's a link in my bio up here. It's ITZ _ Sheesh. And all those studies are up there. And if you look in the comments on those YouTube videos, there's people who put up the timestamps if you're just trying to, because like the way it goes, it's just these TikToks live. Like I don't do anything fancy like with the videos, like how some people got like a cool background and stuff. Nope, it's just me in the truck. So I literally just upload this, what you're watching right now, to YouTube. So you might have to fast forward a little bit to actually get to the recap, but actually, honestly, like watching the beginning, there's a lot of good stuff. We talk a lot about good stuff. No, I was talking to you, Dave. 5 a.m. this morning. Have any idea when your next live will be? Yeah, Jules, hopefully that makes sense. I don't know. Hopefully tomorrow, maybe. Thank you, Jan. What are we on? We just finished Zechariah 10 and 11. Gunner. Okay, just got off work. That's awesome. Understanding this alone has been too much, but listening here has helped a lot. Awesome. Awesome, Native. That's super cool. That is super cool. Yeah, no, you said okay. Now I'm confused. No, I was saying that maybe tonight around midnight. I was just trying to work it out in my mind just now because I haven't thought of it yet. But I was thinking I would like to do 12, 13, and 14 all at the same time in one sitting. But I don't know if I would be able to get all that done. So maybe if we go tonight, then maybe I'll just do 12 and 13, and then that means we would have to do one more live, just focusing on Zechariah chapter 14, which also would be fine. I was just I was just thinking about the recap. The recap. Uh, so yeah, we'll try to go live again tonight if you guys would like to. Wait, can I ask a question? Mercedes, hello. I woke up in the UK and saw this live. Thanks for sharing. Absolutely. Nice to meet you. Yeah, from the UK. Yeah, Sandy. Absolutely. I appreciate you. Yeah, thanks, Sandy. I definitely have a few verses for that. There you go. Mm. Well, maybe Leah can help out there. You are so cool. Oh man, is Matthew 16 verse 4 talking about this generation? I don't know what you're talking. I think this generation shall not pass. Is that what you're talking about? Matthew 16 verse 4. You know what's interesting? I was thinking about doing that. We could do Matthew next. But there's so much. Oh, about this generation. Um, I suppose you could. I could. Just glancing at it, I haven't really dove into Matthew yet deeply. We're in it all the time, but I suppose you could refer to it because our generation definitely follows after or seeks after a sign. But we just talked about the danger of seeking after a sign because of what the Antichrist is going to be able to do. He's going to be able to pull fire down from heaven. And if you are one of those people who are going to be seeking after a sign to prove the existence of God, well, you got something coming for you because there's going to be a dude that you're actually going to be able to see sometime in the future during the tribulation who will be able to do all kinds of signs and wonders, and everybody is going to wonder and be marveled. So, studying John in church 6 today. Very cool. Shondell absorbing so much. Yeah, absolutely. Shut up. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Good stuff, guys. Sent you a message. There's so much more. Okay, Penny. Yeah. Leah also might be able to. Leah might be a good one because there might be some common ground there, Penny, if you wanted to utilize her as well. Hey, Mark. Thanks so much, Mark, for being here and helping out. I appreciate it. Charles the World. Sheesh. Oh man. Okay, guys. Well, that is what I got for you guys. Maybe between studies you could do a Q&A. I feel like I answer so many questions. I don't know all the answers, just so you know. So you guys might make me feel real bad because I think you guys view me as if I am super smart and knowledgeable when I write a lot of my notes down in my Bible. So like when like there's like little cliff notes, like a little like a sentence or two right next to a verse that kind of sparks my memory to what to like kind of expound on, and that's kind of how I do things. So if you were to ever get my Bible, you would have all kinds of commentary, like literally in the margins, like, and I'm saying all kinds of commentary. I write this big too, like it is so tiny. It's just like little, like when I get like 70 years old or 80 years old or 90, whenever you start losing your sight, I'm not going to be able to tell what the heck I wrote, but maybe my kids will. I don't know. But that's how I do it. So yeah, we're the same dude. Good night, Dina. Thank you so much for being here. Oh man. Yeah, Tommy. Hopefully that helps. That sign. I think that sign, that generation. I think it was relatable to them back then, and I think it's relatable to us right now. I think that was an overall sense of the entire generation because that applies to our world just now, just as much as it did back then, because there's so many people who are like saying, if there is a God, why doesn't he show himself? And so, like, yeah, if God shows himself, then yeah, I'll believe in him. So there's a danger there. Leela, good night. Good night, and all God. Hey, thank you, Tracy. You have a good night too. Um, Thank you. Shoosh. Absolutely, Lydia. Hopefully that was fun because I enjoyed that one. It's always fun going through. Like, I love eschatology. I love the study of end times because it really forces. Okay, so here's something to kind of do like a little bit of a litmus test for you guys. If you guys understand Daniel 9, if you understand Luke 19, if you understand Revelation or Romans 11, if you understand those few verses right there, after you're born again, obviously, which is the most important thing, if you understand those, Daniel 9, Luke 19, Romans 11, then you are doing well. Because, oh man, those are like huge mile markers, checkpoints, whatever you want to say. Those are huge to understand eschatology. And so understanding eschatology really, your hermeneutics or your theory of interpretation really gets challenged. And this is what's so fun because, it's not about like, oh, look at me and like saying that you're better than somebody else because you know more. It's about you trying to share what you know with somebody in a loving way that you can reach them. That's the whole point of you being knowledgeable. It's not about you getting puffed up and you getting like all like, ooh, I'm so fancy because I know a word. No, it's about you sharing it with somebody and trying to reach them where they're at in a way that only you can talk to them. And so that's the hope. That's the point. In Cincinnati, time for bed. Good job. Hey, thanks, Danny. I appreciate it, man. Have a good night, Danny. All right, guys, I'm going to get on out of here. You guys have any questions, feel free to reach out to me directly here on TikTok. I would love to talk to you. You don't have to follow me here on TikTok if you don't want to. My messages are open for anybody and everybody. But if you wanted to go subscribe over to the YouTube channel, I would appreciate that. There's a YouTube channel up in my TikTok link. Yeah, thank you, Leah. Daniel 9, Luke 19, Romans 11. Not all of Luke 19. Luke 19, like when he rides into it. Jerusalem on a donkey and whatnot, just the implications that are going there. And then Romans 11 because of Israel. Very important. But if you guys wanted to subscribe over there in YouTube, I would appreciate that. Very cool. And if not, no worries. If you have any questions about anything about the Bible, feel free to reach out to me here on TikTok directly. Just direct message me or whatever. And I would love to talk to you and help out where I can. Keep praying for the peace of Jerusalem. They are getting surrounded on all sides. It is crazy over there, guys. It is so crazy. And so, who knows like what is going to be the spark that ignites it all over there. It's just popping off left and right. Bam, 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 bam. And so keep on lifting them up. But understand when you're praying for Jerusalem that you are praying for people who are lost. You are praying for lost people. Lost people over there. They do not know Jesus. The majority of the Jewish people, the Israelites over there, they do not know Jesus, the majority of them. There are some that do, but the majority of them don't. And so when you're praying for the peace of Jerusalem, just remember that you're praying for a predominantly lost culture, which is important to understand. But yeah, what's the YouTube name, my friend? It is ITZ_sheesh. There's a link in my profile, Mr. Mavrolis. Thanks for being here for third shift. Absolutely, Tar. Heck yeah, man. Amanda Cook here the whole time. Very cool. What does silver represent again, please? Yeah, it represents blood. You can look that up, and it's connected to the tabernacle. Thank you, Penny. Yeah, silver represents blood. Bronze is connected with judgment because it can withstand an immense amount of heat. Gold is representative of kingly priest or king royalty. That's why inside the tabernacle, gold was everywhere. Outside the tabernacle, bronze was everywhere. I saw. Hey, thanks, Tommy. I appreciate it. Very cool. Yeah. Thank you, Leah. It's sheesh. Thanks for using the lowercase I. I think sometimes if you use an uppercase I, it just looks like an L, and that confuses people, I think. Good morning, the real Diana Law. Hello. Good night, Dina. Have a good night. Thanks for being here. Okay. Hopefully everybody got that. But all right, guys, thank you so much for being here. Glad you could be here. And hopefully we can go live tomorrow or today, because today's Friday. So around 11:45 p.m. tonight, we can try to do this again. And I'll probably try to put out a little TikTok story just so you guys can be aware. I'll probably try to give you guys like 8 hours in advance notice, maybe, if I think of it. Maybe more. We'll see. Yeah. Morning. What's up, Henry? All right, guys. I am getting out of here. You guys stay safe and try to tell somebody about Jesus today. And if you do, let me know, because I love hearing about that. That pumps me up. All right, guys. I'm out of here. See